It was an unfortunate accident. A cargo truck swerved unexpectedly onto the sidewalk. The misfortune? I just happened to be in its path. At the time, I was completely absorbed in my smartphone, hooked on an intense moment in the popular boys comic, Fixer. So much so that I didn't notice the 10-ton mass of steel barreling toward me until it was far too late. The driver's head was slumped, probably drowsy driving. And me? I was just a law-abiding pedestrian, never one to jaywalk. A tragedy with no warning. The only silver lining? My death was swift and painless. When I regained consciousness, I wasn't in a hospital or even in my own body. Instead, I had been reincarnated as someone completely new. Thanks to my years of being a shameless otaku, I realized what had happened quickly. This was classic isekai stuff. But life death comes with plot twists. First, I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, no voice would come out. My throat felt as though it had been through something traumatic. Second, I was now clearly, unmistakably, a young girl. Mute, tiny, fragile, like some tragic heroine from a dark fairy tale. Did I make a deal like the Little Mermaid? My voice and gender in exchange for life. Oddly enough, I wasn't too bothered. Being alive, even in this body, was better than nothing. Besides, I hadn't reincarnated as an insect. As someone who's mortally afraid of bugs, I counted that as a win. If I'd been reborn as a centipede, I would have crawled into a puddle hoping for a hard reset. So, where was I? The room was sterile and blindingly white walls, floor, bed, everything. No windows. Just a door. It looked like a hospital room, or maybe, a cell. Dressed in simple, white, patternless clothing, I took in my surroundings. I had no idea how long I'd been here or who had brought me. With nothing else to go on, I made for the door. Pressing my ear against it, I heard nothing. Not a sound. After a long wait, I slowly reached for the doorknob and found it didn't move. Locked. I tried again, with more force. Still nothing. Am I trapped here? For how long? A sense of unease crawled up my spine. I thought about that news story, some guy who starved to death in his own bathroom after a bike fell against the door. Was I going to die again so soon? I scanned the room, hoping to MacGyver an escape tool out of the bed, but these arms were small and weak, clearly belonging to a child. My chances of brute forcing the door were zero. But then, something stirred in me. A strange confidence welled up. A deep instinct. I raised my hand toward the doorknob, and it responded. With a sudden crunch, the metal twisted in place like it was made of clay. The knob was crushed. I could feel an invisible force following my will, warping, breaking, shattering. The door caved under the pressure and began to open, deformed and mangled, but no longer sealed. I had escaped. Peering through the broken door, I saw a spotless white hallway, long, windowless, eerily sterile. It reminded me of a lab from some dystopian movie. There were no people, no cameras, just silence. Despite the unnatural atmosphere, I wasn't afraid. My emotions felt muted, somehow, maybe a side effect of reincarnation. Still, I treaded carefully, moving quietly down the hall. Whoever kept me here clearly wasn't normal. Better to avoid them. I walked for what felt like hours up and down stairs, turning corner after corner. It felt endless. Like a maze designed to disorient intruders or prisoners. But I made an observation. The stairwells were strangely deep. This place might be underground. That meant there had to be ventilation. And sure enough, I found a grate on the ceiling. High up, but reachable with my powers. I pried it open using telekinesis and climbed up into the narrow shaft, crawling through it with deliberate movements. A soft breeze touched my cheek. There's air. That means a way out. I climbed upward, twisting and turning through the ducts. It was exhausting, but I finally reached an exit. The grate gave way, and I dropped down into a forest under the night sky. Cool grass brushed against my feet. The facility was hidden deep in the woods. Why would anyone build something like that out here? As I looked around, something in the distance caught my eye and froze me in place. A massive skyscraper rose high into the sky, glowing faintly in the dark. At its peak was a symbol I knew all too well. A dragon emblem. Night Haven. The city from Fixer. The world from the comic I'd been reading just before I died. Somehow, I had been reincarnated into the very world of that story. Whether that was a miracle or a curse, I couldn't tell. All I could do was stare at the towering building in stunned silence, the weight of this strange new reality slowly settling over me. Fixer. That was the name of the popular boys comic serialized in Halo magazine, a vibrant mix of fantasy, sci-fi, action, and comedy, all wrapped in gorgeous artwork and explosive urban storytelling. Its premise was bold. One day, beings from another dimension, dragons, elves, orcs, and magic descended upon Earth. Naturally, chaos followed. Cultural clashes, ideological conflicts, and skirmishes erupted between humanity and the otherworldly newcomers. But after decades of fighting, uneasy truces formed. The world adapted. Meta-human cities, zones where fantasy races and humans could coexist, were created globally. And among them, one stood above the rest. Night Haven. A city always teetering on the edge of collapse, Night Haven birthed a new kind of professional, the Fixer problem solvers for hire, who handled everything from rogue magic beasts to political blackmail. The comic followed Raven, a human fixer who tackled these insane problems with nothing but guts, brains, and brawn. I loved everything about it, the characters, the twists, the world building. So much so, I was reading it on my phone when the truck hit me. Yeah, irony. I adored Fixer, don't get me wrong. But as fun as the story was, it was the last place I wanted to wake up in. Because Fixer's world wasn't just flash and fantasy. Beneath the surface of its neon lights and heroic antics was a dangerous, bloody, and unforgiving world. The otherworldly races? They came to Earth because their world was destroyed by invaders. And while Earth tried to accommodate them, hatred still festered. Factions opposed their presence. Crime flourished. Advanced tech made life cheap. Shootouts and kidnappings were daily news. And the invaders who annihilated the other world? They had set their sights on Earth next. It might be great for Raven, the protagonist, with his plot armor and ragtag band of allies. But for someone like me, just trying to survive was already hard mode. Underscore 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 underscore. Still, crying about it wouldn't help. The dice had been rolled, and I was here now. The first step was figuring out where in the timeline I was. Fixer wasn't linear, it was episodic, more slice of life in pacing, slowly building to major arcs. Early on, Nighthaven was a cesspool of corruption, gang wars, and instability. Later, the city became more structured and relatively safer, thanks to Raven's influence. If this was the early timeline, I needed to avoid anyone important and stay invisible. If it was later, open areas and public zones would be safer. Either way, gathering intel came first. Approaching Raven? Absolutely not. He was too high profile. Even if I explained my situation, I had nothing to offer him as a client. At best, I'd be ignored. At worst, used as bait by his enemies. This wasn't a comic anymore. Getting kidnapped here wouldn't end in a cool rescue arc. So, I chose stealth. Survival. Observation. I left the hidden forest facility and walked toward the buzzing lights of the city, ready to figure out my place in this insane world. Underscore 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 underscore. Then came the next problem. Hey, watch where you're going, kid. Wait, are you real? Oh my, have you considered joining the idol industry? Your face would break the net. You play L-Star? Can I get your ID? Don't run away, cutie. Apparently, I was cute. Too cute. A gruff man froze in awe after bumping into me. A tall, elegant woman latched onto my arm. Some blonde guy threw an arm around me like we were old friends. I couldn't even reply, my voice was gone. So I ran. I ducked into an alley, leapt up to the rooftop with telekinesis, and caught my reflection in a cracked mirror. And froze. Who the hell was that? A girl stared back, delicate, ethereal, with long, snowy white hair and porcelain skin. Her sloped eyes and gentle features gave her a tragic kind of beauty. Even in dusty patient clothes, she looked like a noble out of a fantasy painting. I blinked. She blinked. Yep. That was me. Okay, that explains the attention. This face was too perfect. It was my ideal type, honestly, but as an identity, it was basically a walking invitation for trouble. Especially in a city like Nighthaven, where beauty was just another kind of currency. I sighed and scanned the rooftop, using telekinesis to snag a discarded cloak and throw it over myself. With this disguise, and given the city's diverse population, dwarves, beastkin, goblins, I could blend in. Maybe I could even fake a different form entirely using illusions or controlled limbs with telekinesis. Another idea for later. For now, I approached the ledge and took in the city below. Nighthaven. A dazzling patchwork of hope and horror. Neon lights and dark alleys. Opportunity and violence side by side. Somewhere out there, Raven and his crew were making the city just a little better. As for me, I wasn't planning on getting involved. But maybe, just maybe, I'd peek from afar with some popcorn. Underscore 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 underscore. As I turned to move, a digital notice board flashed beside the building. A bounty ad scrolled across the screen. Wanted, Rag Ghost. Reward, 700,000 credits. Description, goblin-sized figure in tattered clothing. White fur visible beneath the rags. Disappears mysteriously using unknown magic. Area of activity, outer city alleys. Crimes, robbery, assault. Notes, victims often report no memory of the attack. High evasion capabilities. White fur. Goblin-sized, vanishing without a trace. I looked down at my dusty white sleeves, and slowly backed away from the edge. Please don't tell me I'm already on a wanted poster.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Let's rewind to when I had just arrived in Nighthaven. Wearing my tattered cloth cloak and running around the city, I managed to figure out one thing. This was the early stage of the original story. Certain indicators made it clear. The corrupt corporations and gangs that were supposed to be thoroughly dismantled early on in the story were still thriving. The idol group that gained popularity thanks to the protagonist's efforts hadn't even debuted yet. But it wasn't too far back in time either. The newly inaugurated Dragon Mayor was already making headlines on TV. That meant I had arrived at a time when the story had begun, but only a few episodes in. So much for my plan to fake amnesia and sneak into the protagonist's office as a restaurant worker downstairs. By the later stages, that place becomes the safest spot in the entire city. Too bad it's not an option yet. It was one of my most efficient plans, with a low risk, high reward ratio. But since the timing didn't align, it had to be scrapped. That left me with riskier options. This was the chaos era of Nighthaven, when various factions betrayed and schemed to rise to power. If I wanted to survive here, I'd have to accept a certain level of danger. For now, it's best to stay in the underworld. I don't have any legal status, and to make matters worse, I look like a ridiculously beautiful young girl. The moment I step out into the open, trouble is guaranteed. I hadn't confirmed whether I truly lacked identification, but considering I had been trapped in an unknown space before arriving here, the chances of me having legitimate credentials were slim. If I tried to establish my identity and got detained in the process, I'd likely end up handed over to the police for processing. And the police, still riddled with corruption, might sell me off to some sleazy wealthy collector with unsavory tastes. Straight to a bad ending. And if my psychic abilities are discovered, the risks get even worse. My abilities were another problem. This world of Fixer was essentially Earth but with fantasy races and magic spilling over from other dimensions. In this world, psychic abilities referred to a power separate from both science and magic. This kind of power often meant abilities wielded by the invaders who had destroyed the otherworldly civilizations, according to the story. Compared to the destructive power of those invaders, my telekinesis was little more than a child's party trick. But since my telekinesis didn't involve chanting spells or drawing runes, it would undoubtedly be classified as a psychic ability. Now that I think about it, this is way too dangerous. If I get caught, I'll be dissected as a lab rat for sure. Still, it was better than having no abilities at all. If I were just a pretty, powerless person, I'd be entirely reliant on others to survive a far more precarious position. So, while it was a double-edged sword, I couldn't deny it was lucky to have. My plan moving forward was simple. Hide in the underworld until the protagonist's group cleaned up the mess that was Nighthaven. It could take months or years, but I was confident I could endure. Thinking of a peaceful future made the idea bearable. 1 month later. After a month of living in the underworld, I realized one thing: it was more livable than I'd expected. Another newbie, huh? Hey, how long do you think that one will last? I give it a week. By then, we'll probably find their hollowed-out body dumped in some alley. Kiahi? That soft white fluff peeking from under their cloak makes my mouth water. I overheard this conversation when I first entered the underworld. A muscular mohawk-wearing thug and a scrawny cyber-psycho were chatting among themselves, likely about me. I didn't blame them. Wrapped head to toe in ragged cloth, I probably looked like a goblin or some other small creature. My wide-eyed curiosity as I glanced around must have screamed easy target. In a place where the weak were preyed upon, appearing anything less than invincible was practically begging to be killed. But that was only if I didn't have telekinesis. My arm. My arm's moving on its own? Magic? This freak's a mage. No chanting either. Silent magic? A monster. My telekinesis had the strength to tear open steel doors. It was effortless to twist the arm of any thug who tried to pick a fight with me. Of course, I didn't go so far as to rip arms off or twist them in unnatural, grotesque ways that would be too gory for me. Instead, I settled for giving them just enough pain to leave them bawling their eyes out. Just you wait. I'll get you for this. As I released the thug's arm, he scrambled to his feet and bolted down the alley, scurrying away like a cockroach. I didn't bother chasing him. While he had been writhing in pain, I had already used telekinesis to pick his pocket and snatch his wallet. Money practically walks into my hands. Maybe I'm a natural for the underworld. Most people in the outskirts of Nighthaven were third-rate thugs, castaways from the city's cutthroat competition. They weren't enhanced with cutting-edge cybernetics or fortified by drugs and training. They weren't exotic races with extraordinary abilities. Nor were they magic users. With my telekinesis, I rarely needed to exert myself fully. A light squeeze or a mild pressure was enough to make them surrender and run for the hills. And since they were the ones picking fights with me, I could justify taking their wallets without guilt. Unfortunately, when I opened this particular wallet, it turned out to be nearly empty. Ugh, not even enough for a cheap sandwich. Disappointed, I tossed the wallet aside. The slimy, greasy texture of its exterior made it even more unappealing to keep. It seemed I'd need to hunt for a more worthwhile target today. After confirming no one was watching, I used my telekinesis to leap onto a nearby rooftop. My ragged cloth fluttered in the air but stayed securely wrapped around me thanks to my practiced control over my abilities. Now then, where's today's bad guy hiding? I quietly moved between rooftops, peering into alleys below. The outskirts of Nighthaven's underworld were sprawling, like a grotesque maze. It would take half a day to search every nook and cranny at this pace. But I didn't need to check every alley. In a place where fights broke out dozens of times a day, trouble would come to me soon enough. Kaya, found it. Hearing a woman's sharp scream, I immediately glided toward the source. The commotion wasn't far, so I didn't have to push my telekinesis to its limits to arrive. In a shadowy alley, I spotted a man and a woman. The man, dressed in a host's uniform, was smirking, while the half-dressed woman trembled, holding her shoe as a makeshift weapon. Don't come any closer. I said stay back. That's strange. You were fine just a moment ago. What changed? Their exchange was enough to help me piece together the situation. The woman was likely a prostitute working in the backstreets. The man was her client. But instead of a normal transaction, he had demanded something extreme like pulling out her fingers. When she refused and tried to flee, he cornered her in a dead-end alley. What a scumbag. To me, it was obvious who the bad guy was. No matter the circumstances, forcing someone to such an extreme was unacceptable. All right, he's today's target. Time to lift his wallet. I didn't care about being some righteous hero like the protagonist. But stealing from the worst kinds of people? That was a cause I could get behind. Without hesitation, I vaulted over the rooftop railing and dropped silently between the two. What the? Huh. The sudden intrusion left both of them stunned. Wrapped in my cloak, I could feel their confused gazes on me. A cool one-liner would have been great here. Too bad I can't talk. Once again, my inability to speak felt like a missed opportunity. Underscore 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 underscore. Nia, a mixed-blood elf working as a courtesan, was having an incredibly unlucky day. First, she had to cover a shift on her supposed day off due to a scheduling mishap. Then, a drunkard on the street ruined one of her best outfits. As if that wasn't enough, her favorite hair ornament was stolen by an insufferable coworker. Just one of these incidents could ruin her mood for the entire day, but they all happened back to back, leaving her nerves completely frayed. And the worst was yet to come. That night, as she prepared to wrap up her dreadful day, a good-looking customer walked into the establishment. Tall, with pale skin and a casual yet charming appearance, he had a boyish face that gave off an innocent vibe. Nia, who was particularly picky when it came to aesthetics partly due to her quarter elf blood, decided he was barely attractive enough to pass. The man, noticing her elongated ears, seemed to recognize her as a half-elf and chose her without hesitation. At first, everything seemed fine, but things took a horrifying turn when he led her to a secluded alley and suddenly declared his intention to pull out her fingers. Nia was beyond distraught. She wanted to scream at the unfairness of the world, to question why this was happening to her. Didn't you say you'd do anything I wanted if I paid you? Then what's the problem with me taking a few fingers, huh? Why are you being so picky for a whore? In the dim, grimy alleyway, Nia's eyes filled with tears. Even in a place where a couple of corpses wouldn't raise suspicion, she didn't want to die. She didn't want to suffer. Please, let this be a dream. She prayed. Though she had never believed in gods, at that moment, she fervently wished for one to exist. As if in response to her desperate plea, something unexpected happened. Through her tear-blurred vision, she saw a dirty bundle of cloth appear in the alley. Huh. It was utterly bizarre. If it had fallen from above, there would have been a sound or a gust of air. If it had come from somewhere nearby, it would have had to pass through the man blocking the only path. Its appearance defied logic, as though she had just encountered a ghost. Wait, a ghost? Someone mentioned something like that recently, didn't they? The sheer absurdity of the situation momentarily suppressed her fear, allowing her to think clearly. Nia recalled a conversation she'd had with a previous customer. Huh? What's with the bruise on your forehead? I don't know. Excuse me. Was it yesterday? I was collecting dues as usual when some kids started pestering me. I decided to teach them a lesson, but suddenly, this ghost-like thing appeared out of nowhere. That's the last thing I remember. I woke up with this bruise. That customer had been quite strong. As a werewolf, he could crush an ordinary human with ease, even in his human form. Yet there he was, scratching his head in confusion with a fresh bruise. The memory made it clear to Nia that the so-called ghost was a dangerous entity. And now, seeing this strange bundle of cloth, she instinctively connected it to the ghost. What is this filthy thing? A kid? No, it doesn't look like one. A goblin? Or maybe it's that woman's pet. The man, however, showed no sign of feeling uneasy. If anything, he seemed annoyed at having his work interrupted. He tapped his foot impatiently, his expression twisted with irritation. Then again, given how his hand trembled slightly, he seemed to be holding back some sort of violent impulse. Those idiots swore nothing would get in here. Bah, forget it. I'll kill you both. The man, muttering to himself, finally lost his patience. When he looked up again, his eyes were blood red, glowing ominously. Nia, experienced as she was in dealing with different races, immediately understood what he was. A V-vampire. Vampires were considered particularly dangerous, even in Nighthaven. While the world's sparse mana made magic difficult to wield, vampires could circumvent that limitation by using blood as a medium. What he wanted wasn't her fingers, it was her blood, tainted as it might be. The finger-pulling? That was just his personal preference. I'll rip you and that filthy cloth to shreds. The man bit down on his own lip, drawing blood. Nia reflexively flinched. Even a weak vampire was a monster capable of tearing apart a mixed-blood elf like her. As someone with no means to defend herself, she could only cower in fear. Kahihuk? Die, you. Smack. Before the man could finish his sentence, the sharp crack of a whip-like strike echoed through the alley. Startled, Nia's body jolted upward, her heart pounding as she looked toward the source of the noise. There, she saw the vampire collapse to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he foamed at the mouth. Huh? What just happened? She stared at the unconscious man, completely dumbfounded. His body lay limp, drooling, as though all the strength had left him in an instant. The dirty bundle of cloth. The ghost approached the fallen man. It was only then that Nia realized the ghost was the one who had taken him down. It took out a vampire in one hit? It really is the ghost. She let out a silent scream, her mind racing. Vampires were already terrifying monsters far beyond her ability to handle, and this ghost had subdued one in an instant. She hadn't even seen how it happened. One moment, the vampire was shouting, the next, he was out cold. It was the same technique her werewolf customer had described, an attack so swift and silent, it couldn't be detected. I don't want to die. She trembled, certain that she would be next. As the ghost turned and approached her, she began imagining the worst. Its silent movements only amplified her fear as it drew closer, step by step, until it was right in front of her. Nia's mind went blank. But just as she was bracing for the end, a small, pale hand emerged from the folds of the cloth and held something out to her. Eek! It's my ring. It was the ring the vampire had taken from her just before threatening to pull her fingers off. The ghost must have retrieved it from his belongings. Still half out of her mind, Nia accepted the ring without question. Wah, the hand is so soft. For a moment, she found herself thinking about how oddly warm and plush the ghost's hand had felt. But when she looked up again, the ghost was gone. Was that a dream? Left alone with the unconscious vampire, Nia sat in the alley, her thoughts swirling in confusion. Though her life had been saved, she couldn't make sense of what had just happened. Far away, perched on a rooftop with a clear view of Nighthaven's skyline, I rifled through the unconscious man's wallet. Nothing worthwhile here, either. 2 disappointing hauls in a row. Maybe people weren't carrying cash around as much these days. He was trembling and had bloodshot eyes. Definitely a drug addict. Poor guy. Even if addiction wasn't entirely his fault, his actions had left him dangerous to others. It was better this way. I tossed the wallet aside, keeping only enough cash for a few pieces of bread. By the way, that was my first time seeing an elf. Her ears were so pointy, fascinating. The image of the trembling elf lingered in my mind. She had been shaking so much when I approached that I felt compelled to return her ring as a reassurance. I ended up showing my hand, but it should be fine. Hoping the pretty elf lady would stay out of trouble from now on, I turned my attention to the pile of rings I had taken from the man. If there's no cash, I'll just sell these. It seemed I'd need to make a trip to the pawn shop today. Underscore 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 underscore. In the underworld of Nighthaven, all sorts of people crawl about. There were the inept dreamers with neither ability nor luck, clinging desperately to the city. The fools fleeing from laws and rules, living recklessly. And the failures who stretched themselves too thin, only to crumble into ruin. Naturally, no one in such a place could engage in productive work that created value. Selling one's body or taking what belonged to others were the only economic activities they could manage. Wherever there were thieves to steal goods, there were inevitably fences to buy them cheaply. Thus, the underworld had its share of professional fences who specialized in trading stolen items. It was a mutually beneficial relationship. The fences acquired valuable items for cheap, while the thieves could quickly turn hard-to-sell goods into cash. Both sides walked away feeling as though they'd gained something. I had just looted a handful of rings from a drug addict and was now on my way to one such fence to convert them into cash. This area is still as quiet as ever. Hopping from rooftop to rooftop, I stopped to scan my surroundings. Even in the far outskirts, it wasn't uncommon to see drunken people wandering the streets. Here, however, not a soul was in sight, not even a single sewer rat. The silence was uncharacteristic of bustling Nighthaven. But of course, there was a reason for that. This area was a gray zone, located on the fringes of the underworld, close to the city center. People from the lawful side avoided it due to the palpable danger. Those from the underworld rarely came here without a reason. It was an unspoken buffer zone. Causing trouble here could prompt corporations or the police to intervene in the underworld. Or worse, it might give rival criminal organizations an excuse to surface en masse. So, various factions kept their activities in check, maintaining a fragile peace. I like quiet places, so this suits me just fine. After confirming the coast was clear, I jumped down from the rooftop and landed softly in an alleyway. Emerging from the slightly damp, musty-smelling alley, I found myself on a neglected road overgrown with weeds. These weren't here a week ago. Clearly, the shopkeeper here wasn't concerned with upkeep. With a wry smile, I used telekinesis to pull up a few weeds and toss them into the drainage ditch. When the road seemed passable enough, I entered the unlit shop in front of me. At a glance, it looked like a closed-down business. But as soon as I stepped inside, the lights flickered on, and a voice greeted me. "You're here. Sit down." The shopkeeper was a massive orc, nearly twice my height. His name was Greg Visk, and his sheer presence was enough to set off every danger sensor in my body. But at least he wasn't the type to hit his customers, so there was no need to be overly tense. I quickly trotted over and sat in a chair meant for customers, while Greg settled opposite me at his desk. The size difference was absurd. His shadow alone could have engulfed my entire body. Greg's overwhelming presence never fails to impress. How can someone exude this much intimidation just by sitting still? If I sat there with my clothes off, I'd look utterly pitiful in comparison. It was moments like these that reminded me how full of powerful non-human beings the fixer world was. "Did you bring the goods?" Lost in thought, I hadn't noticed Greg putting on a pair of round glasses. Without waiting for me to reply, he naturally continued the conversation. Not that I could speak, but his straightforward approach felt like he was acknowledging me as a regular customer. Feeling slightly touched by his professionalism, I placed the rings I had taken from the drug addict onto the desk. Rings, this time? Quite a few of them. Especially this one. Greg glanced at the collection of over 10 rings on the desk before picking up the ugliest one to inspect more closely. Estimare. He muttered a word as he touched the frame of his glasses, causing the right lens to emit a faint glow. It was magic specifically, a spell embedded in his artifact glasses. The glasses' function was to read faint residual thoughts imprinted on objects. While it wasn't powerful enough to fully uncover the past like psychometry, it could sense strong memories and emotions associated with an item. This allowed him to gauge whether an item was valuable or dangerous. Greg downplays them as cheap artifact glasses that just help him see things clearly, but, depending on how they were used, they could be a trump card to turn unfavorable situations around. They had even been pivotal in distinguishing a real bomb from a fake one in a life or death scenario. Artifacts with magical properties, regardless of their purpose, were not to be underestimated. At this point, you might wonder why I seemed to know so much about Greg. It was simple. Greg Visk was a character from the original story. Wait, didn't I vow to avoid anything involving the protagonist? And here I am, mingling with someone from the original story. If you're thinking that, let me explain, this was an exception. Among all the fences in the underworld, Greg was the most trustworthy. Many fences, despite their collaborative relationship with the underworld, were shady in their own right. They'd scam customers who didn't know market prices, sell out sellers' locations to the original owners for a bribe, or worse. After being burned by such schemes 3 times, I had learned my lesson. While I still intended to avoid the protagonist and their group, survival required me to work with a reliable fence. And Greg was as dependable as they came. He offered fair prices, didn't leak information, and treated me with respect despite my peculiar appearance. Greg finished appraising the first ring, and the glow from his glasses faded. This one won't do. Refusal? I tapped the desk lightly, silently asking for an explanation. Greg lifted the ring closer to my face and explained. As you can see, this ring has no monetary value. It's made from hardened entrails, a technique recently popular among vampires. The refusal made sense. First, the ring was so poorly made that no one would buy it. Second, owning it could provoke retaliation from a vampire organization. His reasoning was mature and reasonable. I felt embarrassed for having doubted him. However, the rest seem like ordinary rings. I'll buy them for this much. The price Greg offered was astonishing. It was enough to let me live without bothering any thugs for at least 2 months. Maybe even indulge in a sandwich stuffed with meat once a week. Swallowing my excitement, I quickly stood up, signaling that I accepted the deal without any intention to haggle. Greg handed me a cash card instead of loose bills, understanding that it would be inconvenient for me to carry a wad of cash without pockets or a bag. I hopped in place, expressing my gratitude as best as I could. Greg chuckled faintly. Good deal, kid. And thanks for pulling the weeds in front of the shop. Wait, when did he see that? Startled, I froze, but Greg had already closed the shop door behind him. Even with my enhanced senses, I didn't notice him observing me. As expected of a fixer from the original story, he's terrifying. Shuddering slightly, I rubbed my goosebump-covered arms and made my way back into the alley. In my hand, I still held the rejected red ring. I should just get rid of this. With a flick of my wrist, I tossed the ugly ring into a sewer drain, where it sank without a trace. Watching it sink, a thought crossed my mind. Why did that drug addict even have something like this? He didn't seem like a vampire. Did he just find it by chance? In the story, vampires were formidable foes, capable of giving the protagonist a hard time. Why would someone as weak as that man be carrying such a dangerous ring? The answer to that question became clear the very next day. Huff, huff. Found you? You miserable little wretch. I'll kill you for sure. A man with a dark bruise on his forehead stormed toward me, his face twisted in rage. Trailing behind him were ghastly creatures resembling dried-up corpses, a pack of ghouls. Oh no, was he a vampire after all? TL note, rate us on novel updates. Underscore 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 underscore. When the man blocked my path in the alleyway for the first time, the first thought that popped into my head was, I'm in trouble. The man, who I initially thought was a drug addict, turned out to be a vampire. Or perhaps a ghoul, the kind rarely seen even in this underworld, appeared in droves. But such details hardly mattered. What truly mattered was this. How on earth did he manage to find me, someone who usually left no trace, jumping across rooftops? As far as I know, there shouldn't be any working CCTVs around here. Magic? Or some other method I didn't consider. If my psychic ability had been exposed, it would have been the worst-case scenario. Nighthaven was a hellish city filled with monsters and powerful beings. A lone kid wandering its streets using psychic powers? It would immediately attract waves of attention from battle-hardened veterans, pestering me to reveal my secrets. With a desperate hope that wasn't the case, I scanned my surroundings, my eyes rolling beneath the cloth that concealed me. Then, I noticed it. A grotesque dog with exposed muscles and organs, panting heavily next to the furious man. That's definitely a corpse hound from the original story. Blood-scent hunting dogs that can track their prey's scent from dozens of kilometers away. Which means, it must have been because of the ugly ring I took from the vampire's possession. Greg had said it was an item crafted from some creature's innards. If that ring carried a distinctive blood scent, and I ended up reeking of it after sleeping on the rooftop last night, it makes sense. Not that I avoided bathing because I wanted to, of course. At least it was a relief. The terrifying thought of someone secretly observing my every move was just that, a thought. If they had merely pinpointed my location through the scent of blood, there was a good chance my psychic ability hadn't been discovered. Whew, got worked up for nothing. Lowering my guard slightly, I turned to look at the vampire in front of me more calmly. Now that I focused, his appearance was a mess. All I had done yesterday was give him a sharp telekinetic flick to the forehead. Yet his face was now swollen all over, and even some teeth were missing. Did he tumble down a flight of stairs or something? Honestly, he seemed more suited for a hospital bed than skulking in an alley. Damn it, because of you, I lost the ring. I lost my father's trust. I lost my men. It's all your fault. My life is ruined because of you. The man screamed as if his throat were being scraped raw, his rage boiling over. So much so that blood dripped from his eyes. I didn't know the exact details, but it seemed like he'd been severely reprimanded by someone he referred to as his father after I beat him up and looted his possessions. That ring must have been pretty important. It looked like junk to me, but I guess it had its own significance to them. Even so, his sob story didn't resonate with me. Serves him right for not living a decent life. If you shoot someone, you should be prepared to be shot. Likewise, if you engage in crime, you can't complain when worse criminals mess you up. Who told him to live like that? Well, that aside, I was on my way to eat, and now look at this. I had been heading to grab a steak sandwich, but here he was, dragging a pack of ghouls along and ruining my appetite. I couldn't find a single thing to like about this guy, so, with a bit more personal satisfaction than usual, I focused my telekinesis on the air right in front of the screaming vampire's forehead. This is getting tedious. Let's finish this quickly. The sandwich shop is offering extra cheese today. Let me ask you something. Do you know why a flick to the forehead hurts? Even if you slap your palm with your fingers as hard as you can, it doesn't really hurt. That's because a flick concentrates force in one small point by pulling the thumb back and releasing it. Now imagine using telekinesis to grab two spots in the air, pulling them tightly apart, then releasing one. A telekinetic flick delivers a shock far beyond what simple telekinesis can achieve. Snap. Guac. The vampire let out a strangled cry, like a chicken being choked. The concentrated force slammed into the already bruised spot on his forehead like a thunderbolt. Thankfully, vampires are known to be much sturdier than regular humans, so this shouldn't be life-threatening. Probably, the ghouls and the corpse hound tilted their heads, confused. Their master had collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Without their controller, the mindless undead were clearly at a loss. If the man didn't wake up soon, they'd instinctively roam around in search of blood and flesh. While they weren't particularly strong, their numbers would undoubtedly cause chaos, leading to countless victims. That won't do. I've grown to like this area over the past month. After confirming that no one was around, I threw off the cloth covering my body. Even the faint sunlight filtering into the alley stung my eyes for a moment. Grr. Snarl. The ghouls and the hound immediately turned their attention to me. Among living humans, women and children were their favorite prey, and as an unguarded young girl, I must have seemed like an irresistible feast to them. They turned back into the alley, drooling eagerly. A foolish choice. If they'd fled instead, they might have had a slim chance of tasting fresh flesh before dying. Well, since they're undead, no need to hold back. Taking a deep breath, I unleashed my telekinesis, seizing control of the entire alley. This was my psychic power at maximum output, far stronger and more refined than when I first reincarnated a month ago. The ghouls, bewildered by their sudden immobility, flailed helplessly. But once caught in my grasp, there was no escape. One by one, the closest ghouls had their heads turned clockwise. Of course, bodies aren't made of Lego bricks. Their necks snapped, and heads began to tumble to the ground. Thud. Thud thud thud. When the last ghoul and hound were headless, I retracted my telekinesis, surveying the aftermath. After making sure there were no witnesses, I covered myself again and left. The vampire, now bound and tossed aside, would surely draw attention. Satisfied, I leapt back to the rooftops and headed for my sandwich. After all, my cheesesteak sandwich was waiting for me. The underworld of Nighthaven was vast, its size unmatched by anything before it. Those who tried to take too much, too greedily, would eventually falter. Thus, the various organizations that ruled the underworld had no choice but to divide its outer zones among themselves. The western outskirts bore the remnants of a time when Nighthaven pursued aggressive expansion. Buildings and structures were constructed haphazardly, with no regard for planning. Structures leaned so close together they nearly touched, and the chaos extended to roads, which were barely functional. This area of the western outskirts was also known as the Western Labyrinth, a veritable prison of concrete walls and tangled pathways. So, what happened? I heard vampires and ghouls showed up. I was so shocked I ditched my meeting and came straight here. Miss Wang Qian, the situation is... The Western Labyrinth was firmly under the control of the Huichu Association, a beast folk syndicate that had migrated from China. Two key figures of the association, a rabbit-eared beauty and a lizard beast folk, hurried into an alleyway. What is this? This is how we found it when we arrived. Wang Qian's gaze fell upon the gruesome scene of ghouls' corpses strewn across the alley. There was no sign of a struggle on the walls or ground. The ghouls' heads had been cleanly severed, their corpses lying in unervingly pristine condition. Wait a minute. I don't get it. You're saying someone just dumped these ghoul corpses here? It doesn't look like there was much of a fight. No, there's a witness who saw a group of living ghouls moving in this direction. Then is this the work of some group we don't know about? A fixer? Mercenaries? No, this alley is too narrow for a large group. Wang Qian pressed her fingers against the walls and floor, her brows furrowing deeply. The alley was narrow, so narrow that even the ghouls would have barely fit through. At most, 2 or 3 people could have squeezed into the space, and that was being generous. As her thoughts remained muddled, the lizard beast folk cut in. I believe it was the work of a single individual. If a large group had been here, it would have drawn too much attention. That's ridiculous. Are you saying someone managed to pluck the heads off all these ghouls by themselves without resistance? What are they, some kind of mercenary king? The mercenary king, a legend of someone so swift they could cleave with lightning and only notice the wound moments later. This kind of scene could only have been caused by someone of comparable power. Wang Qian's long ears twitched as she shouted, overwhelmed. Despite her outburst, the lizard beast folk remained unfazed. His steady voice carried a hint of amusement as he addressed her. Miss, there's an old saying, once you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Sigh. Even so, this is too much. Wang Qian buried her face in her hands. Ghouls, while seemingly weak, were relentless creatures that didn't feel pain and wouldn't stop unless decapitated. Even a skilled enforcer would struggle to take one down alone. The mere fact that dozens of ghouls had suddenly appeared was enough to induce a headache. But now, there was talk of a monster beyond comprehension wandering around. Her frustration was no longer just a headache, it made her want to cry. Perhaps sensing her distress, the lizard beast folk offered a bitter smile and spoke in a comforting tone. At least there's a vampire tied up next to the ghoul corpses. We can ask him for answers once he regains consciousness. Oh, great. So not only did they kill all these ghouls, but they also captured a vampire? Thanks. That really calms my nerves. Haha. Clearly, his words weren't comforting in the slightest. Tears glistened at the corners of Wang Qian's eyes as she muttered in despair. If ghouls were considered on par with elite enforcers, vampires, even the weakest ones, were akin to lieutenants. Yet someone had not only bested the vampire but restrained and left them alive? How strong is this person? And why did they show up here of all places? Her elongated ears twitched in agitation as she let out a groan of despair. I've heard an interesting rumor. Lately, something unusual has been roaming the labyrinth. Unusual, you say? Yes. People have started calling it a ghost. The lizard beast folk's tone was laced with intrigue as he revealed this tidbit. For the first time, the idea of a ghost became etched into the fabric of Nighthaven's Western Labyrinth. Underscore 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 underscore. I hope this happy life continues forever. Every night before I fell asleep, I made this wish as if praying to someone. But human greed truly knows no bounds. Far sooner than I had expected, reality dragged me into a cruel fate. Customer, this cash card doesn't have enough balance. It was roughly a month after I had met Greg. Was it because I had succumbed to the temptations of a decadent lifestyle? The money I had thought was more than sufficient for 2 months had vanished in the blink of an eye. If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have done something as reckless as having steak sandwiches for every meal. Feeling dejected by the shopkeeper's troubled voice, I had no choice but to put the chocolate croissant I had picked up back on the shelf. Ahem. Customer? Since you're a regular, I suppose I can let you have 1 chocolate croissant in the house. A saint, here in the underworld. Thanks to the shopkeeper's warm generosity, I was reunited with the chocolate croissant I had temporarily said goodbye to. Looks delicious. The chocolate croissant was warm, radiating a buttery aroma so rich that it seeped through even the fabric I had wrapped around myself. If I tore it open, its steaming, decadent chocolate filling would undoubtedly ooze out invitingly. Just imagining taking a bite and letting it melt in my mouth sent tingles up my spine. Cradling the chocolate croissant delicately in my arms, I bowed to the shopkeeper and happily left the store. The sign looks a little crooked. As I stepped outside in high spirits, the weathered exterior of the shop caught my attention. The sign was tilted to one side, its letters hard to read. Weeds poked out messily from cracks in the ground, giving the place an unkempt look. This would definitely drive away potential customers. Feeling a bit sorry, I checked to make sure no one was around before summoning my now familiar telekinesis. Creak. The reason the sign was leaning was clear. Years of exposure to rain and wind had rusted one side of its supports. Using my telekinesis, I carefully stripped away the corroded metal from the hidden side, evening out the balance. Then, I lifted the heavy sign likely over dozens of kilograms back into place with a gentle upward push. Next, I used my telekinesis to twist the nearby weeds and pull them from the ground, tossing them into a gutter. In mere seconds, the shop's exterior was restored to its proper state. Getting a free chocolate croissant seems like a fair trade for this. After confirming that the newly upright sign was sturdy, I turned without hesitation and headed toward the dark alleys. Crunch. The perfectly baked chocolate croissant broke softly under my teeth, and its moist chocolate filling oozed gently. As expected, this shop made excellent bread. The harmony between the bread and chocolate brought an involuntary smile to my face. I guess it's time to earn some money. I've been slacking off too much lately. In my first month in the alleys, I had robbed at least one person a day. But as life became more stable, I lost both the need and the will to continue. Now, however, I had every reason and motivation to start again, targeting bad people and taking their money. The second opening of my little venture, Thievery MK2, had officially begun. Operation Thievery MK2. Operation Thievery MK2 differed in several ways from its original iteration. The most significant change was that I no longer used my telekinetic flicks on people's foreheads. In the beginning, I'd been stuck on the notion that flicks were meant for foreheads, so I aimed there without much thought. Later, I realized that my foreheads were far too conspicuous. If all my not-so-innocent victims walked around with glaring bruises on their foreheads, it would practically be a confession that I was the one behind it all. So, in Thievery MK2, my telekinetic flicks targeted the crown of the head instead. With enough focus, my telekinesis could even bypass helmets, hitting an inconspicuous spot hidden by hair to confuse my victims. The second change was that I now ensured my appearance remained completely hidden during crimes. Currently, I wore a large cloth that enveloped my body, making me look like a Halloween ghost. It wasn't the most fashionable outfit, but it was far better than exposing my face or body. By now, I had also developed a technique to obscure my form further. Using telekinesis, I stirred the air around me into a fast, subtle vortex, blurring my outline like static on a disrupted camera feed. From a distance, I'd look like a faint, white blur flitting about. This technique didn't consume much energy, but since it required constant use of telekinesis, it did demand a fair bit of concentration. Still, my robberies rarely took longer than 3 minutes. For a task so brief, the strain was manageable, and the payoff avoiding future complications seemed worth it. These were the main patch notes for Thievery MK2. Other minor updates included washing my cloth with water and telekinesis to remove its musty smell, carrying a cheap goblin mask as a backup disguise, and wearing lightweight sandals so I no longer had to run around barefoot. Overall, the revamped Thievery MK2 had been running smoothly over the past month. Nighthaven's underworld was always full of troublemakers. No one seemed to mind if I emptied the pockets of those types. At this pace, I felt confident I could avoid getting involved in the original story's major events, and coast through the rest of the narrative quietly. Once the crime syndicates are dealt with, I'll start a new life. A soft bed, warm blankets, and steak sandwiches for every meal. Smack. Ugh. Eek. The telekinetic flick landed squarely on the crown of a thug who had been about to assault a woman in a back alley. The man, a chameleon beastkin, judging by his grotesque tongue that reached down to his chest, collapsed forward. I nudged him over with my foot, rifled through his belongings, and quickly found his wallet. Its contents were modest. Enough for 2 meals today, at most. Guess steak sandwiches are out. I'll settle for chocolate croissants again. Not that chocolate croissants were a bad option, they just couldn't quite match up to steak sandwiches. Satisfied with my haul, I casually tossed the wallet aside. Its sticky texture was unpleasant, no matter what it was made of. All right, time to go. Shoving the cash into my pocket, I was about to leave when I suddenly heard a timid female voice from behind. Turning my head, I saw the woman the thug had been targeting. Excuse me. Thank you. She can't even see me properly. Her unexpected gratitude made me tilt my head in confusion. I see. From her perspective, it must have seemed like I had saved her. Though that hadn't been my intention, I didn't mind if she thought that way. Without responding, I exited the alley. Once I was out of her sight, I used telekinesis to leap onto a rooftop. Let's go eat. Still, I couldn't deny that her words, coming from a kind-looking lady, left me feeling surprisingly good. Maybe I'll try harder to find bad guys tomorrow. Before I realized it, I was humming a tune under my breath. Hopefully, no one heard that. Rumors in Nighthaven's underworld. Recently, an odd rumor had been circulating in Nighthaven's underworld. People were being found unconscious in back alleys, their belongings completely looted. Some claimed it was due to illegal drugs, but half of the victims insisted they hadn't consumed anything suspicious. Others suggested it was the work of an artifact with a knockout spell, yet none of the victims reported hearing an incantation. A few even theorized it was the handiwork of a corporate shadow assassin. However, no one could explain why such a powerful entity would merely knock people out and rob them. Eventually, someone noticed a common thread among the victims. They had all been trying to rob or assault others just before losing consciousness. The atmosphere shifted immediately. While Nighthaven's underworld followed a brutal law of the jungle, even here, those who preyed on the weak were seen as third-rate trash. Particularly those who targeted people under the protection of organizations, they often faced harsh retribution, such as losing a hand or foot as a warning. In this light, the mysterious assailant wasn't causing much concern. If anything, they were cleaning up the trash. Instead, people were more intrigued by the mystery surrounding this ghostly figure. No drugs, artifacts, or assassins. Whatever it was felt more like a phantom than something of this world. Thus, they gave the enigmatic figure a name, the Ghost. Ho ho, a ghost, you say? Tell me more about that. Who are you? My name is Victor. I'm a fixer, a bounty hunter, if you will. Your story sounds fascinating, and I'd love to hear it in detail. I'll make it worth your while. Victor, a fixer known for his bounty hunting prowess, operated in the gray space between Nighthaven's upper and underworlds. Once dubbed the Mage Killer for having shot down even flying battleships, he now lit up like a boy at the prospect of pursuing this new and intriguing prey. TL note, rate us on novel updates. underscore 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 underscore. The Western Labyrinth, one of the outer regions of Nighthaven. Objectively speaking, this wasn't exactly an ideal place to live. Perhaps it was because countless construction companies and corporations had recklessly shoved their way in and started building without any real planning. This resulted in an absurdly complicated structure with overly long vertical layouts, making the area extremely vulnerable to various forms of terrorist activity. Eventually, following a massive bioterror attack by an unidentified group, Nighthaven had no choice but to tacitly withdraw from the area. Thus, the Western Labyrinth became a haven for those pushed out of the fierce competition in the mainstream world or for those who, for various reasons, couldn't reveal their true identities. It had become part of the city's underworld. Most of the abandoned buildings, stripped of owners, were turned into strongholds for criminal organizations. Those that weren't chosen were occupied by the homeless or smaller factions. For outsiders, even finding a place to stay was an ordeal. To make matters worse, most of the residents here were beastfolk factions who found fists far more persuasive than laws. Compared to the outside, where corporations and police barely maintained order, this place was closer to lawlessness. If you didn't have a strong backer, you could be robbed of everything and end up enslaved, with no place to voice your grievances. However, circumstances and conditions always depend on the perspective. If your appearance stood out too much, if you had troublesome powers you couldn't afford to reveal, or if you were an illegal resident with no identification to speak of. From my standpoint, someone forced into the underworld for reasons like these, the Western Labyrinth's environment was more of a blessing than a curse. There were no CCTVs, meaning I could use my abilities secretly without fear of being caught. I could teach bad people a lesson, and no one would come after me. And beast folk, despite their rough ways, had surprisingly refined tastes, so the food here was generally better. It was like a puzzle piece perfectly fitting its place. The Western Labyrinth was naturally a place suited for me. Hehe, found some clean cardboard. If I spread this on the floor, it won't be as cold, right? With the cardboard I had picked up from the street, I returned to the hideout I had chosen recently. My hideout was an office in a high-rise building. Though spacious, it had clearly been abandoned for quite some time, with discarded desks and trash scattered around. Of course, I hadn't paid for it. I had just stumbled across it while wandering nearby. The place was shrouded in shadows, as sunlight couldn't reach it due to the surrounding buildings. There was no electricity, no running water, and no heating. To top it off, there was no elevator, so you had to climb a long flight of stairs to get there. Even the homeless and small-time groups seemed to consider it a lost cause. But these limitations didn't particularly bother me. I had no use for electricity, could wrap myself in fabric to keep warm, and could fly up the stairs using telekinesis. Compared to curling up like a shrimp on a rooftop to sleep, this was a significantly better environment. The local inns always felt unsafe, like I might be targeted at any moment, so I could never sleep soundly. Let's make a hole here, secure it with the wires. Done. I carefully placed the large piece of cardboard on the floor, pulling out some wires from underneath and securing it tightly. Then I piled several thick fabrics I had scavenged from a dump site onto the cardboard. Finally, my makeshift bed was complete, a bed I didn't need to use fabric as a sleeping bag for. For someone like me, with no knack for crafts, it was surprisingly decent. Maybe my desperate longing for a bed had fueled my creativity. It's hard. Of course, sitting down cautiously, it wasn't particularly soft. It was still a vast improvement over the cold, hard stone floor, but it felt stiff enough that I imagined I'd wake up with aches all over. Well, given my materials are just cardboard and scraps of fabric, this is the best I can do. Where on earth am I supposed to find soft materials here? Clean items were scarce, and anything soft was expensive. Clean and soft? That practically didn't exist here. Unless I ventured out of the underworld and raided a furniture store, making a cozy bed was unrealistic. If I had just a little more money, I sighed and deliberated. Up until now, I'd only carried out thefts once or twice a day at most. That was usually enough to earn me enough money for food. After all, I'd eventually have to leave Nighthaven once it stabilized, and leaving the underworld meant abandoning all possessions. So I had neither the reason nor the will to save up much money. But, just this once, I wanted a decent bed. How happy would I be to wake up in a soft bed, my body sinking into its plushness? To curl up under blankets, eating chips and sandwiches, how blissful would that be? Alright, let's just focus on getting a bed. That's all I need, nothing else. Resolving myself firmly, I glanced out the window. Beyond the window, uncomfortably close, was another building. The setting sun beyond the horizon reflected crimson across its glass. Night was falling soon. I telekinetically pulled a nearby piece of fabric toward me. The white cloth wrapped smoothly around me, as if it were used to this. Without hesitation, I jumped out the window. My body, hurtling downward, glided like a feather thanks to telekinesis. As I descended, Nighthaven's dark alleys came into view. Tonight, I'll target just 5 people. My predatory gaze sparkled more than usual. Is winter coming? The night air in Nighthaven felt quite cold. It felt much chillier compared to when I had first reincarnated here. While I might tolerate it during the day, walking around in light clothing at night felt uncomfortable. Maybe I should attach a heat pack to the inside of this fabric later. I hated the cold more than the heat, so I figured I'd need to prepare thoroughly once winter arrived. Crack? But anyway, that wasn't important right now. This was the 5th day since I'd resolved to get myself a bed. The process has gone smoothly so far. There were plenty of shady folks doing bad things in the back alleys here, enough that meeting my daily target of 5 was never difficult. I'd swoop down onto the scene, hit them, rob them, and take off. Then I'd repeat the process, over and over. No one had been able to withstand my telekinetic flick attack yet. This was easier than pie, though. I don't plan to fight anyone who can counter it. Thwack. A telekinetic flick struck a man's head like a bolt of lightning. The man, who had been threatening a woman, crumpled to the ground without resistance. Strangely, he had been wearing a motorcycle helmet. But my telekinetic flick was a technique that could strike through even a tiny gap over the crown of the head. A helmet didn't prevent him from being knocked out. With the situation resolved, I naturally approached the unconscious man and rummaged through his belongings. I found a wallet remarkably clean and expensive looking. Is this leather? I could probably sell this to Greg. It was easily the fanciest wallet I had seen in these alleys. Most wallets around here were either rags or made of questionable, low-grade leather. This one was clearly real leather, or at least something close to it. If I sold it, it'd definitely bring me closer to my dream of owning a bed. No, better not. It might leave a trail. Let's just take the cash and leave the wallet. I recall the past incident where I was chased by a vampire over a ring I'd taken. Sure, the chances of getting caught over just a wallet were slim, but small risks often lead to big problems. I decided to play it safe. Stuffing the cash into my pocket, I noticed the woman I'd saved had disappeared. This happened often. About half of those I helped expressed gratitude, but the other half bolted while I was preoccupied. I didn't mind. Whether they thanked me or not, my main concern was the wallets on the ground. Time to move. I prepared to leave the scene quickly, wary of attracting unnecessary attention. But just then, I heard someone approaching the alley at an astonishing speed. Where is it? Where are you, ghost? Thud, thud, thud thud, whoosh, there you are. Finally. A man with soaking wet blonde hair emerged from beyond the alley. His hair, flattened by water, clung to his scalp, with suds visible on his crown. The wet bathrobe draped over his body made it clear he had just been bathing. What, is he? A pervert? Startled by the bizarre sight, I could only blink in confusion. The soaked man pointed a finger at me and shouted, "You're real? I've been searching for you, ghost." Why, though? I instinctively stepped back, bewildered. A man wandering the alleys in such cold weather, dressed like that, his eccentricity was overwhelming, and I wanted nothing to do with him. An original character? No. If my memory is correct, there wasn't anyone like him. If such a unique person had appeared in the original story, I would have remembered. In other words, he was just a random weirdo. This wasn't a situation where conversation was an option. I just want to talk. Wait, stop running away. No thanks. Why would I? Ignoring his plea, I turned and bolted down the alley. Since my running speed was nothing special, I used telekinesis to propel my feet, rapidly accelerating. Within 2 breaths, I had turned a corner and plunged into a deeper alley. Please, don't follow me. I earnestly hoped the man wouldn't chase after me. It wasn't just that I didn't want to attack someone who hadn't done anything wrong. But no matter how I looked at it, avoiding a weirdo wandering around back alleys in nothing but a bathrobe seemed like the best decision. After all, wise people avoid unnecessary fights. Not that I'm calling myself particularly wise or anything. Ah, she's gone. Victor, a bounty hunter and fixer with foam still clinging to his hair, scratched his head awkwardly as he watched the ghost disappear in an instant. What were the odds that word of the ghost would reach him in the middle of a relaxing bath? That was why he'd rushed out in a panic, now left standing there in nothing but his bathrobe, with no equipment at all. A gun. Well, he hadn't planned on using one against the ghost. But at the very least, he should have brought his grappling gun for mobility. Could he even keep up with the ghost like this? He let out a sigh. Mr. Victor, your trademark spiked hair is gone. Without it, you look much greasier than usual. Oh, assistant. Sorry about that. I asked you to act as bait, and now I've gone and lost her. It's fine. It wasn't difficult or anything. Behind him, a tall, lanky woman approached and spoke up. She was Victor's assistant. Her role was to play the part of a victim being attacked by a man, to lure the ghost closer. As an expert in disguise capable of altering her face and body shape, impersonating others came as naturally to her as breathing. Where's the apprentice? He's over there, lying on the ground. Seems like the motorcycle helmet didn't help much. That guy was the apprentice? That ghost must be even stronger than the rumors say. Victor glanced at the apprentice sprawled on the ground with the helmet still on, shaking his head and pressing a hand to his forehead. Despite his current state, the apprentice was a promising talent he had poached from an elite mercenary guild. He was one of the strongest of the rookies, someone whose future seemed incredibly bright, and yet, the ghost had knocked him out in a single blow. Victor mentally adjusted his estimation of the ghost's strength, raising it a notch. Then, he turned to his assistant. Assistant, got any ideas? I'd hate to just give up here. She's probably going to vanish completely after tonight. There is one option. Oh, I knew you'd have something up your sleeve, my brilliant assistant. Victor and his assistant began whispering to each other in the alley, hatching a plan. Several dozen minutes later, in a completely different alley far away, they encountered the ghost again. There you are? Ghost, let's have a conversation. The sudden reappearance of the blonde weirdo, whom she thought she had left behind, startled the ghost. Eyes wide, she bolted deeper into the alley without hesitation. Victor, showing no intention of letting her escape, immediately took off in pursuit. Thus began an unexpected nighttime chase. Underscore 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 underscore. Back before I reincarnated into this fixer world, there was a time I laughed out loud watching a certain short video. The video was simple. Someone would randomly pick a fight with a passerby, then, as if overcome by emotion, strip off their clothes to reveal a ridiculous men's bikini underneath. At this point, most of the people who were picked on would understandably panic and run away. It was the natural reaction. If the person you're arguing with suddenly strips down to a bikini that emphasizes all the wrong places, pride or not, running is the only sensible option. Please, wait. Ghost, I just want to talk to you. Ironically, I feel the same way now. A dripping wet blonde musclehead in a bathrobe chasing me through the back alleys. What kind of horrifying situation is this? I wasn't exaggerating when I thought I might actually have nightmares about this. Thank goodness I can't speak right now, otherwise, I might have screamed. I pushed and pulled myself upward using telekinesis, scaling the walls with finesse to reach the rooftop. Of course, it would have been much easier to just lift my body with telekinesis like I usually did. But with potential witnesses in the area, openly using my powers wasn't a wise choice. Screech, creak, a strange sound echoed behind me. It was a rough, scraping noise, like something grating against a surface. I didn't stop moving, but I turned my head slightly to glance back and there he was. The flying pervert. Ha 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 ha, you're fast, ghost. Flying now? This guy can fly? A flying pervert? I squinted at him, my face full of exhaustion and disbelief. That's when I realized he wasn't actually flying, he was swinging through the air like Tarzan in an old movie, using some kind of grappling gun. A grappling gun? Isn't that something out of a comic book? A grappling gun. I knew about them from my knowledge of the original world. It's a tool that fires an anchor with a rope attached, allowing the user to move quickly in a space full of buildings. In the original story, it was considered an essential piece of equipment for skilled fixers. While it was challenging to use effectively, it provided unmatched mobility when mastered. In other words, despite his ridiculous appearance, this guy was clearly more capable than he looked. I mentally raised the danger level of this blonde weirdo by one notch. If I recall, grappling guns have two key weaknesses. First, they require proper parabolic movement to build speed. Second, they're practically useless on flat ground with no elevation difference. I quickly visualized the layout of the area in my mind. Since I usually traveled by rooftop, the geography of this neighborhood was practically etched into my brain. Time to head to the jungle gym zone. It'll be hard for him to use the grappling gun there. I immediately made a beeline for the dense cluster of buildings with minimal height differences. To climb the exterior walls, he'd have to take a long detour, and once he reached the rooftops, he wouldn't be able to use the grappling gun effectively. This was the perfect route to lose him. As I predicted, the blonde pervert's presence disappeared not long after. Finally, he was gone. Relieved, I gradually slowed down and came to a stop. After briefly scanning my surroundings, I gracefully leapt down into an alley below. That should do it. What a terrifying person. A dripping blonde musclehead in a bathrobe, swinging around with a grappling gun, absolutely horrifying. I shook my head firmly and began walking out of the alley. Or at least, I tried to until I heard that all too familiar sound again, getting closer. Screech, creak, screech, creak. There you are, ghost. Ha 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 ha, let's talk. I hate this guy. Why is he so obsessed with talking to me? He was even wetter than before, probably from sweating, and his bathrobe was now so soaked that his skin showed faintly through it, a disgusting sight that made my eyes want to rot. Without hesitation, I turned and bolted down the alley again, all while confirming a suspicion I'd had earlier. This guy knows my exact location. Since when? How? The second encounter could have been chalked up to coincidence. But 3 times in a row? That was no accident. It was clear that he had some method of tracking me. The only question is, why isn't he hiding that fact? If he waited until I returned to my hideout and ambushed me when I let my guard down, it'd be far more effective. Did he have some other goal? Could it be that he wasn't after revenge for my petty thefts and genuinely wanted to talk? No reason to trust that. Letting your guard down here is a quick way to get stabbed in the back. I recalled a woman I had saved recently. She had approached to thank me, then suddenly fired a crossbow she had hidden on her wrist. Luckily, my telekinetic jamming disrupted the projectile's trajectory, or I might have ended up with a hole in my soft stomach. In this place, blindly trusting someone's words was something only fools who wanted to die would do. It was far better to beat them up and force the truth out of them. This guy seems like a fixer, though. That's a bit concerning. Still, if he's obscure enough to not appear in the original story, he can't be that important. I'll subdue him first and ask questions later. Having made my decision, I stopped running and deactivated my telekinetic jamming. While this ability was great for hiding, it didn't help much in a fight. Better to allocate those resources toward firepower. The blonde pervert seemed to notice the change in me. He gracefully landed on the ground with his grappling gun, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, you've changed your appearance. Is that your true form? You're smaller than I expected. Ah, did I touch a nerve? My apologies. I never imagined the ghost would be so petite. Touch a nerve? Not at all. It's true that I'm small and compact. In fact, it's incredibly efficient. Less food to eat means lower living expenses. Here, that's more of a strength than a weakness. Plus, I've got a pretty face, psychic powers, and no real complaints aside from being unable to talk. Really, no complaints at all. Anyway, whether it bothers me or not, you're getting hit. I clenched my teeth and used telekinesis to grip the air in front of the blonde pervert's forehead. Then, pouring more emotion into it than usual, I delivered a full-force telekinetic flick. What's this? So thunk. Smack. The blonde pervert's head snapped backward from the impact. A perfect sneak attack that exploited his moment of unawareness. Using the data from all my past petty thefts, I was confident that the blonde pervert would be knocked out cold. The force of my telekinetic flick was strong enough to crack glass if it landed properly. It wouldn't be lethal, but it was more than enough to render someone unconscious. Ka-hoo-hoo. That was quite a sting, but my expectations were utterly shattered. To my astonishment, the blonde pervert slowly straightened his head, which had been thrown back from the impact. His forehead, reddened from the flick, was now adorned with a wide grin that revealed his teeth. He withstood that? How thick is his skull? I stared at him in disbelief, eyes wide, unable to comprehend what had just happened. What was that just now? Silent magic? Judging by the force, I'd say it was meant to knock me out. Ha ha ha, you're growing on me, ghost. A pervert who enjoys getting hit? Seriously? Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, I shook off my shock and refocused. If one flick wasn't enough, I'd just have to keep hitting him until he passed out. Drawing on my telekinesis again, I delivered another flick to the exact same spot. HRMP. However, as if anticipating it, the blonde pervert stepped back at the perfect moment, just before the flick landed. The telekinetic blow, having lost its target, harmlessly sliced through the empty air. If I had acted even a fraction faster, I could have readjusted the flick's trajectory. If I'd been any slower, he wouldn't have avoided it at all. It was the absolute perfect timing for an evasion. Only 2 flicks in, and my most reliable technique had been effortlessly countered. My eyebrow twitched in frustration at how futile it had all been. As I thought, there's a subtle shift in sound just before the attack. You're manipulating air, aren't you? Disappearing, moving like you're flying. It's all applications of the same magic. What? What did he just say? With only 2 instances of my telekinetic flick, he had deduced the fundamentals of my ability with eerie accuracy. I gaped at him, stunned by his absurd reasoning skills. Could this actually be the average level of a Night Haven fixer? For a moment, I felt a wave of relief that I'd been so cautious about hiding my telekinesis. That being said, this is bad. The telekinetic flick is the strongest technique I can use without revealing my powers outright. If that doesn't work, what now? This was a crisis. I could try to run away, but my telekinesis had a time limit, and he was somehow tracking me anyway. To figure out how he was tracking me, I'd need to take him down, but I had no means to do that. On top of it all, I couldn't even speak, so negotiating was out of the question. What, should I just show myself and surrender? That was a crazy idea. Not knowing who this guy was, surrendering would be downright reckless. I need something. A flash of inspiration. A stroke of genius that could either help me escape or take him down. At that moment, a gentle breeze brushed against my cheek. The wind rustled a piece of white fabric fluttering in the distance. The breeze must have felt cold on his damp body, as the blonde pervert took a moment to retie the belt of his slightly loosened bathrobe. The wind, the bathrobe-clad pervert, and his mysterious tracking method. An idea suddenly lit up in my mind like a spark. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Underscore. With his ruggedly handsome features, sculpted muscles like a marble statue, and status as a top-ranked fixer, Victor was a star among his peers. In the bounty hunting world, he boasted a near 90% success rate, a fixer of trust and reliability, holding the prestigious title of a double-number fixer. In the past, his reputation as the Mage Killer stemmed from his ability to eliminate dangerous spellcasters who could tilt the tide of battle. Now, however, drenched from head to toe and wearing only a bathrobe, he found himself reduced to being mistaken as a weirdo. Victor forced a grin, enduring the throbbing pain in his forehead as he thought. That attack. A few more of those, and my skull might actually crack like a watermelon. Being able to unleash magic like that without an incantation? She's a ridiculous monster. The sheer power hidden within the ghost made even someone like him feel uneasy. True, Victor had rushed out mid-bath, armed with nothing but a borrowed grappling gun. But even so, as an enhanced human, his body surpassed ordinary humans in every way: nerves, muscles, and bones. He could shrug off bullets with mere scratches and lift cars with his bare hands. And yet, the ghost was firing off magic so powerful it made even him feel vulnerable. If she had a capable bodyguard backing her up, her potential would be overwhelming. It seemed like a waste for someone like her to remain hidden in the underworld. I like you even more, ghost. You want to show me your strength? Fine, I'll take you down with everything I've got. Victor's muscles pulsed, their definition becoming more prominent as his body surged with power. He resembled an unstoppable bull, charging forward with incredible momentum. Of course, his translucent bathrobe made the sight utterly appalling to the ghost, but Victor either didn't notice or didn't care. He simply laughed as he sprinted toward her. The one good thing is that his attacks are easy to predict. strong power, but very simple patterns. A typical flaw of mages. Victor dodged the ghost's occasional probing attacks with ease, observing and learning her patterns. When he tried to close the distance, she would retreat and counterattack. This meant she wasn't a stationary turret-type mage who needed full concentration to cast her spells. The way she anticipated his movements and prepared spells along his route indicated a more versatile magic style. Her attacks took at least 0.3 seconds to connect from the initial trigger. While she could delay that gap intentionally, she couldn't shorten it any further. Her movements sometimes exhibited physically impossible speed, meaning she relied heavily on her magic to assist her body. Her actual physical abilities were likely weak. I see it. 3 moves ahead, and checkmate. Victor calculated all his options and hers. Based on every possible variable, he determined the shortest path to victory. Unless the ghost revealed something entirely unexpected, the battle would be decided in 3 moves. This ability to predict and counter every conceivable outcome was why Victor earned the moniker of Mage Killer. Move 1. The ghost leapt off the ground, scaling the building's exterior wall to reach the rooftop. Victor followed instantly, hooking his grappling gun onto the wall and pulling himself up after her. Move 2. On the rooftop, the ghost positioned herself with a ventilation unit behind her, facing Victor. Victor, now on the roof as well, charged at her with enough force to crack the ground beneath him. Move 3. The ghost stood still, not making any moves as Victor closed the 7-step gap between them. Confident in his victory, Victor lunged forward. But just as he was about to claim victory, a powerful gust of wind swept over the rooftop, enveloping both of them. The ghost's white cloth shot toward Victor at incredible speed, propelled by the sudden wind. Telekinesis was a highly versatile power, but it wasn't flawless. It lacked precision, like trying to manipulate objects while wearing thick gloves. At most, the ghost could control 2 or 3 objects at a time, and manipulating something with speed was difficult. While telekinesis could be used to throw objects to gain speed, it also meant losing control of the object entirely, like throwing a baseball out of reach. This made fighting someone with Victor's reflexes incredibly difficult. Her telekinesis lacked the speed to outpace him, and a simple throw would be too predictable. Which is why I needed a way to maintain control while gaining speed. The powerful gusts from the ventilation unit behind her blasted out, pushing against her back with force equivalent to a 40 km/h wind. These rooftop ventilation systems were crucial for large, dense buildings like those in the jungle gym district. The ghost had used her telekinesis to tweak the ventilation unit's internal structure, directing the wind toward herself and Victor. The wind alone wouldn't phase Victor. It wasn't strong enough to unbalance someone of his stature. But the ghost wasn't relying on the wind to harm him. As Victor charged forward, the ghost slipped out of her white cloth and flung it directly into the wind. The lightweight fabric flew at the same speed as the wind, making it almost impossible for Victor to dodge. As expected, Victor's incredible reflexes allowed him to realize there was no body beneath the cloth in mere moments. He began adjusting his movements to change course. But the ghost had anticipated even this. The cloth is still within my telekinetic range. The trajectory of the white cloth suddenly veered sharply, defying the wind's natural direction. Telekinesis added its own force, wrapping the fabric tightly around Victor's head. Caught off guard, Victor struggled to tear the cloth away, but the ghost's telekinesis made it impossible to remove. At the same time, the ghost retrieved something from her pocket and scattered it into the air. The scattered object was paper bills. The ghost's entire earnings from the day, enough to survive for at least 2 days. If he's tracking me, the method must involve either the cloth or the money. Unsure of which one was the culprit, the ghost decided to discard both at once. Between a few scraps of cash and her safety, the choice was obvious. Riding the wind, the shredded bills spun toward Victor with telekinetic force, turning them into razor-sharp projectiles. Ugh. Victor, sensing the incoming threat, abandoned his attempt to remove the cloth and instead covered his vital areas. This defensive posture left him wide open. With perfect timing, the ghost condensed her telekinetic energy into a tight, ball-like form and slammed it into Victor's chest. Thrown off balance, Victor couldn't resist the force. He toppled backward off the rooftop. In mere seconds, a perfectly executed sequence of attacks had sent the blonde pervert plummeting to the ground below. It worked? Time to get out of here? Exhausted from pushing her focus to the limit, the ghost hurriedly fled the scene, slipping on a goblin mask to conceal her face. Though her cloth was gone, making her feel oddly exposed, she didn't stop until she was far away. Whether it was the discarded money or Victor's fall, there were no signs of pursuit after that. Later, at her hideout, the ghost collapsed from exhaustion. No more theft for a while. Today has been a grueling, traumatic day. Meanwhile, Victor emerged from a pile of garbage bags where he had landed, tearing away the cloth wrapped around his head. I've got a 5-second delay. If I move now, I can still catch her? Victor assessed his surroundings, preparing to give chase again only to realize his situation. Wait, my clothes. The bathrobe, already barely functional, had been reduced to strips. The absence of anything covering his lower half was troubling. The final attack, was it to steal my clothes? Victor's face reddened as he looked around for anything to cover himself. But there was nothing nearby that could even pretend to be clothing. Victor imagined the headlines. Double number fixer runs across rooftops naked in the dead of night. He shuddered at the thought. Ha 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 ha, if I keep running around like this, I'll end up arrested instead of catching the ghost. I've lost. What an absurd opponent. Victor admitted defeat with surprising grace. Despite his loss, he couldn't help but marvel at the creativity of the ghost's tactics. As he reflected, however, something nagged at him. When the ghost had thrown off her cloth, there had been a brief glimpse of her underneath. Victor's memory was sharp, and he was certain of what he had seen. She looked like a child. Don't tell me, another victim of the city's darkness. Victor's expression grew somber as he gazed at the night sky, lost in thought. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Underscore 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 underscore. When Victor, having lost the ghost, sat lost in rare deep thought, the sound of footsteps clicking against the pavement outside the alley suddenly caught his attention. It was the familiar sound of high heels. As he lifted his head, he saw his assistant standing there with a look of utter disdain in her eyes. Mr. Victor, or should I say, pervert. What on earth is that look? Assistant. Would you happen to have brought some clothes for me? As you can see, I got hit harder than I expected. I thought this might happen, so I did bring something, but I don't think you will need full combat gear. The assistant handed Victor a thick coat, though she couldn't completely hide her astonishment. Even though the ghost had disappeared, Victor hadn't given up the chase. Scattered bills littered the ground around him, an undeniable clue to what had transpired. Was the operation a failure? As the weight of the situation settled in, the woman's sharp eyes narrowed in frustration. A disappointing outcome. If we had more time with the tracker, we wouldn't have needed to rush after it so desperately. Well, you can't expect a film device to have a long duration. If its appearance were more conspicuous, the ghost would have noticed right away. Victor shook his head lightly, as if to comfort his disheartened assistant. Their method for pinpointing the ghost's location had been simple. When the ghost attacked the apprentice earlier, Victor had slipped a counterfeit bill with a film-shaped tracker attached into the apprentice's wallet. The tracker, however, had its limitations. It couldn't house a battery, which meant they could only track the ghost for 4 hours. If the tracker lost its signal unexpectedly during that time, they'd have no choice but to wait endlessly in the alleys for another opportunity to encounter the ghost. Because of this urgency, Victor had been forced to chase the ghost, clad only in his bathrobe, determined to finish the mission. So, how do you plan to explain this to the client, Mr. Pervert? The request was to either capture the ghost or uncover its identity. You've failed on both fronts. That is a problem. Could I blame it on an unexpectedly formidable opponent? Or perhaps just bad luck? None of this would have happened if someone hadn't decided to take a bath right before the operation. Ugh, don't press on my forehead like that. It hurts. Victor avoided the assistant's pressing gaze, though the situation was clear. If he hadn't been in a robe at least wearing proper clothes, he wouldn't have been outmaneuvered so easily by the ghost. For someone with a 90% success rate in his assignments, this failure wasn't just embarrassing, it was a significant blow to his reputation. Well, it's meaningless to argue over it now. Honestly, I thought you could succeed even naked, Mr. Pervert. Ahem. Sorry for not living up to your faith. But what's done is done. Dwelling on past mistakes was fruitless. The assistant, with her professional mindset, pressed her temples to calm herself before addressing him again. So, what was your impression of the ghost? It was practically like an overly eager peacock courting you. Their every move was commendable. A rare gem in this city, I'd say. From just a brief encounter, I could tell they possessed exceptional skill, unwavering conviction, and formidable mental strength. That sounds impressive. Were they really that highly skilled? Oh, absolutely. I wish our apprentice could emulate even half of what that ghost is. I'd love to collaborate with them, if only I had the chance. Victor's praise for the ghost was entirely genuine, stemming from several observations. Despite operating in the underworld, a place steeped in selfishness, the ghost helped others without expecting anything in return, only to vanish immediately afterward. The ghost also displayed outstanding abilities. Whether the opponent was a mere thug or a dangerous vampire, they only subdued them, never overstepping bounds. Even at the very last moment, when Victor fell from the rooftop, he landed in a garbage heap filled with soft trash bags, as if the ghost had calculated his safety. Their nature, much closer to the outside world than the underworld, made it impossible for Victor not to admire them. Truthfully, I wish I had more time to spend on this. That's not an option. You have to leave this city the day after tomorrow. Of course. Victor scratched the back of his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, he had a prior assignment from over a month ago, requiring him to leave Nighthaven soon. This job was something he had accepted casually, intending only to fill time. He couldn't afford to dedicate any more effort to it. If only he'd known, he might have cleared his schedule. After some deliberation, Victor let out a resigned sigh and muttered, In that case, I'll have to leave this to a trustworthy friend. Mr. Pervert. No, Victor. Do you have friends? Hearing that with such a serious face hurts a bit. Well, let's call them an old comrade. Victor glanced at his assistant's skeptical expression and continued. Have you ever heard of Raven? Victor smirked, his thoughts filled with the joy of seeing an old comrade. He was confident that Raven could handle the ghost. If the ghost, now unknowingly entrusted to Raven, had learned about this development, they might have screamed internally, wait, that's the protagonist. But for now, no one was aware of such irony. The wheels of fate continued to turn. A few minutes later, in the Western Labyrinth, the largest beastkin faction, the Black Bamboo Society, had just received Victor's report. As soon as Wang Qian, the leader of the organization, heard the result, her long rabbit ears stood up sharply, and she let out a piercing shriek. What? Victor, a double number failed to catch that ghost. Why did something like that have to appear in our territory? I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Her reaction was akin to someone spotting an infestation of cockroaches in their newly moved-in home. It was clear how much she despised the news. Miss, please calm down and maintain your composure, one of her subordinates said. See, calm down? How can I possibly calm down? The man who can single-handedly destroy a battleship just gave up? This means an absurd, walking bomb has entered our territory. Despite being the leader of a notorious organization in the underworld, Wang Qian's timid personality betrayed her position. This utterly despairing news made her want to cry on the spot. What is a double number fixer? A double number fixer was a designation for those ranked in the top 2 digits of over 10,000 registered fixers worldwide. These individuals were practically myths, boasting feats like sinking massive warships single-handedly decimating armies of an entire nation, bringing cities to near total ruin. These were beings who defied human limits, more akin to superhumans or monsters. To someone like Wang Qian, who only inherited her position due to her father's influence, such people were the stuff of nightmares. And now, to hear that even a named double number fixer like Victor had failed? This could only mean that the ghost was equally monstrous and unthinkable being. How? What do I do now, miss? But Victor failed? What are we supposed to do? We're all going to die. The ghost is going to rip us apart and suck out our guts. Miss, please. The scene was a disgraceful one, far from what one would expect of a leader. Her subordinate, a lizardman beastkin, sighed before grabbing Wang Qian's long ears and pulling hard from behind. Ow, ow. I'm sorry, I'll pull myself together. I promise. Please listen carefully. According to Victor, the ghost seems to have a relatively moderate disposition. Most of the victims so far were low-grade thugs or vampires. Victor also estimates the ghost to be roughly at the level of a triple number fixer. Ugh. Even if it's just a triple number, they're still dangerous. Yes, but there's a significant gap between double and triple numbers. The ghost is unlikely to be as dangerous as you fear. The lizardman subordinate calmly assessed the situation. The ghost hadn't exhibited excessively destructive tendencies so far. In 3 months of activity, no one had suffered injuries beyond unconsciousness. Even then, those affected were low-life thugs or petty vampires known for bullying others. While a double number fixer was akin to a walking missile or a tactical weapon, a triple number fixer was more manageable. With the right conditions, even common underworld figures could potentially overcome them. The lizardman decided it was time to turn the tables. Miss, we should spread some bad rumors about the ghost. Bad rumors? Yes. Then, we'll demand that the ghost reveal their identity to dispel them. But, do you think the ghost will comply? They don't have to. If they refuse, it gives us an excuse to claim the rumors are true and put a bounty on them. The lizardman's reasoning was straightforward. Even if the ghost's victims had deserved their punishment, the Black Bamboo Society couldn't tolerate someone operating unchecked in their territory. The more people the ghost helped, the weaker the society's influence in the Western Labyrinth would become. Thus, the lizardman's solution was to subtly spread rumors about the ghost's alleged wrongdoing. Using those rumors as justification, they could demand the ghost's identity. If the ghost revealed themselves, it would be a win. If not, they could leverage the rumors to place a bounty on the ghost. Once the bounty was public, mercenaries and bounty hunters from outside the labyrinth would inevitably be drawn in, tightening the net around the ghost. Fine, we'll do that, Wang Qian said, steadying her nerves. Sorry, ghost, but we're going to spread some bad rumors about you. After pulling herself together, Wang Qian ordered her beastkin network to spread stories suggesting the ghost might not be as benevolent as they seemed. She also issued a proclamation under the Black Bamboo Society's name. Within 1 week, the ghost must appear before the society to clarify the rumors or face consequences. Though there was minor backlash from those who had been helped by the ghost, the society's influence prevailed. When the week passed without the ghost showing up, the society officially placed a bounty on them for capture. This marked the moment, 3 months into her second life, that she became a wanted criminal. What? This can't be real. Why am I worth this much? I could buy 40 beds with that money. To the ghost, the bounty was an unfair bolt from the blue. Meanwhile, as word of the ghost's bounty spread through the underworld, a pale-faced man grabbed one of the wanted posters, crumpling it in his fist with a fierce scowl. So, this is the one who crushed our grand plan. The man's name was Draco. He was the leader of Bloody Pool, the faction behind the ghouls and vampires that the ghost had dismantled. Draco's ambitious plan to unleash countless ghouls, enslave masses through blood, and establish new vampire territory had been utterly destroyed. Worse, his hideout had been exposed, forcing him to flee Nighthaven. Though backing down temporarily was the smarter move, his pride wouldn't allow it. Instead, he swore revenge. I'll deliver bloody vengeance on this dim underworld and everything in it. And so, while the Black Bamboo Society trembled, bounty hunters clamored for an extraordinary reward, and a vampire leader vowed revenge, the ghost herself was grappling with overwhelming embarrassment. This is mortifying. I want to die. Why is this happening to me? The source of her distress. She was currently wearing an incredibly humiliating maid costume, entirely against her will. To understand why, we need to go back a week. It happened about a week after she had escaped from the pervert. TL note, rate us on novel UPDA. Underscore 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 underscore. There's no one in this world who doesn't know the importance of money. Even a 5-year-old child, who's barely grown their first few hairs, understands that. As people grow older and start working, most come to realize the harsh truth. Earning money is excruciatingly difficult and exhausting. Unless you were born into privilege or happen to win the lottery by sheer luck. Earning money requires you to continuously create equivalent value. Because of this, one must always remember how precious money is whenever spending it. Fail to do so, and one day, you'll be left with nothing but deep regret. I'm broke. I could have sworn I had a decent buffer of cash. Clink. Inside the empty can, a few coins rolled around weakly. 2 1 credit coins and 1 5 credit coin, a total of 7 credits. That was the change left over from the deluxe chocolate croissant I'd had for lunch today. Not enough for a full meal. Not even enough for a pack of gum. Yet, this was all the money I had in the world. Overwhelmed by self-loathing, I covered my face with both hands and rolled around on the bed. Why did the baker have to release a limited edition special menu now of all times? Of course, the baker wasn't at fault. With business booming lately, he'd simply used his newfound resources to ambitiously create a limited run product. It was my own stupid choice falling for temptation and blowing all my money. But still, how could anyone resist that massive golden croissant, gleaming like it was glazed in honey? Half in resignation, half in self-reproach, I ended up crumpling the edge of the bed with telekinesis. Then, feeling dejected, I held my head in my hands and mulled over my situation. Sigh. I never used to care that much about food. But ever since I got this body, it's like I can't control my appetite. Especially these days it's getting worse. Back when I first landed in the underworld, a single hamburger a day was enough to fill me up. But the more I used my telekinesis, the hungrier I seemed to get. Over time, my meals quickly grew from 1 a day to 2, then from 2 to 3. It all happened in the blink of an eye. At this rate, I'd end up becoming a pig with a big round belly. Ugh, well, I guess eating well is good for me. Maybe this tiny body of mine will finally grow taller. But more importantly, I've spent all the money I saved up. That's the real problem. I glanced up at the dirty calendar hanging on the wall. Today marked 1 week since the nighttime chase with that blonde pervert. For the past week, I've minimized my time outside. If I ran into that creep again in the back alleys, I wasn't confident I'd be able to lose him this time. Naturally, I'd also put a complete stop to my one source of income, stealing bits and pieces here and there. With nothing coming in, I'd spent my days doing nothing but burning through my funds. Thankfully, I had saved up a bit of money to buy a bed, so I hadn't starved right away. But it seemed that even that buffer had now reached its limit. I had to do something. Anything. Maybe, just today. Just for a little while, I could try picking a few pockets again. The thought crept into my mind cautiously. After all, finding work outside seemed nearly impossible for me. I'd have to hide my body or at least cover my face to do any kind of job. In a city like this, my appearance drew too much attention. But what employer would hire someone who kept their identity completely hidden? And if that someone couldn't even speak and didn't know the first thing about the world, I'd kick myself out in a heartbeat. On top of that, I was a walking empty can, useless without my telekinesis. Yet, using my powers openly came with too many risks. In the end, no matter how I turned it over in my mind, the only viable option was petty theft. Oh, why not just outright steal goods or rob every person you come across, you ask? Unfortunately, that would be the absolute worst decision. In this city, there were countless people stronger than me. Why hand them a reason to beat me senseless? Honestly, my chances of surviving a bungee jump off a skyscraper without a cord were probably higher. Sigh. If only I could speak. There'd be so much more I could do. I never realized how frustrating it is to be mute. Ultimately, no matter how I turned it over in my mind, I always circled back to the same conclusion. Petty theft was my only option. I suppressed the creeping sense of unease and tried to calm myself. But it had already been a week. Surely the blonde pervert wasn't still lurking around. And even if I did run into him again, there was nothing I could do about it. After all, starving to death wasn't exactly an option. With those thoughts, I pushed down my rising fear. Wrapping myself in the new fabric I had found, I leaped lightly across the Western Labyrinth's night skyline. Kaya. Found you. A bad person. The underworld of Nighthaven hadn't changed at all in my absence. As usual, it didn't take long to find a bad person ripe for some light pickpocketing. I silently descended into the back alley, and with my telekinesis, I easily subdued the bad guy with a gentle tap. As he collapsed to the ground, I moved to pull the wallet from his pocket. But before I could even touch it, I heard the sound of multiple footsteps rushing toward me. Found it? It's the real ghost. Kahiha, we've gotta catch it alive. Woohoo, the 700,000 credit bounty is mine. What the? I instinctively took a step back when I saw the group charging toward me. They looked like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie, with mohawks and suspicious grins. And it wasn't just a couple of them. The alley was packed with people. I didn't even have time to grab the fallen man's wallet. Instead, I turned and fled as fast as I could. Thankfully, none of them were as skilled as the blonde pervert, so I managed to shake them off quickly. But something was definitely wrong. What's going on? Flustered, I paused my pickpocketing spree and watched the alleys from a rooftop. Kaya. Is it the ghost? Damn it, no, it's not. Who the hell dumped a helltoad in the back alleys? Those guys with the spiked hair spotted it earlier? The ghost must be real. 700,000 credits, where are you? Kihihiha. The back alleys were crawling with an unusually large number of different species. An alligator-like humanoid with a sword, a dwarf with spiky Hihachi-style hair, and even a fishman wearing a fishbowl helmet. They were so diverse that I couldn't even tell what they had in common. These bounty hunters would respond instantly to screams or noise, rushing en masse to wherever it came from. Listening to their conversations, I quickly realized what was going on. They were bounty hunters. And there was a 700,000 credit bounty on me. 700,000 credits. That kind of money was enough to live comfortably for a whole year without lifting a finger. Judging by their frenzied reactions, it was no wonder the bounty hunters were going wild. There's no way I can pickpocket like this. To be honest, none of the bounty hunters seemed particularly strong. From the way they fought with the back alley thugs, they were only slightly tougher than the average person. But their sheer numbers. There were just too many of them. How bad was it? So bad that by the time I found a bad person to steal from, the bounty hunters had already dealt with them first. I couldn't even wander around at night safely, let alone pickpocket. Ugh, this is bad. I didn't see this coming at all. This was entirely beyond my expectations. Even if I had predicted trouble, I would have expected the blonde pervert to still be stalking around. Who could have imagined the back alleys would be overflowing with bounty hunters? My grand plan to earn money through pickpocketing was now in shambles. What do I do now? Growl. Apparently, my tiny stomach didn't care about my worries and demanded food instead. Of course, it couldn't have been a better time. Feeling despondent, I trudged aimlessly through the labyrinth with my shoulders slumped. How did I end up here? Eventually, I realized I had wandered near Greg's general store. Perhaps it was because this area was relatively quiet and seldom visited by bounty hunters. Subconsciously, my steps had led me here. Quiet was nice, but I didn't have anything to sell right now, and I didn't want to risk getting too involved with a main character like Greg unnecessarily. Making up my mind, I turned to leave without hesitation. That is, until a certain scent stopped me in my tracks. Ugh, this smell. Barbecue. It was a form of violence. To someone as hungry as me, it was like being leashed by the neck, a brutal assault of fragrant, meaty aroma. The savory, tantalizing scent was so overwhelming that it made me drool uncontrollably. No. Greg is just a trustworthy trading partner. I can't risk creating unnecessary ties like this. Is that the ghost? Have you come to trade? By the time I came to my senses, I was no longer on the rooftop. Instead, I found myself standing at Greg's shop door, which was half open. I couldn't believe myself. I'd actually caved to the smell of meat. Overwhelmed by shame and self-reproach, I clenched my eyes shut and lowered my head. Greg, noticing my sudden appearance, walked over with a puzzled expression. Growl. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from my stomach. The sound was so loud that I felt like my entire body had been drained of blood, leaving me trembling with embarrassment. Would you like to eat something? Greg, seeming to understand my condition, offered cautiously. An orc sharing their food. It was so gentlemanly that it nearly brought me to tears. TL note, rate us on novel updates. Underscore. Greg Visk. He was, in many ways, an anomaly among orcs. What were orcs usually known for? They were dirty, savage, and incomparably ignorant. They were ridiculously strong, with tempers that flared at the drop of a hat. In fact, statistics showed that about 30% of crimes committed by non-human species were by orcs, but Greg had been different from other orcs since birth. He loathed filth, preferred books over clubs, and enjoyed quiet cafes far more than raucous banquets. So, it was no surprise that he left orc society without a shred of hesitation as soon as he came of age. Why you reapplying to our company? Yes. But, you're an orc. Unfortunately, being born an orc created enormous obstacles for him. Perhaps it was because he was the son of an orc warlord. Greg stood over 2 meters tall, weighed in the triple digits, and had an imposing frame. Though his mother, a beauty by orc standards, had softened his facial features. His green-tinted skin and protruding tusks still screamed orc. No matter how capable or composed Greg was, people who harbored prejudice against orcs flatly refused to hire him. Living in the city isn't easy. How long have I been stuck in the same place? Hey, you there? Green pig, hand over everything you've got. Oh, is this a robbery? What happens if I don't comply? Then I'll use this knife to turn your guts into dog food, you ack. It seems this dull knife can't even scratch my skin. Well, good. Take me to your hideout. Thus, to avoid starving in Night Haven, Greg had no choice but to step into the underworld. With the overwhelming physical attributes inherited from his father and his natural composure, Greg quickly rose as a dark horse in the underworld. Boss, what's next? Should we topple another organization? I'm done. I've had enough. From now on, handle things yourselves. Boss? But life in the underworld never suited Greg. It was a place where the strong trampled the weak and lived however they pleased. In essence, it wasn't much different from the orc tribe he had left behind. What Greg wanted was a quiet life, one free from violence and schemes, where he could enjoy his hobbies. So, when he'd earned enough money, He left the underworld without hesitation. Using most of his savings, Greg set up a shop in the gray zone, the boundary between the underworld and the outside world. The shop's name was Greg's General Store. Naturally, it didn't attract many customers, and it didn't earn him nearly as much as his days as an underworld enforcer. But Greg loved the time he spent here. The shop was quiet and peaceful, rarely involved in any incidents. And when the occasional customer did visit, it brought just the right amount of excitement to his life. Don't hold back. Eat as much as you want. There's plenty. Greg silently observed the white cloth hungrily devouring the barbecue in front of him. The ghost. This figure had recently become quite the sensation in the underworld. Their presence alone acted as a deterrent to troublemakers in a place riddled with chaos. They had flushed out troublesome vampires, forcing them into the spotlight. Rumors claimed they had even escaped from a double-number fixer's trap with ease. With their unique appearance and dramatic exploits, it was no wonder they had gained such notoriety. Lately, however, more malicious rumors had surfaced. Stories of the ghost nearly killing innocent bystanders, trading dangerous drugs, or dealing in illegal enhancement substances. These rumors prompted the Black Bamboo Society to place a bounty of 700,000 credits for their live capture. Now, the ghost was the hottest topic in the underworld, a ticking time bomb, so to speak. Doesn't match the character I know. Greg, having had prior dealings with the ghost, didn't believe the recent bad rumors. If they were the type to harm innocents or deal in drugs, the underworld would have been buzzing with such stories long ago. What troubled Greg even more was the timing. The spread of bad rumors about the ghost coincided suspiciously with the story of them escaping a double-number fixer. It felt orchestrated, as though someone was intentionally driving this narrative. Greg's experience told him exactly where to look for the culprit. The Black Bamboo Society, or more specifically, that scheming lizard underling, not the cowardly rabbit leader. They're trying to suppress the ghost's influence. It made sense. The Black Bamboo Society was a fledgling organization, barely 5 years old in the Western Labyrinth. After the death of the Rabbit King, Wang Wei, his daughter had hastily taken over as leader. Rival factions were constantly watching for opportunities to exploit their instability. Then came the ghost, shaking the Black Bamboo Society's already fragile standing. Panicked, they'd resorted to desperate measures. I don't like their approach. While their method might seem reasonable to others, Greg found it deeply unpleasant. Falsifying someone's deeds to frame them as an enemy for personal gain. He'd suffered from such tactics countless times during his time in the underworld. The memory alone made Greg furrow his brow. It was at that moment that Greg noticed the ghost approaching. What is it? The ghost rummaged through their belongings before suddenly extending a thin, delicate arm from beneath the white cloth. It seemed as though they wanted Greg to take something. When Greg reached out with his broad, thick hand, a small piece of paper fell into his palm. This is a bread coupon. You're giving this as a gift? I didn't expect any repayment, but, thank you. A bread coupon. Greg couldn't help but chuckle at the ghost's unexpectedly trivial gesture. The coupon, which looked like it might blow away in the wind, was perfectly crisp and unwrinkled, as though it had been carefully preserved. Its lingering warmth suggested they had been holding it close just moments ago. The sight brought an odd sense of delight to Greg. Studying the coupon for a moment, Greg looked back at the ghost with a serious expression. Ghost, the bounty on your head is 700,000 credits, right? That must be quite troublesome. Calm down. I'm not planning to turn you in. Startled by the mention of the bounty, the ghost leapt slightly into the air, but Greg quickly clarified to ease her nerves. You don't look like you've been eating properly. Is that right? If you help out around here, I'll let you stay hidden until things cool down. The bounty hunters rarely come this way, so it should be a good place to lay low. And why would I do this? Well, let's just say I don't particularly like the Black Bamboo Society. The ghost tilted her head curiously, as if to ask what he meant, or nodded in tentative agreement. Finally, she seemed to ponder his proposal deeply. Surprisingly transparent for someone in the underworld. Greg couldn't help but be fascinated. Even though the ghost's face and body were entirely obscured, her emotions were plain to see. In a place like the underworld, where one had to hide daggers behind smiles to survive, such openness was a rarity. Eventually, the ghost made her decision. She began hopping up and down, signaling her acceptance of Greg's offer. Considering the labyrinth was swarming with bounty hunters, the ghost likely saw this as her best option. With their agreement finalized, Greg, now her employer, wasted no time assigning her first task. Well then, you should take off that cloth. Wearing it is basically advertising that you're the ghost. The ghost froze in place as though she had turned to stone, clearly shocked by his suggestion. After a few moments of hesitation, she seemed to acknowledge the logic in his words. Slowly, she began to remove the white cloth she'd been wrapped in. When the ghost finally unveiled herself, Greg's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. The ghost is a young girl. Her hair, long and silken, flowed like white threads down to her waist. Her skin was soft and pale, with dainty arms and legs. The shoulder that peeked out from her clothes was so slender it looked almost frail. Though her face was hidden beneath a goblin mask, her overall proportions were strikingly delicate and undeniably those of a young girl. Greg stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking. This could bring in some money. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that people often avoid my store because it's run by an orc. Having you around might help with that. Greg hurriedly clarified, waving his hands in a panic as the ghost instinctively covered herself with both arms. The scene could have easily been mistaken for something far more sinister, but fortunately, the ghost didn't seem to misunderstand. She simply nodded as if to say she understood. The clothes you're wearing, are those pajamas? You'll need something else to wear while you're working. No other clothes? Wait a moment. Greg stood and walked over to the ghost, briefly measuring her height with his hand before heading into the back of the store. After a short while, Greg returned carrying a pile of clothes in his arms. A while back, an eccentric old scientist came by. He said he wanted to dress up a beautiful android he was building. But after a while, he decided the parts weren't good enough and left this behind. I don't have a hobby of collecting clothes like this, so don't get the wrong idea. The ghost tilted her head in confusion but accepted the clothes from the sheepish Greg. As a general store that sold a little of everything, it wasn't odd to have clothing in stock. She seemed to be mulling this over, though she wasn't overly suspicious. But when she unfolded the clothes and saw what they were, the ghost froze like a statue. The outfit was unmistakable. It was a casual maid uniform, the kind you'd expect to see in a maid cafe. What is this? You want me to wear this? The ghost looked at Greg, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Underscore 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 underscore. In truth, even though I had reincarnated as an extraordinary beauty, I had yet to fully grasp the reality of it. Sure, on my first day in this world, I'd received all sorts of flirtatious glances in the city. But at the time, my mind had been in chaos, overwhelmed by the fact that I had landed in the world of fixers. After that, I had taken to wrapping myself completely in cloth, concealing my appearance entirely. Up to now, I had only ever been treated as a suspicious, shrouded figure, not as a beautiful girl, or even as a child. Not having much opportunity to look in a mirror, I'd gradually stopped thinking about my appearance altogether. Maybe that's why, when I removed the cloth in Greg's store and stood in front of a proper mirror for the first time in ages, I was overcome with an unexplainable embarrassment. Ugh, this feels weird. Without the cloth, I feel like I'm naked or something. It was like spending 6 months always wearing a mask whenever I went outside, then suddenly going out without one. Without the usual cloth covering my body, my figure was fully revealed, making me overly conscious of myself. I felt awkward, like my movements were stiff and clunky. Okay, deep breaths. Calm down. It's not a big deal, right? I still have this goblin mask on my face. It's not like I look hideous or anything. I fidgeted with the ugly goblin mask covering my face, adjusting it unnecessarily. The mask, with its crooked nose and uneven, battered features, was currently my last line of defense against a mental breakdown. Now, the real problem is this. Feeling a bit more composed, I turned my head to glance at the clothes hanging on the chair. It was a maid outfit, black fabric adorned with white frills. The set included a dress, an apron, stockings, and even a headband. When I carefully picked up the clothes, holding them up to examine them, I realized they were perfectly sized for my small frame. How is my first change of clothes in this world this costume? Going straight from hospital scrubs to a maid outfit felt overwhelming. My thoughts were spinning. Wasn't there supposed to be a gradual process to ease into something like this? For example, starting with gender-neutral clothes to lower the psychological hurdle, then slowly working towards something more comfortable? This was like giving a level 1 adventurer a stick with 10 attack power and sending them to fight a terrifying demon lord threatening the village. There's no way I can refuse now, right? But I had no choice. With a massive bounty on my head, staying and working at Greg's store was the safest option. It would be ungrateful, even immoral, to reject his kindness by refusing to wear proper clothes for work. I did glance hopefully at Greg, silently asking if there were other options, but no luck. Given that Greg's store specialized in strange items from the underworld, the only child-sized clothing available was this maid outfit left behind by that eccentric scientist for his android. Alright, let's think positively. At least it's not an absurdly ridiculous cosplay outfit. It's more of a classic, simple maid uniform, right? After much inner conflict, I finally decided to wear the outfit. With a deep breath, I removed my loose hospital gown and began putting on the maid uniform piece by piece. The soft fabric, smooth as my own hair, tickled my skin as I slipped it on. The material was so high quality that I couldn't help but marvel at how luxurious it felt to the touch. Alright, all done. Let's skip the headband. I'm not a real maid, after all. Feeling oddly comfortable in the snug yet non-restrictive outfit, I stepped in front of the oversized full-length mirror, which was clearly made for Greg's towering frame. In the mirror stood a maid with snow-white skin, looking as if she had stepped out of a painting. Her complexion was so flawless, like freshly steamed rice cakes, that she seemed more like an expensive doll than a person. I stared blankly at my reflection, entranced. Then, as if drawn by a magnetic force, I hesitantly removed the goblin mask from my face. Gasp. The girl staring back at me in the mirror left me utterly speechless. She was breathtakingly beautiful, to the point that I instinctively covered my face with the goblin mask again. This is better. My own face is too cute, it's shocking. Even with the loose hospital gown, people had stopped me in the streets, enchanted by my face. Now that I was wearing properly fitted clothes, my cuteness stood out even more. It wasn't just human-level beauty, it was inhuman, almost divine, like something crafted from sugar and snowflakes. I'm scared of how pretty I look. Is this really my face? To shake off the unease, I thrust both arms into the air in a silly, triumphant pose. Ha-cha, ha-cha. If I didn't do something goofy, I felt like I might lose myself in my own reflection. As if sensing my flustered state, Greg knocked on the door and entered the room. All dressed. It suits you well. Though, that goblin mask doesn't really match. Maybe take it off. Cough, fine. If you're that against it, how about a different mask instead of the goblin one? A different mask? I had been shaking my head fervently in protest, but his suggestion made me pause. Now that I thought about it, I had no particular attachment to the goblin mask. As long as my face was covered, I wouldn't mind wearing something else, even a dried squid. Besides, the goblin mask might actually scare off customers. Good, you agree. I'll bring some options. Greg disappeared into the store's back room and returned shortly with an assortment of masks. Pick any one you like. Consider it a small employee benefit. Employee benefits already? His comment left me with mixed feelings, but I focused on the masks he presented. One of them caught my eye immediately. You like the fox mask? Good choice. What drew my attention was a white fox mask with delicate features painted in purple. It matched perfectly with my hair and eye color, and most importantly, it was cute. Greg handed me the fox mask with a satisfied expression, and I quickly swapped out the goblin mask for it. The moment I put it on, I blinked in surprise. Is this an artifact? Even though I'm wearing a mask, my field of vision feels wider. Unlike the goblin mask, which trapped heat and made me sweat, this fox mask felt entirely different. The fox mask felt as light as air, as though I wasn't wearing anything at all, and it provided a refreshing sense of ventilation. Moreover, it seemed to be an artifact. The typical restricted vision from wearing a mask was non-existent. It felt natural, as if it weren't there. And to think Greg had given me something this good, free of charge, under the guise of an employee benefit? Such generosity was truly befitting of a man known for his noble character, even in the harsh world of fixers. It seems you like it, Greg commented. No need for thanks. If you're not too busy, you can start working today. Start today? Of course. Fueled with enthusiasm, I eagerly followed Greg outside, practically skipping after him. The ghost who once roamed the back alleys as a petty pickpocket was no more. From today onward, I was officially the fox-masked employee of Greg's general store. I made a firm resolve. I would pour my heart and soul into this job. After all, starving to death before I could enjoy this peace would be, well, quite unfortunate. 5 days passed quickly after I started working at Greg's store. During this time, I had completely stopped my activities as the ghost. Perhaps because of that, the bounty hunting frenzy in the underworld began to simmer down. Sure, I'd occasionally spot bounty hunters prowling the streets late at night, their eyes glinting with the greed of the 700,000 credit reward. But the more aggressive hunters, the ones who would tear through back alleys at the slightest scream, seemed to have significantly decreased in number. It made sense. Enough time had passed since my last appearance. Those who found the hunt unprofitable or a waste of time were bound to give up eventually. It wasn't necessarily a good or bad thing, it was just something I didn't need to worry about anymore. For now, the ghost incident remained ongoing but less intense. As for me, working at Greg's store meant I had cleared one major hurdle. In just these 5 days, the revenue we've made matches what I earned in a month before hiring you. I guess the problem really was my face. No, I'm not blaming you. I just feel a bit self-conscious about my lackluster business skills. Honestly, I'm thrilled. In just 5 days of working, I had helped Greg surpass his usual monthly income. Not that I'd done anything extraordinary. All I did was sit silently at the staff desk near the entrance, swinging my legs and greeting customers. But perhaps my mere presence acted as a buffer. Customers who might have run away in shock at the sight of Greg, a towering orc, now stayed long enough to shop. Naturally, the store's profits saw a significant boost. That means, what do you think about signing a formal contract? If you agree, I'll ensure your wages are more than fair. A full-time offer? I pretended to hesitate for a moment before nodding with a reluctant expression. In reality, the offer was a no-brainer. With nowhere else to go, staying at Greg's store until the bounty frenzy cooled was my best option. But showing my eagerness outright would have been amateurish. A proper member of society knows how to balance their response, not overly excited, but not overly indifferent either. Good. I'll get the paperwork. Wait here. Greg watched my reaction carefully before heading back inside the store to retrieve the contract. Finally, I had a stable job. Feeling lighthearted, I swung my legs happily while perched on the chair. Compared to freezing in the dark alleys, scraping by stealing from thugs, working in a warm store and getting free meals was an immeasurable improvement. For the first time since reincarnating, I was experiencing physical and emotional warmth. It was beyond satisfying. I guess it's almost time to close. Should I get things ready before Greg gets back? What I hadn't realized, however, was that even if Greg was trustworthy, the world itself wasn't a place where you could let your guard down. Perhaps it was because I'd allowed myself to relax for the first time in so long. When you lower your defenses, that's when fate tends to strike. Greg, are you here? I need to ask you something. Jingle. The door opened as someone entered the store with deliberate steps. As I turned toward the door, I found myself face to face with the newcomer, and froze. No way. Standing before me was a stunningly beautiful woman. Her hair was a shade of pink so soft, it was as if cherry blossoms had been woven into her locks. She wore a Japanese-style kimono with one leg provocatively exposed, a rare sight in Night Haven. Between her lips she held a wooden stick, and her long hair was tied up with 3 ornate hairpins. On her waist hung 2 swords, which clinked gently as they brushed against each other with every step she took. I knew this woman. How could I not? She was none other than one of the key characters in the world of Fixers, a heroine who served as one of the protagonist's companions. I've met her. Gulp. I swallowed hard, my mind caught in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, there was the thrill of meeting one of the protagonist's party members in real life. On the other hand, there was the gut-wrenching fear of getting entangled with someone so dangerous. The 2 extremes clashed violently in my head until it felt like my brain was going to explode. What was I supposed to do now? This situation was beyond confusing. Underscore 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 underscore. The sudden appearance of an original character, one of the protagonist's party members, no less, had caught me completely off guard. For a moment, I was frozen in shock, but I quickly forced myself to suppress the whirlwind of emotions and collect my thoughts. Sure, I enjoyed the Fixer series. And yes, I devoured anything in the problem-solver genre regardless of medium. But I wasn't a superfan so obsessed that I lost myself when confronted with the characters. It was more like meeting a celebrity you liked, exciting and surprising, but not enough to drop everything and start screaming. Okay, calm down. Overreacting will only make me stand out. I just need to stay composed and act like I'm greeting any other customer. Taking a slow, deep breath to steady my nerves, I turned my attention to the pink-haired woman before me, recalling what I knew from the original story. This must be Sakuragi Alice. If my eyes and memory weren't playing tricks on me, the person standing there was indeed Sakuragi Alice, the combat specialist and the only female member of the main trio. After all, how many pink-haired beauties wearing a slit kimono and carrying 2 swords at their waist could exist in Nighthaven? Given that, this situation wasn't entirely unexpected. Greg occasionally served as an appraiser for the protagonist's party. Since I now worked at his store, it was inevitable that I would eventually cross paths with them. Judging from what she said when she came in, her business is with Greg. That means all I have to do is quietly fade into the background and stay out of sight. Satisfied with my reasoning, I regained my composure. I began to step backward, planning to slip away and call for Greg. But before I could retreat, Alice's eyes sparkled, and she closed the distance between us in an instant. Hey, are you the new employee here? Oh my, you're so cute. Your hands and arms, they're like a doll's. Greg should have told me he hired someone this adorable. Want a piece of candy? Whoosh. Alice leaned so close that I could smell her sweet, peach-like scent. But I had no time to process that. Startled by her sudden proximity, I instinctively stepped back to put some space between us. Her flawless, TV-worthy beauty, combined with how close she was, made it impossible for me to stay calm. Why was she getting so close? As my mind scrambled for answers, a detail about Alice from the original story flashed through my memory. Right, this person. She's a cuteness enthusiast. That's right, a cuteness enthusiast. Normally, Alice was logical and dependable. But when it came to anything remotely cute, she would completely lose her composure. Her obsession was so extreme it was classified as a hazardous level cuteness addiction in the story. If her enemy were a cute plush toy, she wouldn't be able to counterattack, no matter how much it attacked her. Taking stock of my current appearance, I was wearing a fox mask, cute and mysterious. I had white hair, stood short, and was dressed in a maid outfit carefully designed by an eccentric scientist to maximize charm. The outfit minimized exposure while emphasizing the wearer's cuteness and unique traits. The fox mask added an air of mystique, amplifying the overall effect. I didn't foresee this. Sweat formed on my brow as I instinctively realized Alice's gaze had turned predatory, like a beast eyeing its prey. Of course, Alice wasn't the kind of person to act out of line. At worst, she'd hug me or sniff the top of my head. She wasn't some dangerous deviant, just someone with an overwhelming love for cute things. But even that was a problem for me. Being face to face with someone in such close quarters was already nerve-wracking. If she started hugging me or anything of the sort, I might just explode from embarrassment. This candy is expensive, you know, but how about trying one? I'm close with Greg, so it's okay. By the way, what's your name? You're so adorable. No, stop this. Desperately, I tried to maintain some distance from Alice. If she took one step forward, I took one step back. She stepped forward again, I retreated further. This continued until my back hit the solid wall behind me. Cornered. My spine tingled with dread as Alice's smile grew wider. At that moment, Greg walked out from the back and called out to her. Enough of that. Don't bother my employee. Oh, Greg, long time no see. But bother? I was just offering her some candy. That counts as bothering me. Back off, pink hair. You, come here. Saved? Thank you, Greg. Seizing the opportunity, I darted away and hid behind the desk, safely out of Alice's reach. I clutched my chest, still trembling from the close call, as Greg and Alice began talking. So, what's this about, pink hair? Business hours are over. You know I don't do appraisals after closing. Greg's voice was curt, sharper than usual, a sign he was annoyed. As someone who had worked here for 5 days, I could tell this tone meant he wasn't in a good mood. I couldn't blame him. Customers showing up after hours were a universal frustration for anyone with a job. Alice seemed to pick up on his mood and bowed apologetically. Haha, sorry about that. But I'm not here for an appraisal today. I wanted to ask you about a rumor circulating in the Western Labyrinth. A rumor. Yes. Have you heard of the ghost? What? My ears perked up at the mention of my alias. I hadn't expected Alice to bring me up, not even as a possibility. My heart raced as I strained to listen, nerves tightening like a coiled spring. I've heard of it. The ghost is famous these days, who hasn't? Oh, I thought so. Actually, our office is looking for the ghost. I was wondering if you might have any information. Looking for me? Why? Alice's words sent a jolt of panic through me. Peeking out cautiously, I made eye contact with Greg, who had noticed my reaction. His gaze seemed to ask for my decision, and I quickly shook my head, signaling my refusal. I wouldn't know. The ghost tends to appear in the deep back alleys, and I'm not familiar with that area. Oh, I see. Sorry for bothering you so late. I'll make it up to you with an appraisal request next time. I let out a quiet sigh of relief at Greg's natural response. As expected of the boss, he truly knows how to protect his employees. I still had no clue why Alice was looking for the ghost, but since she'd missed her chance here, I doubted I'd find myself in her crosshairs again anytime soon. Feeling reassured, I calmed my nerves and watched Alice as she seemed to prepare to leave the store. If that was all she wanted, then it looked like I had successfully weathered this storm. From now on, let's just maintain a simple employee and customer relationship, shall we? Peeking out from under the desk, I waved goodbye to Alice as she headed toward the door. Bye, see you next time. Hoo, so cute. Oh, by the way, Greg. What's her name? She seems a little shy, Alice suddenly asked, her words cutting through the air like a blade. Both Greg and I froze. A name? Oh, right. I didn't actually have one. Greg usually just called me Ghost or you. And since I'd never really needed a name, I hadn't thought to pick one for myself. But since Greg had already distanced me from the ghost identity, what was I supposed to go by now? Well. Greg coughed awkwardly, clearly buying time as he wrestled with the same dilemma. I didn't particularly care what I was called, so I decided to leave it to him. I gave Greg a calm nod, signaling that he could choose whatever name he wanted. Apparently understanding my gesture, Greg finally responded to Alice. Yuria. Wow, that's such a cute name. Yuria, thanks. I'll see you both next time. And with that cheerful farewell, Alice left the store without hesitation. As expected of the protagonist's companions, they really do bring chaos wherever they go. Alice was a whirlwind in human form. Sorry about that. I'm not great at naming things, Greg said suddenly, looking slightly sheepish. It seemed he felt bad for coming up with a name on the spot without consulting me. Yuria. It was probably inspired by Ghost. The sound wasn't bad, and I wasn't particularly attached to being nameless. If anything, it was efficient, similar enough to Ghost that I could easily respond to it. Given that most people in the underworld had been calling me Ghost anyway, it felt like a natural fit. Thanks for understanding. To reassure Greg, I raised both arms in a gesture that clearly said I was okay with it. My sincerity seemed to come through, as Greg smiled faintly and thanked me in return. This is the contract I mentioned earlier. Take your time reading through it and filling it out. You're smart enough to handle it on your own, right? Greg handed me the contract and retreated to the back of the store, looking slightly self-conscious after the naming situation. For someone as big and imposing as an orc, Greg sure had a surprisingly thoughtful side. I chuckled to myself as I took the contract and settled onto the sofa. As I began reading through it, a thought crossed my mind. Why was Alice looking for the ghost in the first place? Was she hired as a fixer, like that blonde pervert? The ghost's reputation in the underworld wasn't exactly stellar at the moment. Some viewed me positively, those I had helped or those impressed by my strength. But others had latched on to the malicious rumors spreading about me, seeing the ghost as a criminal who needed to be dealt with. The influx of bounty hunters over the past few weeks had thrown the back alleys into chaos. Overall, the prevailing sentiment about the ghost wasn't great. It wasn't a stretch to think that Alice might be associated with the bounty hunters in some way. Well, as long as I stay quietly hidden here, I should be safe from trouble. Still, I'll need to be extra cautious not to get involved with her. Resolving to tread carefully, I finished reading the contract and was about to sign it with my new name, Yuria, when a man's scream suddenly rang out from not far away. For something this noisy to happen in the gray zone, where incidents were rare, I frowned, rising from my seat, a question mark practically floating over my head. It seemed like something was stirring outside. When I glanced outside the store after sensing an ominous tension, I saw strange shapes moving like bamboo shoots sprouting after the rain. What was that? I blinked and focused on the figures approaching the store. Soon, their forms became clear through the large glass window. Grrrr, kick, keek. Corpses dripping with a sticky, slimy substance as they moved. In this world, they were often considered an inferior version of ghoul zombies. And there weren't just one or two. The number was in the dozens, enough to fill the streets to the brim. Such an overwhelming number was dangerous enough to catch even a seasoned fixer off guard. What the? After all my hard work cleaning the street, they go and dirty it like this. But I didn't have time to care about that right now. The sight of the street I had cleaned for visiting customers being defiled by dripping corpse sludge in an instant drove me mad. At that moment, I turned my focus on every zombie in sight, grabbed their necks with telekinesis, and crushed them like overripe tomatoes. Crack! The necks of the zombies filling the street snapped simultaneously, and dozens of corpses collapsed to the ground in a flash. Though ghoul skin was nearly as tough as rock and required repeated twisting to break, zombies made from decayed bodies were softer than even a regular human body. This made it possible. Phew, what on earth is happening out there? Should I go check? I clutched my head, dizzy from overexerting my telekinesis, and dashed out of the store to assess the situation. The sight that greeted me was utter chaos. The streets were teeming with an overwhelming number of zombies and the people fleeing from them. The sheer number of zombies made sense once I noticed where they had come from. It seemed they had emerged from an alley, following the people running out of it. Should I just clear everything I can see? How annoying. Telekinesis was more effective against multiple weaker enemies than a single strong opponent. Although it had its output limits, its short attack intervals within range made it highly efficient. Moreover, zombies were not living beings but controlled corpses, a form of necromancy. In this case, precise force control wasn't particularly necessary. Crunch, crack. As a result, it took mere seconds for every zombie on the street to become a pile of lifeless bodies. Zombies are. What just happened? We're saved. The people who had been fleeing from the zombies, or resisting them desperately, now looked at the sudden collapse of their enemies in confusion. Since telekinesis didn't leave traces, it must have looked as though the zombies' necks had just popped on their own. Well, as long as no one figured out I was the one responsible, it wasn't something I needed to worry about. Besides, there was something else bothering me far more. Ignoring the various reactions around me, I squatted down and examined one of the zombie corpses closely. One thing had felt off. The zombies looked strange. Monsters that should have been dropping intestines and organs were instead leaving behind nothing but black, slimy liquid. Carefully inspecting the severed neck of one, I found its insides were filled not with flesh or bones but with sticky black material. I knew it. These aren't real corpses. No wonder there were so many. This meant someone had deliberately created fake zombies and released them throughout the Western Labyrinth. There was something like this in Fixer. The Blood Night incident. Wasn't the culprit a vampire named Draco? A guess began to form in my mind. The Blood Night incident, an event led by a vampire named Draco, who aimed to turn part of the underworld into a vampire's autonomous zone. Unleashing a massive army of zombies, ghouls, and elite vampires, they indiscriminately attacked the underworld's residents. Of course, they were eventually wiped out by the protagonist's party. But something felt off. For the Blood Night incident to occur, a few preceding episodes should have taken place first. I haven't even heard of Aisha, the idol of Kodria yet. Aisha, the first client of the fully assembled protagonist's party, was a rising idol. Her meteoric rise from obscurity to stardom was so dramatic that her name should have been heard even in the underworld. Yet, there was no mention of her, and suddenly, the Blood Night incident was unfolding. Something had clearly diverged from the original story. Could it be because of me? Thinking back, about 2 months ago, a vampire had persistently tracked me down, drawn by the scent of blood. I had dismissed them as too weak and forgotten about their existence, but if that vampire and their ghouls were connected to Draco, and if my actions had disrupted something in their plans, it wasn't impossible that the Blood Night incident had been triggered earlier than it should have been. This might be a bit of a problem. In the original story, Draco was impaled by the protagonist, Raven, and then beheaded by Alice. In other words, as long as the protagonist's party got involved, it would be resolved one way or another. But what if the protagonist's party didn't encounter Draco at all? In the original, the connection was made through a client who lost their family to vampires. But with the timeline moved up, that link might not exist now. If my suspicions were correct, the situation might not be resolved until a double number level fixer intervened to bring order. Until then, the zombies would keep pouring out from somewhere, forcing people to endlessly fend them off without finding the mastermind. And that wasn't good. Who gave them permission to mess with the Western Labyrinth? It wasn't particularly precious to me, but I had grown fond of the place over the past few weeks. There were people who thanked me, cheered me on. And especially, I couldn't forgive anyone who messed with the bakery owner. Resolving myself, I prepared to head toward the Western Labyrinth where the incident was unfolding until I realized I was still wearing my maid uniform without my usual cloak. Ugh, I can't go like this. I need to grab my cloak first. Looking for this. Whoosh. Something white was tossed toward me. Instinctively catching it, I found it was my usual white cloak. When I turned, I saw Greg standing by the store's entrance. He must have deduced, just from my appearance, that I was on my way to fetch it. How did he know? Flustered, I darted my eyes around, but Greg casually replied as if it were the most natural thing. You're worried about the inner area, aren't you? Go on quickly. I'll take care of the store. As expected of an appraiser, his keen observation was unnerving. It was terrifying how accurately he read me, but it was also convenient. Bowing slightly in gratitude, I clutched the cloak and dashed into the back alleys. When the streets grew quieter, and zombies began appearing again, I wrapped the cloak around myself and leapt onto a rooftop, crushing a zombie's head beneath my foot. The ghost had returned. Jumping from rooftop to rooftop across the darkened buildings of the Western Labyrinth, I began to grasp the overall situation. This is utter chaos. There isn't a single alley without zombies. The usually quiet back alleys were now swarming with them. No, swarming was an understatement. This was more like a tidal wave of zombies. Their sheer number was so overwhelming that just looking at them from above made my head spin. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Where are all these zombies coming from? These rotten corpses? Die, all of you. The only relief in this mess was the presence of bounty hunters in nearly every alley, hunting me down. Perhaps it was thanks to them that this absurd flood of zombies was somewhat under control. Maybe they had enough skill to protect themselves, or perhaps these fake corpses were weaker than regular zombies. Either way, the bounty hunters were minimizing civilian casualties. Ah, this isn't working. Hey, let's retreat for now. Dying here would be pointless. Gore. Fine. What's more important than staying alive? Of course, bounty hunters weren't altruists. They were nothing more than penny-pinching opportunists. Fed up with the endless tide of zombies, some were already starting to flee. Who would risk their life to protect the underworld just for appearance's sake? Hey, the Black Liquor Guild issued a bounty? 100 credits per zombie head. Oh, 100 credits. That means 100 heads would be 10,000 credits? What are you waiting for? Start killing them. Woohoo, money, baby. Apparently, the Black Liquor Guild had decided to exploit this zombie crisis by enlisting bounty hunters. By dangling an enormous sum of money, they quickly re-established the bounty hunters' battle lines. How much money does the Black Liquor Guild even have? Leaping nimbly from rooftop to rooftop with the aid of telekinesis, I couldn't help but sigh in disbelief at the sheer audacity of their financial power. No wonder they could put a 700,000 credit bounty on someone as fragile as me. Solving everything with money, it was a dazzling spectacle for a bystander, but pure insanity for the target. At least now, as long as the bounty hunters held the line, I didn't have to worry too much about the zombies. Relieved, I recklessly dashed through the Western Labyrinth in search of the vampire responsible, until I suddenly came to a stop near a particular building. Oh, before I could think, I jumped down from the rooftop and landed in front of the building. Raising my head, I found myself staring at the ruined remains of my regular bakery. Not the bakery? Urgently, I used telekinesis to lift and clear the fallen debris. I cleared, and cleared again until the entrance, blocked by rubble, was fully revealed. Inside, I found the bakery owner pinned beneath the wreckage. I hurried over, tossed the debris aside, and checked his condition. Thankfully, aside from some minor bleeding, his injuries weren't life-threatening. Ugh. See customer. Did you save me? Thank you. The baker, regaining consciousness, gave me a weak smile as he looked up from where he lay. Then, turning his head slightly, he glanced at his destroyed bakery and murmured, "Haha, I'm sorry. It looks like I won't be able to bake for you for a while." His voice carried a sorrow that matched the sadness in his eyes, a sorrow for the memories and attachment he had to his bakery, now reduced to ruins. Seeing the baker, who had shown me so much kindness, struggling to suppress his pain filled me with an icy anger that burned fiercely in my chest. Silently, I rose to my feet. Without hiding my telekinetic abilities, I lifted the rubble to form a barricade, ensuring no zombies could approach the area. The baker's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched. He must have realized at that moment that I was the rumored ghost. Would he be disappointed? When I glanced back at him without saying a word, the baker, struggling against the after-effects of his injuries, instead let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha. To think my customer was the ghost all along. I've been serving someone incredible. I turned away without responding. Walking through the gap in the barricade, I left the bakery behind. Even though I had shown my abilities to someone, I felt strangely unburdened. I'm the ghost for now. So what if I go wild? For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wouldn't be satisfied until I gave that vampire a thorough beating. Underscore. Truthfully, keeping my telekinesis a secret until now had been a perfectly rational decision for my own safety. In a world where science and magic were the norms, my power, which belonged to neither, was like carrying a ticking bomb. Just its existence could put my life in jeopardy. So logically, the best course of action was to stay out of this situation entirely, keep my head down, and remain hidden. Nighthaven was a labyrinth where people like me were as common as pebbles. This crisis would eventually resolve itself without me having to step in. And if I recklessly revealed my telekinesis and word got out, the vampires might shift their target to me instead. Yes, it was best to think rationally. For the sake of the future. No, why should I hold back? Unfortunately, I wasn't the type to endure quietly. If I wanted something, like a delicious deluxe chocolate cream bun, I had to have it. And if someone did something bad, they deserved to be punished appropriately. More importantly, while I stayed silent for the future's sake, I couldn't bear to watch the people I knew suffer. Good grief. Despite being a scaredy cat, I could also be impulsive at times. Even I had to admit that my personality was frustratingly foolish. Not that I planned to jump into the fire without thinking. Of course, I wasn't entirely without a plan. Let's think about this. Right now, I was just a ghost cloaked in white fabric. The only person who knew my true identity was Greg. So, if I made a grand spectacle, pinned all the attention on the ghost, and then disappeared forever, that would be enough. A classic scarecrow tactic. Until recently, the ghost had been my only identity. But starting today, there was Uriah, Greg's employee. That should be enough to keep things safe. I really owe Greg a lot. He fed me, gave me a job, and even gave me a name. In a way, he was like a father figure in this life. Though, considering he was only in his late 20s despite his stoic demeanor, calling him dad would probably freak him out. That might actually be fun in its own way. Lost in these trivial thoughts, I eventually found myself stepping out of the alley and onto a wide street. Since there weren't many bounty hunters around here, the street was crawling with zombies, so many it was revolting. Greya. Kick, krrrrk. Sensing my presence, the zombie horde surged toward me like moths to a flame. The scene could have been straight out of a horror movie, but I didn't bat an eye. My telekinesis had already extended in every direction along the street. Neck crank, crack. I extended a hand from beneath my cloak and made a simple twisting gesture with my wrist. In response, the necks of every approaching zombie snapped sideways. It wasn't a particularly difficult task. All I did was grab their jaws with telekinesis and twist them to the side. Compared to earlier, when I had forcefully crushed their necks, this move barely consumed 20% of my focus. Still, the result was impressive. The street, once teeming with zombies, was now filled with the sight of them collapsing simultaneously, a surreal spectacle. What just happened to them? Their heads twisted. Don't let your guard down. Double check they're dead. Zombies can still move like this. Of course, zombies didn't die just from having their necks snapped. You had to destroy their heads or sever them entirely. The bounty hunters, though startled by the fallen zombies, didn't relax. They quickly moved in to crush the heads or slice the necks of the downed creatures. They didn't need to, though. Hey, you don't have to destroy their heads. These ones aren't moving anymore. What? These fake zombies, filled with mysterious black material instead of flesh and bones, had a different mechanism. To keep it simple, they had magical circuits concentrated in their necks. Twist the necks enough, and the circuits would break, rendering them non-functional. In other words, when it came to these fake zombies with clear weaknesses, I had a significant advantage thanks to my ability to target multiple foes at once. Maybe I should make some noise and draw the mastermind's attention. Taking a deep breath, I propelled myself forward with telekinesis, speeding down the street. As I went, I snapped the jaws of zombies in my path, leaving a trail of incapacitated bodies piled like mountains. It was a stark contrast to the bounty hunters, who were painstakingly fighting one zombie at a time. My rampage was more like a sports car tearing through a narrow alley. The ghost is here. It's real? 70,000 credits. What am I even looking at? Maybe I should just collect zombie heads. As expected, my blatant rampage couldn't go unnoticed. Among the bounty hunters who had regained their composure thanks to the weakened zombie assault, I heard voices filled with confusion and awe. Focused on efficiently neutralizing the zombies by twisting their jaws, I paid no attention to them. After who knows how long of this frenzied sprint, my head began to heat up from overexertion. Then, suddenly, someone not a zombie blocked my path and shouted, "Stop right there, ghost! Do you have any idea where you are?" A pale face, a jaw dripping with wet blood, and razor-sharp fangs. No matter how I looked at them, the figure before me was unmistakably a vampire. In an instant, I assessed the situation, and my gaze sharpened naturally. Vampires don't die unless both their neck and heart are destroyed. That's the rule. So, there was no need to hold back. I slowed down, halting just in front of the female vampire. With all my strength, I used telekinesis to snap her neck. Most vampires were sorcerers who wielded blood magic. Even if they used blood as a medium, they still needed to chant, and the neck was critical for that. Besides, she wasn't going to die from this. I didn't feel even a twinge of guilt about breaking it. GGHKK, cack. As the vampire writhed in pain, clutching her neck, I hurled her into a wall with telekinesis. Then, I tore off a thin iron frame from the wall and drove it through her limbs, pinning her firmly in place. The metal embedded in her arms and legs would interfere with her regeneration, and unless someone came to help, she wouldn't be able to escape on her own. With her completely neutralized, I immediately lost interest and dashed through the streets of the Western Labyrinth again. Zombies, ghouls, vampires, and more zombies. How long had I been rampaging like this? As I sprinted through the chaotic streets, my instincts suddenly screamed of danger. A sharp killing intent pierced through me, like needles stabbing deep into my skin. I hastily retreated and enveloped myself in telekinesis to shield my body. Just as I completed the protective barrier, a blood-red spike shot toward me at incredible speed, rattling me violently. This is... Thankfully, my hasty telekinetic shield managed to deflect the spike to the side. When it clattered to the ground, I realized it was formed entirely of coagulated blood. Blood magic. There was no need to guess who the culprit was. Good reaction. You're not just some nobody, it seems. My head turned toward the source of the voice. Standing there was a tall, lanky man with pale skin, a handsome but gaunt face, crimson eyes filled with cold madness, and dark red hair that looked as if it had been soaked in dried blood. His attire was sharp and formal, resembling a tailcoat. Even without an introduction, I could tell he was Draco the vampire noble and the mastermind behind the zombie-filled chaos in the Western Labyrinth. My headache, worsened by excessive use of telekinesis, blended with my rising anger. Could he sense my emotions even through the white fabric cloaking me? Draco, surrounded by magical circles drawn in blood, seemed equally emotional. His voice rang out, brimming with fervor. "I've been searching for you, ghost. The one who ruined my grand plan." Ha, how laughable. Because of a single mistake by my useless son, this noble vampire must now flee and scheme like a coward. His crimson eyes bulged, and he trembled with barely contained rage. The air grew heavy, his mana responding to his emotions with an oppressive force that seemed to distort space itself. Ah, so the vampire I had incapacitated before must have been Draco's son. That explained the fury radiating from him. Draco wasn't just any vampire, he was a noble among their kind. Although his power had waned compared to his prime, his bloodline still placed him among the most dangerous entities in the world. From what I could piece together, someone must have investigated Draco's son and discovered the noble vampire's existence through his body. Relentless pursuit had then exposed the preparations Draco was quietly making for the Blood Night incident. Once uncovered, all his plans had fallen apart in an instant. All ambushes fail the moment they're detected. Draco's schemes must have shattered completely, leaving him with no choice but to target me in his anger. Well, whose fault is that? He should have kept a better eye on his son. Serves him right, idiot. Draco had no one but himself to blame. Even if I hadn't interfered, the protagonist's party would have crushed his plans. And if he had succeeded, the factions of Nighthaven would have swiftly banded together to annihilate him. There was no way a washed-up vampire like Draco could withstand that kind of assault. The Blood Night incident was doomed to fail from the start, a fundamentally flawed plan. But oblivious to that, Draco clenched his fist as if gripping my neck and shouted with manic laughter, "I'll kill you, turn you into a ghoul, and leave this city? A vampire's life is eternal, after all. Even if not now, one day I will fulfill my ambition. So die, ghost." The veins beneath his pale skin pulsed visibly, a sign of his boiling rage. Vampires were known for their literal blood running hot when overcome with emotion. All around him, blood magic circles began to form. Each one radiated power equivalent to the earlier attack, lethal enough that even my telekinesis would struggle to block them all. As expected of a monster that had once managed to defeat the protagonist. Against a foe like this, my telekinesis, optimized for overwhelming weaker enemies, seemed insufficient. Victory appeared out of reach. Not for me, though. I wasn't unsure of winning, I was unsure of losing. Well, if I thought I couldn't win, I wouldn't have come this far in the first place. Closing my eyes briefly, I sifted through the original story in my memory. Draco's weaknesses, the environment of the Western Labyrinth, and the unique aspects of my abilities one by one, I put the pieces together. In my mind, a strategy for victory began to take shape. Underscore 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 underscore. According to the original story of Fixer, when various otherworldly races first arrived on Earth, most were bewildered by its environment. The reason was simple. Unlike their worlds, Earth's atmosphere had an extremely low mana concentration. It was like ascending to a high-altitude area and suffering from altitude sickness due to oxygen deprivation. For beings who were accustomed to an abundance of mana, Earth's environment was inherently difficult to adapt to. However, not all races faced the same challenges. Some races didn't rely heavily on atmospheric mana. For instance, beast folk, orcs, and goblins who were inherently poor at using mana, or dwarves and halflings, who benefited from mana but didn't depend on it for survival. And then there were dragons, living generators whose very hearts produced mana. For them, mana deficiency wasn't much of an issue. The vampires, however, were unique in how they adapted. These were beings who used blood as a medium for their magic. While others struggled, vampires resolved the problem of mana scarcity with sheer quantities of blood. As a result, while most otherworldly beings had their powers greatly diminished on Earth, vampires retained their terrifying strength. In fact, two of the so-called 7 great evils, the most infamous criminals in the world, were vampires. It wasn't an exaggeration to say they were among the strongest and most dangerous races. Of course, Draco wasn't one of these globally renowned vampires. On the contrary, he was an aged, weakened vampire who couldn't even maintain his youth through blood anymore, a ghost of the past. The fact that a proud noble vampire was hiding in the underworld and scheming spoke volumes about how far he had fallen from his prime. Ugh, the power gap is just too much. If one of those hits lands properly, I won't walk away unscathed. The blood-red spikes flew at speeds that were hard for even my eyes to track. Their power was so overwhelming that even blocking them felt burdensome, leaving me no choice but to throw myself to the ground, rolling out of harm's way. Despite being past his prime, the difference in strength was clear. Attacks that were barely casual jabs to him felt like critical hits to me if I didn't avoid them. The sheer disparity in power was enough to drain my focus. Well, I knew it would be like this. Still, I wasn't despairing. After all, I'd always known there were countless people in this city stronger than me. If the world were ruled purely by size and strength, humanity wouldn't be on top, African elephants would. Thanks for smashing the walls and floor for me, really helps. Draco's blood spikes were undoubtedly powerful. They tore through the concrete walls and floor with ease, just brushing past them. But this worked to my advantage. Without the luxury of using my telekinesis to break through thick concrete, his attacks were conveniently creating weapons for me. Holding my breath, I heightened my concentration, grabbing the shattered fragments with telekinesis and firing them at Draco like a shotgun blast. Pathetic tricks. But vampires were far from human in terms of durability. Draco swatted away the debris as if shooing flies. And then, as if sensing something off about my telekinesis, he shot me a sharp, displeased glare. Is this incantationless magic? No, there's no mana movement. I've never seen magic like this. What kind of unknown power are you wielding? As a seasoned practitioner of magic, he had immediately grasped the fundamental difference between telekinesis and mana-based spells. It was a good reminder that keeping my power hidden until now had been the right choice. But at the same time, I realized I had to finish this here and now. If I failed to take down Draco and let him escape, the aftermath would be catastrophic. First, I need to change the battleground. I continued shooting concrete fragments at him to keep him at bay while dodging the blood-red spikes flying at me. Then, using telekinesis to propel myself, I leapt high into the air. Seeing me exposed mid-air, Draco smirked and conjured an enormous blood blade beneath me, ensuring I'd have nowhere to land. But I didn't fall. With telekinesis, I kept bouncing higher, like mocking laughter, while continuing to bombard him with debris. You damn bug. Perhaps enraged by my persistent and evasive tactics, Draco's face contorted into a monstrous snarl. Using the thick blood flowing from his body as a foothold, he accelerated toward me at incredible speed. He moved so fast it was as if someone had pressed fast forward on time itself. But I wasn't fazed by the narrowing distance. Instead, I led him higher and higher, finally landing on a rooftop. As soon as I touched the ground, I spread my telekinesis wide, quickly taking control of the space. When Draco landed moments later, fury radiating off him, I sprang my trap. Crack! Invisible hands of telekinesis wrapped tightly around his entire body like a giant's grip. You insolent fool. Did you really think this could stop me? Of course, the expected happened. With a surge of power, Draco began breaking free of my telekinetic hold. His sheer physical strength was enough to disrupt the control I had over him. Telekinesis could indeed be broken with superior force, and this was immense. The moment I realized I couldn't hold him much longer, I didn't hesitate. I fired a volley of concrete shards directly at his now exposed body. This, garbage. Crunch. Crack. The sharp debris slammed into him relentlessly, battering his entire body like a storm of bullets. Pinned by my telekinesis, Draco couldn't move to defend himself and was soon riddled with holes. Blood poured from him as if his entire body had turned into a sieve. For any ordinary person, this would have been instant death. Even for a creature with the tenacity of a beast folk, these injuries would be critical. But Draco merely laughed. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Despite his gruesome state, he showed no sign of distress. Instead, he cackled, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Vampires, especially noble ones like Draco, were not so easily defeated. How long has it been since I've felt pain like this? Not since that vile traitor from my clan stabbed me in the back. It's been so long. Well done, Ghost. I underestimated you? To think you could make me bleed. Consider it an honor. But from now on, I won't be holding back. His tone shifted dramatically, and the aura around him thickened with genuine, murderous intent. I'll turn you into a ghoul. Make sure your corpse stays intact, Ghost. What is this? Strength. With a deafening crack, Draco finally broke free of my telekinetic hold. The force of his escape sent waves of nausea through me, but I gritted my teeth and forced myself to focus. Freed, Draco let his blood flow freely, scattering it around him. Armoreem, play. The droplets transformed into weapons, spikes, swords, axes, all manner of deadly implements. The sky was filled with an arsenal of blood-forged blades, a scale and precision far beyond the earlier spikes. Without hesitation, I leapt to a neighboring rooftop as the blood-formed weapons came crashing down. Boom! The rooftop I had just vacated was obliterated, as if savaged by a giant wolf's maw. Even the resulting shockwave was powerful enough to lift my body into the air. Draco's true power, unleashed in earnest, was beyond imagination. So this is the strength of a named villain from the original story. The telekinesis I had taken pride in felt utterly insignificant by comparison. Ugh, I can't dodge them all. With my focus stretched to its limits, I struggled to avoid the onslaught of attacks flooding in from every direction, as well as the falling debris from the crumbling buildings. I had no choice. My body was too small and fragile. Even being hit by a piece of debris could turn into a fatal injury. But dodging every single attack in this rain of destruction was impossible. I could only shield myself from unavoidable hits with telekinesis while moving desperately to evade the rest. Even so, my entire body already felt like it had been pounded with a hammer. The fabric wrapped around me was in tatters, practically rags. It hurts, and I'm already dizzy. My condition was the worst it could be. From overusing telekinesis, my concentration was at its breaking point, and my head spun as if I were about to faint. Every part of my body groaned in pain, like I had been tumbled down a flight of stairs. To make things worse, somewhere along the way, I'd been nicked and cut in several places. Blood trickled down my pale skin, stinging with every movement. Thankfully, I hadn't broken any bones or suffered severe lacerations, but at this rate, it was only a matter of time. Pathetic? Utterly pathetic? Show me again what you just did. Draco, clearly exhilarated, laughed maniacally as he conjured an endless array of blood-forged weapons. As more blades and spears rushed toward me, I suddenly glimpsed a path forward through the haze of my collapsing consciousness. The first condition to defeat Draco, make him fight me seriously. I focused my telekinesis on the weakened rooftop beneath me, creating a hole and slipping down into the building below. The ground disappeared beneath me, and a violent shaking followed, as though an earthquake had struck. Draco hadn't anticipated me retreating into the structure. Still, it was only a temporary measure, buying mere seconds at best. Seconds are all I need. Gritting my teeth, I forced my battered body to keep moving. Above me, Draco seemed convinced I had fled outside. He hammered the building's outer walls with his blood weapons, carving through them like a hot knife through butter. Thanks to his miscalculation, I reached the space directly beneath him without interference. Ghost punch. Bang! With a concentrated burst of telekinesis, I shattered the floor beneath Draco's feet. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to close the distance so suddenly. His expression was one of complete surprise. But by the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. I was already rocketing upward from below. Ghost. As I rose, I extended a hand from beneath my cloak and mimicked the gesture of flicking someone's forehead. The move was deliberate, exuding intent. Draco instinctively raised his arms to guard his face, assuming that's where the attack would land. But that wasn't my target. Wham! Gah! The telekinetic flick struck the crown of Draco's head with the force of a thunderbolt. His body lurched forward involuntarily, the unexpected strike throwing him off balance. The theatrical hand gesture had served as a perfect feint. How adorably gullible of him. Now, I seized the opening, thrusting my tiny palm into his exposed chest. At the same moment, a massive hand made of blood materialized beside me, swinging at incredible speed. I barely managed to block the blow with telekinesis, but the impact sent me flying like a rag doll, as though I'd been struck by a speeding truck. The exchange was infuriatingly lopsided, a cross-counter where I had come off far worse. The lightweight frame of my small body, the momentum from being flung into the air, and the sheer force of an attack capable of destroying buildings combined into an unstoppable trajectory. Even though I had cushioned the impact with telekinesis, there was no avoiding the inevitable. My body was hurled through the air like a ball. Crash! The impact left me breathless, and for a moment, my consciousness wavered. When I came to, I found myself sprawled helplessly on a cold floor. Ugh! I feel like I'm going to die. Even though I was lying flat on solid ground, the world spun around me. I couldn't tell which way was up or down. I tried to push myself upright, but the searing pain coursing through my body made it impossible to muster any strength. I must have slammed into something hard during my flight. It seemed I'd have to wait for the pain to subside before I could even think about moving. Gasping for air, my battered body barely holding together, I forced my eyelids open to keep from passing out. From somewhere close by, Draco's voice echoed. Ha, ha ha ha, that was quite the surprise. I didn't expect you to come at me directly like that. You completely caught me off guard. Well played. The sound of footsteps reverberated through the quiet building. I struggled to turn my head toward the noise. Draco stood there, looking entirely unscathed compared to me, his face alight with amusement as he took in my pitiful state. Were you aiming for my heart? Ha, too bad. Whatever you were trying to do, it seems it didn't go as planned. He strode closer and kicked me with his boot. Even though I used the last vestiges of my telekinesis to soften the blow, I still tumbled backward, rolling across the floor. Ow, can't you go a bit easier on me? I glared at him from where I lay, but as he approached, he suddenly froze, his gaze shifting to my face with a look of surprise. Oh, this is unexpected. To think the ghost had such a beautiful face. I almost regret not tearing you apart with magic earlier. What? Panicking, I quickly brought my hands to my face, only to feel soft, bare skin. The mask I had been wearing was gone. Did it fall off while I was rolling earlier? Mortified, I hurriedly adjusted the cloak around me to cover my face. Draco's greedy, lustful gaze was far worse than that of the blonde pervert I dealt with before. Ha ha ha, I've changed my mind, ghost. Consider it an honor. I'll share my noble blood with you and make you one of us. You'll serve me eternally, by my side. Nope, definitely a pervert. I glared at Draco with a look of pure disgust. If I could speak, I would have screamed, go to hell, you creep. For the first time, I deeply resented my muteness. Unbothered by my withering gaze, Draco seemed convinced that the fight was over. He extended his clawed hand toward me, leisurely closing the distance. He probably intended to inject his blood into me and turn me into a vampire, a fate that would bind me to him as a slave, consumed by an unending thirst for blood. Absolutely not. Well, the fight is technically over. I let the tension drain from my shoulders. Draco's fascination with my face had bought me precious time, a fortunate turn of events for someone desperately in need of it. Suddenly, Draco halted mid-step, his expression contorting as he clutched his chest. Goha, cough, cough. He began hacking violently, his entire body convulsing as if he were trying to expel something from deep inside. Then, he bent over and vomited blackened blood onto the ground. Wah, what is this? Draco's appearance changed before my eyes. The youthful features he had flaunted earlier grew wrinkled, his crimson hair drained of color until it turned stark white. It was as if the very essence of his vitality was being sucked away. His wide, panicked eyes locked onto mine as if to demand an explanation. In response, I raised my hand, proudly displaying the item I had snatched from him. That's. Dangling from my fingers was a peculiar necklace. Its charm, a tesseract-like cube within a cube, constantly shifted and distorted in impossible ways depending on the angle it was viewed from. This was the tesseract necklace, a relic that defied the physical laws of this world. In the story, it's described as a four-dimensional object manifesting in three-dimensional space. Seeing it in person, it's headache-inducing. My brain feels like it's short-circuiting. Just looking at the necklace made me feel as though my mind might break from the paradox of its existence. But the necklace wasn't merely a fascinating artifact. Its true purpose was to draw upon the possibilities of alternate worlds. It could, for instance, produce limitless fake zombies from materials that didn't exist on Earth or restore an aged vampire's body to its prime. Give it back? Give me that necklace, you damn brat. Draco's body began to deteriorate rapidly. His fingers and toes swelled grotesquely before collapsing in on themselves. His once imposing physique shriveled until he was little more than skin and bones. If Draco had been in better condition or at least hadn't overexerted himself with excessive magic, he might have been able to recover even without the necklace. But recklessly wielding the full extent of his powers had pushed him past the point of no return. The second condition for defeating Draco: steal the tesseract necklace in a single opportunity. A weakness is most effective when the opponent doesn't know they're vulnerable. Grinning slyly, I watched the now decrepit Draco struggle. The tesseract necklace had been his secret trump card, known only to him and whoever had given it to him. When he arrived in Nighthaven, it had already been in his possession. Given how secretive he had been, hiding his presence from the entire underworld, it was unlikely he had ever flaunted the necklace openly. His only misfortune was crossing paths with me, a reincarnator who remembered the story in vivid detail. Surprise. Grateful for the time I'd bought, I moved toward where my mask had fallen, my body creaking painfully with every step. Normally, I would have used telekinesis to retrieve it, but I had already burned through nearly all my reserves. At best, I could manage 2 more uses. What had seemed simple at first had turned out to be a precarious balancing act. Never again. No way am I doing something like this again. Placing the mask back on my face, I glanced toward Draco. Give it back? Give me the necklace, now. Draco staggered toward me, his body grotesquely held together by coagulated blood. Despite his deteriorating state, he remained a noble vampire, still capable of tearing me apart with his bare hands. But I wasn't worried. I glanced at the clock. Perfect timing. My guest should be arriving any second now. Crash. As if on cue, the sound of shattering glass filled the room, and someone burst in through the window. Found you, vampire. And ghost. The newcomer was none other than a kimono-clad swordswoman, Sakuragi Alice. In her hand, she held a cybernetic katana slick with the black ooze of freshly dispatched zombies. Yes, the guest I had been expecting from the very beginning was Alice herself. Coincidence? Not at all. This was the final step in my plan to bring down Draco. Let's think back. The Blood Night incident began mere minutes after Alice had left the store. Alice, who was likely searching for me, wouldn't have left the underworld in the meantime. Her presence in the Western Labyrinth was practically a certainty. As a member of the protagonist's party, with her wide-reaching sense of justice and inherently good nature, it was inevitable that she would cut down the zombies swarming the underworld. And once the fake zombies were eliminated and no longer held her back, she'd naturally rush to the source of the commotion, this very spot. Ah, so that's how it is. Alice quickly scanned her surroundings with sharp, darting eyes. In no time, she seemed to grasp the situation. Her face broke into a radiant smile, as warm and bright as the sun. Without hesitation, she dashed toward Draco like a flash of lightning, shouting loudly, "Ghost, there's something I really want to talk to you about, so don't even think about running away." What? I didn't have anything in particular to discuss, though. But before I could shake my head in silent refusal, Alice's attention had already locked onto Draco, who was bleeding profusely. "Gur, stay out of this, woman. You worthless wench of a harlot." What? Who are you calling a harlot? I'm still young and... Click. Alice inserted a high-density fuel cartridge into the handle of her katana with a sharp clack. In an instant, a brilliant blue plasma glow surged along the blade, its temperature soaring to thousands of degrees. A maiden. What? Slash. With a clean, resounding strike, Alice's blade severed Draco's limbs in a flash. The blood magic he'd been relying on to protect himself failed to hold against the overwhelming cut, leaving Draco stunned with shock. Had he still possessed the tesseract necklace, he might have been able to fend off her attack. But with less than half of his former strength, he stood no chance. Wow, she's amazing. Makes me feel foolish for struggling so much. I chuckled weakly at the sense of futility washing over me. Perhaps I should have handed things over to her from the start. But as I mulled it over, I realized there had been no avoiding it. From Draco's words, it was clear his target had always been me. If I hadn't revealed myself, he likely wouldn't have acted. Fighting him had been inevitable. Curse you, you. From now on, you have, what was it? The right to remain silent? Or something like that. Anyway, the police are on their way, so stay put. Alice stomped on Draco's mangled body to immobilize him, confidently declaring her victory. This deviated from the original story. In the original, Raven and Alice had defeated Draco together, simultaneously cutting his heart and neck to ensure his demise. But here, Alice had subdued him completely without killing him. Her decision to hand him over to the authorities instead of ending his life was characteristic of her compassionate nature. Well, my work here is done. If I stay, it'll only cause more trouble. The crisis was over. The endlessly replicating fake zombies had all disappeared. At worst, there might be a few stray ghouls or vampires left, but they were insignificant. With Draco by far the most dangerous player rendered utterly powerless, the Blood Night incident had effectively been defused. I had achieved my goal of punishing the mastermind. Staying any longer and risking further involvement with Alice would only be a hassle. It was better to disappear quietly. Wait, ghost? Just stay a bit longer, at least until I hand this guy over. Noticing my intent to leave, Alice urgently called out to me. Having searched for me for so long, she clearly didn't want to let this encounter slip away. Yet, with Draco subdued but not entirely secured, she couldn't leave him unattended. The best she could do was plead for me to stay. But, why should I? No, don't go. Ghost? Please. You can't leave EE. I raised my hand from beneath the cloak and gave her a small wave goodbye. Then, without a moment's hesitation, I turned and dove out the window. The ghost leaves now. Be happy, Alice. It was a farewell without the slightest regret. Underscore 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 underscore. I leaped from the window and landed softly on the ground below. No sooner had I touched down than a sharp pain split through my head, forcing a silent scream to rise in my chest. It felt like lifting something impossibly heavy after pushing your muscles to the extreme, a punishment for pushing my telekinesis to its limits. Ugh. I guess I did overdo it. Reflecting on my actions, I couldn't help but marvel at their absurdity. I had dashed through the streets, pulverizing close to hundreds of fake zombies, taken down an uncountable number of ghouls and vampires, and even pushed Draco, the mastermind of this chaos, to the brink of death. Compared to the small, measured use of telekinesis I usually employed, I'd practically emptied the well this time. How am I going to get home? Leaning against a wall to steady myself, I was struck by a daunting realization. Using telekinesis any further was out of the question. If I pushed myself now, I'd surely pass out on the spot. But without telekinesis, how was I supposed to make it back home? What the hell? All the zombie heads I gathered just disappeared. I just lost 30,000 credits? I'm going to complain to the Black Liquor Guild. Ugh, ugh. The loud voices of disgruntled bounty hunters echoed from beyond the alley. I glanced down at my tattered cloak, now stained with dirt and blood. Wandering around like this would draw far too much attention. Sighing deeply, I reached up to remove the ruined fabric when I felt something hard in my palm. It's the tesseract. I brought it with me. The hard object was none other than the tesseract itself. In the chaos of my escape, I had apparently grabbed it without thinking. Now what do I do with this? Another problem to deal with. I instinctively rubbed my forehead, feeling a headache coming on. The tesseract was a troublesome object. Its ability to manifest alternate realities possibilities was immensely powerful, but using it came with severe costs. For example, curing an incurable disease might render the user permanently blind, or gaining a new talent could erase all their memories. It was a classic double-edged sword, with stakes too high to wield recklessly. And now that Draco's fallen, someone's bound to come looking for this. Worse yet, the tesseract wasn't just any artifact, it was tied to the force that had destroyed the otherworldly realms. Its ability to transcend magic and disrupt fundamental laws was no accident. If word of its existence spread, the city would descend into chaos. I didn't need to think hard to imagine the disaster that would unfold. Maybe I should just throw it into a deep sewer and forget about it. It wasn't something I could handle. Perhaps the only one in Nighthaven capable of dealing with it was the Dragon Mayor in the city's highest tower. The best course of action for me was to hide it somewhere no one would find it. Since the invaders would eventually retrieve and misuse it anyway, removing it from the narrative might even be for the best. It might actually be better this way. Sorry, tesseract. Resolved, I lifted the tesseract to eye level, ready to bid it farewell. But just as I stared into the cube's translucent surface, its inner cube turned toward me and spoke. Mommy. Startled, I jumped back, nearly dropping the artifact as my heart leaped into my throat. I wondered if I had finally gone mad, but when I cautiously placed the tesseract on my palm, the inner cube shifted, as if surveying its surroundings, before locking onto me. Mommy. It was real. The voice was coming from the tesseract. Well, not a voice exactly, it felt more like telepathy, resonating directly in my mind. Why, is it talking? Still dazed by the unexpected development, I blinked at the tesseract as it spun in place, its tone bright and cheerful. Pet me, pet, you. Confused, I reached out with a finger and gently stroked the cube's surface. The tesseract, no bigger than my thumbnail, was surprisingly easy to pet. But it seemed that wasn't what it wanted. With a dissatisfied grumble, it shook itself back and forth in protest. What am I supposed to do, then? Frowning, I tried stroking the inner cube with telekinesis. Mommy, I love it. The tesseract quivered with delight, the inner cube expanding and contracting in excitement. But just as I began to relax, a wave of dizziness overtook me, blurring my vision. Right. I'm not supposed to use telekinesis right now. My legs buckled, and I barely managed to stay upright, clutching the wall for support. If I hit my head in my current state, I'd pass out for sure. Mommy? Are you hurt? Mommy, don't hurt? I hate it when Mommy hurts. As if sensing my condition, the tesseract's voice turned tearful, almost pleading. Suddenly, I felt an odd connection, like my body was tethered to something incomprehensible. The world around me shifted, losing all sense of up or down. All directions felt equal, as if I were floating in a boundless void. It was disorienting, yet strangely euphoric, like the pleasant haze of mild intoxication. Just as abruptly as it began, the sensation subsided, leaving me bewildered. When I opened my eyes, the harsh reality I expected wasn't there. Instead, I found myself in a perfectly healed body, free of any injury or pain. My body doesn't hurt. It was incredible. The bruises and gashes that had covered me mere moments ago were gone. Not a single scratch or ache remained, and the pounding headache that had felt like my skull was splitting had vanished entirely. I felt as though I could wield telekinesis again without hesitation. Even the bloodstained, tattered cloak and shredded maid uniform I had been wearing looked pristine, as if they were freshly bought. It was as though the battle with Draco had been nothing but a bad dream. That's when I realized what must have happened. The tesseract. This had to be its doing. The tesseract's power was rooted in a give-and-take system. Whatever it gave, it demanded something of equal value in return. In other words, if it healed my body completely, it would take something from me of equal magnitude. But then why hasn't anything happened? I braced myself for the inevitable backlash, tensing every muscle as I waited for the price to be paid. But no matter how long I waited, I felt no sense of loss. I half expected to lose my sight, hearing, or even a hand, but nothing. Puzzled, I brought the tesseract up to my face and studied it. Mommy, not hurt? Good. I'm sleepy now. With those words, the tesseract stopped moving, seemingly falling into a peaceful slumber. In that moment, the realization struck me. Did the tesseract pay the price for me? Why? It had apparently taken on the cost of my healing itself. But why would it do that? I had merely patted it a little. There was no reason for it to go to such lengths. Still perplexed, I decided to hang the tesseract around my neck instead of discarding it. Maybe I shouldn't throw it away after all. The tesseract had never shown signs of sentience in the original story, nor had there been any mention of it paying costs on behalf of others. If I wanted answers, I'd have to wait until it woke up and ask it directly. Besides, abandoning it after everything it had done for me seemed unnecessarily cruel. But, Mommy, I guess I'm a mom now. Couldn't it at least call me Papa instead? Glancing at the now silent and motionless artifact, I sighed and leapt gracefully onto the rooftops. My condition wasn't just restored, it felt better than ever. My body was light, almost like a feather. Thanks to this newfound energy, I managed to return to my hideout without encountering anyone or running into any trouble. Finally safe, I stepped inside, shrugged off my cloak, and gazed out at the bustling city below. Even though the crisis had ended, the streets were still chaotic. Neon lights flickered in the darkness, casting an eerie glow over the remnants of the night's madness. The sight reminded me of my first days in Nighthaven. A lot has happened since then. Fighting vampires, becoming a wanted criminal. If I had to describe it, I'd say it wasn't so bad. Living as a ghost had its inconveniences, but it came with unparalleled freedom. I wasn't bound by anyone or anything. Still, it was time to graduate from being the ghost. I had caused too much of a stir, far more than I'd intended. It was no longer something I could maintain or control. So, I decided to leave it all behind. I threw the white cloak into the wind, watching it flutter and drift away through the open window. From now on, I'll live as Uria. The ghost no longer exists. A skilled pickpocket, a regular at the bakery, and a vampire hunter with a bounty on her head, those titles were now history. I resolved to keep my distance from the main plot and live quietly under Greg's roof. After bidding farewell to the cloak that had accompanied me for so long, I curled up on the creaky bed and drifted off to sleep. Thanks to the tesseract, my body was physically rejuvenated, but my mind was still exhausted from the intense focus required to fight zombies and vampires alike. The next morning, I headed to Greg's general store as usual. That's when I was hit with a thunderbolt of a revelation. I'm sorry, Uria. Because of last night's commotion, the shop is too damaged to operate. I'm afraid we'll have to close for a while. What? The shop's closing? But I threw away my ghost outfit. Clutching my cheeks in silent despair, I let out a scream that no one could hear. 6 days into my new job, and I was already unemployed. The zombie uprising orchestrated by the noble vampire Draco, later known as the Night of Blood incident, came to a conclusion when its instigator, Draco, was subdued. Acknowledged for the danger he posed, Draco was confined in Nastrond, a special detention facility for high-risk criminals. This facility was strictly managed by one of the Transcendents, the Dragon Mayor. With such tight oversight, it was likely Draco would never again see the light of day. Are you seriously going to request a second-class citation? Capturing a noble vampire hiding in the city, this is definitely first-class honor material. If it were me, I'd never give up the reward. Several hours after Draco was apprehended, in front of the brightly lit main entrance of Nighthaven's central police station, even late at night, a female police officer raised her voice incredulously at Alice. Given the traces left at the scene and the witness statements, this Night of Blood incident was clearly a code orange, a second-degree disaster. Although the entire city wasn't in direct peril, it was a terrifying situation where, if mishandled, countless lives could have been lost. And yet, in the midst of this, the culprit had been swiftly subdued and handed over to the police. Now Alice was declining first-class recognition, stepping back instead. Even though it wasn't her business, the officer couldn't help but feel regret over the missed commendation and reward. Haha, to be honest, I didn't do it all myself. The ghost did most of the work, and I just finished things up. I don't feel right about taking all the credit. Besides, being on the news is a bit too much for me. For Alice, this was a natural choice. She was a proper, upright woman who couldn't rest easy without returning even a single lost coin to its owner. Moreover, the only reason she could capture Draco was that the ghost had already beaten him to the brink of death. Thus, she insisted, almost stubbornly, that the police include the ghost's name in the recognition for first-class merit. Unable to overcome Alice's tenacity, the police had no choice but to designate her as the second-class honoree and write down the ghost's name instead, even though the ghost was oblivious to all of this. Ugh, well, if that's how you feel, there's nothing we can do. Then, I'll be on my way now. See you next time. Yes, take care. Satisfied that she'd repaid the favor, Alice turned her back without hesitation, though the officer still seemed regretful. As she took a step onto the street, her mood lightened, but a familiar male voice called out to her from nearby. Yo, Alice. All done with work? You're not hurt, are you? Ah, Jin. You waited for me. Who said I was waiting? I was just passing by and saw you, so I figured I'd say hi. The man's name was Jin Crowley, the head of Crowley Problem Solvers, where Alice worked, and a fixer with a precariously valid license. Dressed in black from head to toe, even his hair was jet black. Because of this, people who knew him sometimes called him Raven. My sister once told me that male tsunderies aren't in demand. Something about them feeling like unsellable, defective goods. You should tell your sister to stop reading so much manga. Seriously, tsundere? Who even says that anymore? It's like a term from 70 years ago. Chuckling lightly, Alice couldn't help but laugh at Jin's awkward but considerate pace as he walked alongside her. Despite his seemingly carefree attitude, his natural attentiveness to his surroundings always stood out in his actions. For a while, they walked side by side in silence before Alice spoke up first. By the way, Jin, I actually met the ghost Victor mentioned earlier. Really? What was it like? Well, I didn't see them use powers or anything, but I don't think they're a bad person, just like Victor said. Alice recalled the moment a few days ago when Victor, Jin's friend, had visited their office unexpectedly. Victor, with his spiky blonde hair, had made quite an impression. Raven, I have a sudden request. I need you to investigate the ghost. It might be connected to your missing sister. Explain in detail. The Nexus Project, a large-scale paranormal research experiment that claimed tens of thousands of lives. I believe the ghost is linked to it. The attempt to implant powers from another world into humans had been tried hundreds of times over decades since the arrival of otherworldly races. The Nexus Project had been the closest to success, and it was led by an enigmatic group suspected of involving Jin's missing sister in its inhumane experiments. Why are you so certain? The Nexus Project was carried out by a shadowy group even the dragon couldn't catch. How can you tell the difference between high-level spellcasting and psychic powers? Ah, I know. But what if the ghost is a small child? A child. When Jin's eyes widened in shock, Victor continued with unwavering conviction. Jin agreed to investigate the ghost before Victor left Nighthaven, his resolve rekindled by the possibility of a connection to his sister. As Alice replayed those moments, she chuckled softly. Victor and Jin might seem like opposites, but their shared passion reminded her of how like-minded people often find each other. Their camaraderie mirrored the fiery determination Jin now poured into his quest to uncover the ghost's identity. By the way, Jin, I'm thinking of going to the Black Order to protest. It's unfair that the ghost didn't get proper credit for protecting the labyrinth. Ah, well, good luck with that. The Black Order's probably too busy dealing with the angry bounty hunters to care. Jin explained how the Order, which had put bounties on zombies' heads to defend their territory, now faced backlash because the zombies' bodies had vanished. Without tangible proof, the hunters accused the Order of deceiving them. After some light-hearted banter, the two eventually parted ways at the office. But the next morning, Alice and Jin found themselves facing unexpected visitors. May I request your assistance? Standing before them was an imposing muscular orc and a delicate maid wearing a fox mask, a duo whose combination defied logic. Underscore 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 underscore. The human brain is designed to lose its ability to speak when faced with severe mental shock. When under strong stress, survival instincts suppress non-essential language functions. Or perhaps negative emotions take priority, causing the brain to delay processing language. Psychological defense mechanisms may activate to shield us from traumatic experiences. Whatever the theory, the conclusion was always the same. A strong shock turns people into fools. Thus, as the fool I had become, I blinked blankly and thought, the shop is closing? Then, what about me? It was a fresh morning with no trace of fatigue in my body, thanks to the tesseract. But Greg delivered shocking news as soon as I arrived for work. The shop would be closed for a while. I was utterly flabbergasted. Having just bid farewell to my life as the ghost yesterday, this was a bolt from the blue. What about me, boss? I need a job to survive? Take responsibility? I bustled around Greg like an anxious bird, demanding an explanation. He grabbed my head gently with one hand and spoke in his usual calm voice. Calm down first. There was a small incident while you were away. A group of vampires suddenly showed up. Vampires came to the shop? From his words, it wasn't just one or two apparently, it was a whole group. That made things a little more understandable. A vampire group was much trickier to handle than a lone vampire. The more vampires gathered, the stronger the magic they could wield using blood as a medium. No matter how strong Greg was, even for a top-tier orc, defending the shop intact must have been tough. Well, they were mostly nobodies, so I beat them up and prevented them from wrecking the shop. Or not. From the sound of it, he just punched them all out and chased them away. Now that I thought about it, the shop didn't look like it had been trashed at all. At worst, a few windows were missing, and there was a small hole in the wall. Nothing suggested the shop needed to close for long. Tilting my head in confusion, I asked why the shop had to close. Greg smiled bitterly and answered my question. Why close the shop? Sigh, a few items got caught in the scuffle, and one of the critical appraisal artifacts broke. An appraisal artifact? Could it be the magic-infused glasses? I widened my eyes in shock as Greg nodded. If those glasses were damaged, it made sense to shut down the shop. The artifact was essentially the cornerstone of our shop's ability to assess items. It was like a restaurant losing all its kitchen knives. Sure, we could serve meals that didn't need knives, but that would hurt the quality. It was better to close temporarily and get new knives. Of all things to break. This means I can't even argue about wanting to work. Still, it shouldn't take too long to fix, right? I looked up at Greg cautiously, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Fine, I'd accept it. The shop is closing, okay, that's justified. But when will it reopen? 3 days? A week? Surely not more than 2 weeks, right? Reading my expectant gaze, Greg stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied. It'll probably be at least a month, even if we're lucky. A month. I trembled at the unexpected duration. A month was far too long. The savings I had would only last 4 days. This was a disaster. Desperate, I tugged at Greg's sleeve and protested fervently. But Greg gently pried my hands off and explained further. Fixing an artifact is expensive. If I take it to a Nighthaven craftsman, it'll cost at least tens of thousands of credits and take months to repair. That's why I plan to visit an overseas contact while the shop is closed. Considering travel time and repair duration, a month is actually optimistic. Coming with me? Uria, do you even have a passport? Passport? Of course, I don't have one. I lowered my head, feeling defeated. Sure, Greg's explanation made sense. Highly skilled craftsmen existed in Nighthaven, but Greg didn't have the connections to afford their exorbitant prices or extended timelines. Traveling abroad to a contact who could work efficiently and affordably was a rational decision. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. But what about me, left behind? I'd given up being the ghost to work here and earn a living, and now, feeling a small pang of betrayal, I stared dejectedly at the ground, lightly kicking it. Greg chuckled and ruffled my hair, which only made me angrier. Don't worry too much, he said. You're still my employee. Of course, I've thought of something for you. Follow me. I'll introduce you to someone trustworthy who'll give you work while I'm away. What? Greg's words filled me with gratitude. Truly, the best boss of our time? I quickly followed him, my earlier gloom replaced by hope. Who this trustworthy person might be didn't matter much. If Greg vouched for them, they wouldn't be a terrible boss. The world suddenly felt brighter, as if sunlight had broken through the storm clouds above me. By the way, Uria, you've been acting a bit more playful lately. Playful? Me? Frowning, I recalled my recent behavior, circling Greg like a child, looking up at him pleadingly, tugging his sleeve, hopping in place, and shaking my head dramatically. No. This wasn't playfulness, it was just non-verbal communication since I couldn't speak. To emphasize my point, I jabbed Greg's thigh lightly. Who's being playful now? By the time we reached our destination, I recognized the building immediately. Wait, this is Crowley Problem Solvers, where the protagonist works. Before I could process the shock, I heard a familiar voice. Oh, Greg? Uria? What brings you here? Pink-haired one. Is Raven inside? Well, Jin lives here, so he's probably inside. I just got here myself. It was Sakuragi Alice, arriving at the worst possible moment, confirming my fears. Greg's trustworthy job was a part-time position at the Problem Solver's office. After all my effort to avoid the protagonist's group, fate had thrown me right into their midst. A man with messy black hair that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in ages and a crumpled suit that hadn't seen a wash in who knows how long. He was tall with a proportionally small head, features that could make him handsome in isolation. But his perpetually half-closed eyes and an expression radiating annoyance ruined any such impression. If one had to describe him, he resembled either a job seeker who'd given up after countless rejections or an unemployed slacker long dismissed from corporate life. Sitting in front of him, I closed my eyes for a moment and let out a silent sigh. I've met the protagonist. It was truly an unwelcome development. All my efforts to avoid getting entangled with the protagonist had gone up in smoke. After following Greg here, I found myself at none other than the protagonist's office. It felt as disorienting as expecting to get pork cutlets only to arrive at a dentist's office instead. Perhaps that dazed moment had been my last golden chance to escape. Before I could process it, I was already sitting on the office's guest sofa. Across from me sat Raven and Alice, with Greg seated beside me. I was utterly cornered, the tension eating away at me. So, you're asking me to take care of this kid? Summing it up, yes. Greg explained why he had suddenly appeared that morning. After the Night of Blood incident, he had to go overseas for some time. During his absence, he wanted me to work here instead of wandering around aimlessly. The request itself was touching. Despite knowing me for less than a week, Greg was taking responsibility for me so I wouldn't end up completely abandoned. It wasn't out of affection but likely his strong sense of duty. Even so, his consideration was enough to make me feel like calling him dad wouldn't be out of place. If only the person he'd entrusted me to wasn't the protagonist's party. But, is there even another option? I didn't really have a choice. A masked, undocumented individual like me, an illegal immigrant who couldn't even speak. On top of that, I had dangerous psychic powers and the tesseract, a secret no one could know about. Unless I returned to the alleyway to reclaim the rags and resume my ghostly activities, finding a normal job was practically impossible. Greg's endorsement was the only way I'd have even a slim chance. Logically, I had no choice but to seize this opportunity. But Raven seemed less than thrilled. Scratching his head, he shook it with a troubled expression. Look, this isn't a daycare. I can't just take in a kid with nowhere to go. More accurately, I'm asking you to hire her as a worker. That's even worse. Hiring a minor violates labor laws. I'm fine with it. So Yuria will be my junior, right? Oh my gosh. Hey, who said I was accepting her? We're not done talking yet. Raven lightly tapped Alice's head as she beamed with excitement. Then, he glanced at me, who was sitting stiffly, and turned back to Greg. Why here? Surely there are other places she can work. Even if she's a minor, someone would take her in if you asked. There's a reason I need to leave her with someone trustworthy. To be honest. Greg cautiously revealed the truth. I couldn't speak, had to hide my face, and lacked any form of identification. In short, I was a walking employment red flag. Raven's expression soured as though he'd just heard something ridiculous. So, let me get this straight. You're asking me to hire a suspicious minor who can't talk, has to wear a mask, and has no ID. Correct. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. She's a good kid. Just being a good kid doesn't cut it. How can I hire someone without even knowing what she's about? I guess it's not going to work. Feeling like a child caught between arguing parents, I slumped my shoulders and held my breath. I couldn't blame him. I hadn't expected much anyway. Sure, it would have been nice, but getting upset over a rejection wasn't my style. Besides, maybe this was for the best. Getting involved with the protagonist's party, who were destined to face all kinds of trouble, wasn't something I wanted either. It's fine. I'll just convince myself I turned it down first. Not rejected, declined. See the difference? Kman, Jin? Greg's trustworthy, isn't he? There must be a good reason for this. Let's give her a chance. Quiet. I want nothing to do with troublesome things. Don't you feel sorry for Yuria? Are you fine with this poor girl starving? You heartless man. Whose side are you on? Greg fell silent as Alice stepped in to defend me, even winking at me as if to say, I've got your back. Her unexpected kindness moved me a little. I'd thought she was dangerous at first, but maybe my opinion could change. Wait. How do you even know her name? Oh, I met her at Greg's shop yesterday. Right, Yuria. Raven glanced at Alice with an exasperated look, seemingly realizing her fondness for cute things had driven her actions. After briefly eyeing Greg and me, he clicked his tongue. TCH, fine. We can do an interview, at least. Thanks, Raven. That doesn't mean I'm accepting her. I need to see what she can do before deciding. Raven's cautious approach made sense. Greg was asking him to hire me as a proper employee, not take me in out of charity. Raven turned to me for the first time and asked, So, what's your name? Yuria, Greg answered. How old is she? That's a secret. What's her specialty? She's highly observant and can anticipate what customers need before they even ask. And her experience. Wait, why are you answering everything? Are you her parent? Greg responded unapologetically. She can't speak, so I'm helping the process along. Despite their bickering, Greg and Alice's support gave me courage. Deciding I couldn't rely on them forever, I took a deep breath and stood up. Raven's next question was, what exactly can you contribute here? Without a word, I scanned the room, then walked over to a large plant in the corner. Plucking a leaf, I held it out to Raven. Huh. He examined the leaf and suddenly exclaimed, a camera. Yes, a camera. Alice added, her face reddening as she realized its significance. The micro-camera was a recurring nuisance planted by Sakuragi Lily, Alice's older sister, who had a habit of spying on Raven. Using my knowledge from the original story, I quickly uncovered 6 more hidden cameras throughout the office. Alice cheered, amazing, Yuria, you're so sharp. Even Raven, though skeptical, acknowledged my skills. Fine. 1 month. But no extensions. Temporary worker at Crowley Problem Solver's office, hired? Should I be happy about this? I couldn't help but tilt my head in uncertainty. Underscore 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 underscore. Perhaps because the conversation had reached its conclusion, Greg stood up without hesitation, as if his business here was done. Well then, I'll be off. Oh, Greg, you're leaving already? Yes. I plan to catch a flight this afternoon. There's no reason to delay. It seemed he was intent on leaving for overseas right away. That explained why he'd brought me here first thing in the morning. Classic Greg. The orc's characteristic straightforwardness and speed left no room for hesitation or second-guessing. After answering Alice's question in his usual blunt manner, Greg turned his attention to Raven. Thanks again, Raven. Nah, you helped me out before. It's all about mutual support. By the way, do you offer any perks? Like free appraisal services? I'll consider it. Greg gave a slow nod, his expression saying fair enough. Considering the help he'd received, it seemed like a reasonable trade. Feeling a bit guilty for being the reason Greg had to make such concessions, I shifted awkwardly. As I anxiously watched their conversation, Greg turned to me, still trapped in Alice's arms, and said, "Yuria, stay healthy. I won't be gone long." I smiled brightly and nodded vigorously in response. Of course, my mask completely covered my face, so he couldn't see my expression. Still, I wanted to properly bid him farewell. I lightly tapped Alice's arm, which rested on my shoulder, signaling her to let me go. Then, I scurried over to Greg. Truthfully, I didn't linger on goodbyes. As long as people weren't leaving forever, we could always meet again somewhere in the world. Thinking that we shared the same sky made it hard to feel sad or lonely. And Greg wasn't even leaving for long, just a short trip abroad. That made it easy for me to see him off with a smile. I extended my hand, palm open. Greg immediately understood, grinning wide enough to show his teeth as he pressed his enormous hand like a pot lid against my tiny one. With that simple goodbye, Greg nodded to Raven and Alice before leaving the office without a backward glance. A cool, decisive exit, true to his nature. He's gone? Yeah, he's really gone. With Greg's towering presence gone, the room felt noticeably emptier. Well, he was over 2 meters tall, so it wasn't surprising. I gazed absent-mindedly out the window at his retreating figure, now just a speck in the distance. He's really gone. Suddenly, the reality of being left behind began to sink in. Yuria looks so forlorn. Is she that upset? She looks like a cat staring at a fish tank. Oh, I get it, she's a fish tank cat. Who are you calling a fish tank cat? I'm not upset, okay. I shot Raven and Alice a brief glare before sighing internally. 1 month. When it's over, it'll feel short, but right now, it seemed interminably long. From manager of Greg's general store to temporary worker at Crowley Problem Solver's office, my sudden drop in rank led to my very first task. I don't really have anything for you to do right now, just sit and take a break. Break time as my first task. Sure, new hires rarely have much to do on their first day, especially when they're parachuted into the position through connections. I sat quietly on the sofa, trying to appear as inconspicuous as possible. Rule 1 of survival, it's better to be competent than hardworking. But more importantly, never stand out. The key to surviving in society was to accept that I was just one of many interchangeable cogs. Never delude myself into thinking I was irreplaceable. Hey, do you know how to make coffee? Coffee? I tilted my head in confusion at the sudden question. Alice chimed in before I could answer. Coffee? Gin, you can't even drink bitter stuff? If it doesn't have at least 5 sugar cubes, you won't touch it, such a child's palate. Shut up. She's staff now, she should do something. She's too young to go out on jobs, but making coffee or tea for clients should be fine. So my role was to serve drinks to clients. It wasn't a bad task actually, it was ideal. It wasn't much different from what I'd done at Greg's store. And roaming around Night Haven without telekinesis to protect me? Absolutely not. Too risky. But Alice seemed dissatisfied. She pouted and grumbled at Raven. I want to take Yuria outside with me. Boo, evil boss. Free Yuria right now. Not happening. You'd just detour for shopping, wouldn't you? Someone like you, who loves cute things, wouldn't just go for a stroll. I don't know what you're talking about. Bullseye. I silently applauded Raven for preemptively blocking Alice's schemes. If she dragged me along, who knew what embarrassing outfits she might try to make me wear. All right, Alice, stop butting in. We're getting nowhere. Anyway, Yuria, you can make coffee or tea, right? Good. Raven scribbled something on a piece of paper and handed it to me. Start tomorrow. Show up at 9 a.m., or 10 at the latest. We'll have lunch together, and you'll clock out at 6 p.m. Your main job is to greet clients, serve drinks, and guide them to the reception area. When there are no clients, you're free to read, play games, or whatever. Got it? Great. You understand. As for pay, it's not difficult work, so this much should be done. It'll be enough to get by for a month. Sounds good. I nodded enthusiastically, nearly shaking my head off. Perfect. No, amazing. A cushy part-time job with a 9 to 6 schedule, provided lunch, light duties, and free time. Sure, the pay was modest, but I wasn't planning to settle here forever. For someone who might have ended up wandering the streets, this was a godsend. Raven added, since you don't have an ID, there's no need for a contract. Don't worry, I'm not going to stiff you. If Jin tries to withhold pay, I'll break his spine and make him pay. Don't worry. Hey, don't joke about that. Not joking. Alice's unervingly sweet smile made it clear she was 100% serious. Even I found it scary. And so, the details of my part-time job were settled. With nothing else to do, I decided to start working right away. I've handled customers before, this won't be too hard. Or so I thought. What I'd failed to consider was that the Crowley Problem Solver's office wasn't just a workplace, it was the chaotic hub of the Fixer world. The first client of the day burst in sobbing, Fixer. Please, you have to help me. Yes, ma'am. What's the issue? My Ethelian Dark Viathardsoran Florialis Spectorizin has escaped its cage. I'm sorry, could you repeat the name? Ethelian Dark Viathardsoran Florialis Spectorizin? Are you even listening? Next, a cyclops in ancient samurai attire strode in, proclaiming, I seek a restroom. There are plenty of restrooms in Night Haven. I am a germaphobe of the highest order. I cannot sit upon a toilet once it has been used even by myself. Have you considered placing tissue on the seat? I shall try. Later, a sentient tree person entered. Supplements. Are you looking for plant-based supplements? Expensive. I see. There's a botanical garden on the east side of Nighthaven that sells affordable ones in bulk. Understood. One bizarre client after another. Was this a fixer office or an all-purpose errand center? By the time night fell, I was mentally exhausted. Finally, the long-awaited moment arrived, clocking out. Underscore 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 underscore. Well then, I'll head out first. Good work today. Yay, good work. See you tomorrow, Uria. Bye bye. Bye bye. I waved gently at Alice, who seemed to be in a rush to leave. Was she really that happy just because I waved back? Her face lit up with a radiant smile as she waved enthusiastically before hurrying out of the office. She likes me too much. It's almost confusing. Her genuine fondness for me was unmistakable, and it was something I couldn't dislike, even if I tried. Alice was the type of person who gave affection freely, without expecting anything in return. It was an impressive mindset that someone as petty and small-minded as me couldn't hope to emulate. Of course, her fondness sometimes involved physical affection so overwhelming it made me break out in a cold sweat, but I could always draw boundaries. Alice wasn't the type to push if I firmly rejected her. You did well today, temp worker. Must have been tough with all the quirky clients. Here's your day's wages. Check it. After Alice left, Raven scratched the back of his head awkwardly and handed me an envelope, likely feeling guilty about how unexpectedly busy the day had been. Already getting paid for today? Grateful, I eagerly accepted the envelope, opening it with a soft rustle. Inside were crisp, freshly withdrawn bills still warm from the ATM. Counting them, I noticed there were 2 more bills than what we'd agreed upon. Is this extra? Waving the envelope at Raven to clarify, he chuckled lightly and shrugged as if it were no big deal. Those 2 are a bonus. Buy yourself some snacks on the way home. Need me to walk you back? Guess not. Fine. Just get home before it gets too dark, and don't get into trouble. With a lazy wave, Raven turned and strolled back into the office. A true man of the times, someone who wouldn't lift a finger unless asked but would still help if needed. If I'd nodded, he probably would have grumbled but walked me all the way home, which brought a smile to my face. Well, time to go. I carefully tucked the envelope into my skirt pocket, bowed deeply toward Raven's retreating back, and quietly slipped out of the office. It's cold. It might actually snow soon. The nighttime winds of Nighthaven were sharp and icy, cutting through the streets. Most people were bundled up in thick coats, and without one myself, just my maid uniform, the cold seeped mercilessly through the fabric. Just yesterday, it had been chilly but bearable. Now, my breath puffed out visibly in the frigid air. Maybe I should buy a coat with this money. Clothes are a long-term investment, after all. With that resolve, I hurried into the first clothing store I spotted. Oh, how adorable! What are you looking for, dear? This coat? It might be too long and cover your whole body. That's the point. Walking around in this maid uniform is embarrassing enough as it is. Ignoring the shopkeeper's hesitation, I handed over the money and bought the long coat without a second thought. The hem fell to my thighs, offering much-needed coverage. As soon as I stepped back outside, I felt immediate warmth. Welcome? Are you taking this to go? One basic sandwich? Got it. With my newly purchased coat and a wrapped sandwich in hand, I retraced the path Greg and I had walked earlier. Even in a city as lively as Nighthaven, the streets grew quieter the farther I ventured from the bustling downtown. By the time I reached the Grey district where Greg's general store was located, the streets were almost deserted. It's incredible Greg set up a shop in a place like this. Then again, it was the kind of quiet area that made it easier for me to visit unnoticed. Using the emergency key Greg had given me, I unlocked the store's door. Ugh, it's freezing in here. Let's block the windows first. The interior was bone-chillingly cold, thanks to the broken windows that vampires had shattered. Using thick cloth, I covered the gaps where the glass was missing and turned on the heater. I swept out broken shards and dust with telekinesis, then thoroughly mopped the floors. After cleaning, I noted the repairs that still needed attention, replacing the glass tomorrow and patching up the walls temporarily with sponges until Greg could fix them properly. The store finally warmed up, and I took off my coat, draping it neatly over the sofa. Changing into the casual clothes I'd left behind yesterday, I washed up in the bathroom and returned to the sofa with my maid uniform in hand. Not bad, but not great. Maybe a 6 out of 10. Munching on my sandwich, I mentally scored it. It wasn't bad for its price, but it wasn't something I'd want twice in a row. Work in the maid uniform, relax in casual clothes. I'll need more outfits for daily wear. Also, scarves, gloves, it's winter, after all. Sighing at the realization of how much money I'd need, I finished the sandwich and slouched onto the sofa, gazing at the ceiling. I only came to clean, but I don't feel like moving anymore. The sofa was warm and cozy, far more comfortable than my freezing, makeshift bed back at my base. Maybe I could just sleep here? I did clean up the place thoroughly, surely I've earned it. But no, taking advantage of Greg's absence felt wrong. Resigned, I curled up on the sofa, letting the warmth soothe my tired body. After a while, my thoughts drifted to the tesseract hanging around my neck. When will it wake up? And what exactly happened yesterday? Why did the tesseract speak? Why did it help me? And how would its presence change the original storyline? The uncertainty felt overwhelming, like being adrift in an endless sea. Gripping the tesseract tightly, I steeled my resolve. No matter what happens, I won't regret it. I made this choice. I shook off the heavy thoughts with a self-deprecating chuckle and patted my cheeks. Then, folding my maid uniform neatly, I placed it on the sofa. After double-checking the lights and heater were off, I took one last look at the quiet store before closing the door behind me. I'll be back tomorrow. I silently wished for another peaceful day, though in a city like Nighthaven, peace felt like a foolish hope. Underscore 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 underscore. As soon as it was time to clock out, Alice bolted out the door like a bullet. The place her steps led to was none other than the Western Labyrinth, where the ghost had last appeared. Despite what had happened just yesterday, she was already back on the trail without taking a day's rest. For Uriah, the person involved, Alice's relentless pursuit was nothing short of obsessive. Yet truthfully, Alice hadn't intended to go this far. Initially, Raven, acting on Victor's request, had taken charge of investigating individuals directly connected to the ghost, while Alice had been relegated to a minor role, gathering rumors and information from the back alleys. Considering that Alice was practically a hollow shell with little to offer beyond fighting, the smartest choice would have been to stay out of the way to avoid causing trouble. Though she wasn't particularly bright, she wasn't foolish enough to be unaware of this. But that was all true until yesterday. She had let the ghost slip away at an agonizingly close distance, so close, she could have touched them if she'd fallen forward. The sheer frustration was enough to make her momentarily abandon the diet she'd recently started to curb her belly fat. She ate half a bowl more rice than usual. They don't seem like a bad person, but they totally played me. I can't just let this go. Alice was half convinced by now that the ghost wasn't a villain. After all, what kind of evildoer would fight vampires so fiercely, shedding their own blood in the process? Still, the fact that the ghost wasn't bad didn't erase the humiliation of letting them escape right in front of her. For Alice, who had been thoroughly outplayed, there was no choice but to track the ghost down and teach them a lesson. Wait for me, ghost. I'm going to rip off that white cloth with my own two hands. Alice had a competitive streak. No, to be precise, when she wasn't distracted by cute things, Alice could be incredibly tenacious. She was the type to thrash about against her limits, working to break through any obstacle in her way. Of course, in front of a certain silver-haired girl, she often ended up looking like a clumsy mess, but that was merely her way of venting stress. When she got serious, even Raven would shake his head in exasperation, unable to stop her stubbornness. Unfortunately for the ghost, they had unwittingly caught the attention of someone this persistent. Let's go a bit deeper this time. The bounty from the Black Liquor Guild on the ghost is particularly concerning. With that, Alice strode fearlessly into the depths of the Western Labyrinth. For someone as striking as Alice, the underworld was a place where trouble was practically guaranteed to find her. To avoid unnecessary hassles, she usually avoided walking around so openly. But now, the tables had turned. Hey, look over there. That pink-haired swordswoman. Is that the monster who cut down endless waves of zombies yesterday? Ahem, best not mess with her. Not that I'm scared or anything. Thanks to her remarkable display during the Bloody Night incident, rumors about Alice had spread widely. The riffraff of the underworld kept their distance, and her steps remained unhindered. Excuse me. Could I ask you something? Why yes? What is it? Do you happen to know anything about the ghost? Even something trivial is fine. Approaching anyone who stood out, Alice interrogated them for information about the ghost, collecting every scrap she could find. She focused on things like the times the ghost typically appeared, shared traits among their victims, or details of their involvement in the Bloody Night incident. Of course, most of what she gathered turned out to be information she already knew or was otherwise unhelpful. The ghost had a knack for vanishing without a trace. Even in the underworld, there were only a handful of people who had seen them directly, aside from the events of the previous day. Listening to these rumors, it's like they really are ghosts. If I hadn't seen them myself, I'd think it was all exaggerated too. So far, no one had glimpsed what lay beneath the cloth, nor heard the ghost's voice. Their mere appearance left people unconscious for inexplicable reasons, and anyone who crossed their path risked losing all their possessions. The meticulousness with which they erased their traces left Alice deeply troubled. Elder, do you know anything about the ghost? Are you a bounty hunter, young lady? Well, something like that? Forget about the ghost, lass. The Black Liquor Guild will be cancelling the bounty soon. Cancelling it? Really? Alice's eyes widened in surprise at the old beast folk's revelation. She had suspected that the Black Liquor Guild might give up on the ghost eventually, but she hadn't expected them to drop the bounty so soon after the incident. For an organization renowned as one of the top beast folk powers, backing down so easily was a blow to their reputation. But as she listened to the old man's explanation, the reasoning became clear. They've already spent a fortune compensating angry bounty hunters after all those zombie corpses disappeared. And they say the vampire the ghost fought was a noble class 1. If that's true, the Black Liquor Guild was outmatched from the start. If the ghost had been hot-headed, there would have been rivers of blood in the labyrinth by now. That's certainly true. Nodding in agreement, Alice recalled the events of the previous day. By the time she arrived, Draco had been so severely beaten that he couldn't regenerate his severed limbs. A noble vampire, even a weak one, would require a double-numbered fixer to handle. That meant the ghost was at least as skilled as Victor. No wonder the Black Liquor Guild had backed down so quickly. And public opinion in the labyrinth has shifted toward the ghost. A lot of people saw them take down the zombies and the vampire. The ghost. Right. They must really hate zombies. It was chilling to watch. The old man described the scene he had witnessed, a pile of zombies with snapped necks left in the ghost's wake, a vampire pinned to a wall with iron stakes, and the decapitated bodies of ghouls strewn across the ground. The ghost had undoubtedly killed the most zombies and vampires during the incident. But why would the ghost go that far? As Alice listened, she felt a growing sense of unease. Thinking it over, she couldn't come up with a good reason for the ghost to fight so desperately against the vampires. Could it simply be that they hated vampires? But that didn't fit. After all, the ghost had been the one to reveal the presence of the vampires in the first place, and back then, they had subdued them with little effort. For someone so determined to hide their identity, this recent behavior seemed excessive. They had even risked capture, nearly revealing their true self. Maybe Victor was right. Is the ghost really some kind of superhuman created through horrific experiments? As Alice pondered, she recalled the ghost's final gesture toward her, a small, scarred hand waving in farewell. If the ghost truly was just a small child, as Victor suggested, what could have driven them to fight Draco with such intensity? Perhaps the ghost understood pain so profoundly that they desperately wished to ensure no one else would have to endure the same kind of suffering. While Alice couldn't be certain, she felt she could faintly grasp the ghost's thoughts. Quietly biting her lip, she made a solemn vow to herself. A kind soul. I'll find you, no matter what. With a new resolve, Alice promised herself something very different from her earlier determination. As the world's most persistent and bothersome person, she vowed to track the ghost down. And if the ghost truly turned out to be someone who, despite their own pain, could embrace others without hesitation, then Alice would ensure that she became someone who could share warmth with that child. After all, no flower in this world is ever undeserving of blooming. Meanwhile, far from Alice's heartfelt determination, Uriah, the ghost in question, was lounging lazily in the warmth of Greg's shop, completely oblivious. For her, all that mattered was that the vampire had picked a fight with her first, and her retaliation was nothing more than venting her irritation. Talk of despair and suffering? Those were stories from another world entirely as far as she was concerned. And so, misunderstandings piled up. At the same time, in the Crowley problem solvers, Raven, sipping whiskey leisurely while gazing out at the Nighthaven skyline through the window, thought to himself, Uriah, could she really be the ghost? It was a sharp deduction so keen that, if Uriah had been sitting beside him, she wouldn't have been able to hide her reaction. The reason for Raven's suspicion was simple, everything just fit together too perfectly. In truth, Raven already knew far more about the ghost than Alice did. He had pieced together detailed information about them. Witness accounts consistently described the ghost as being incredibly small, around 130 centimeters in height. Those who had been aided by the ghost reported glimpses of their body, confirming they were undeniably human and a child, no less. The timing of the ghost's disappearance coincided precisely with Uriah starting work at Greg's shop. On top of that, Uriah was a complete unknown, no identity, no past, and no known connections. Given the circumstantial evidence, failing to link Uriah and the ghost would have been downright strange. But, there's an alibi. Despite all this, it remained nothing more than circumstantial evidence. Too many unanswered questions lingered. If the ghost was truly connected to supernatural abilities, why had they only appeared now, long after the Nexus project had supposedly ended? How had someone subjected to experiments with survival rates in the low single digits if not fractions emerged both physically and mentally unscathed? And, most puzzling of all, how had the ghost reportedly bloodied by Draco recovered to a pristine condition overnight? As long as luck and coincidence existed in this world, Raven couldn't definitively prove that Uriah was the ghost without catching them red-handed and unmasking them. Frankly, though, there was no need to rush. Uriah was set to work in his office for about a month, giving him plenty of time and opportunities. And for Raven, what truly mattered wasn't whether Uriah was the ghost. What mattered was whether Uriah was the result of the Nexus project and whether she held information related to his missing sister. Those two questions were the crux of the matter, everything else secondary. No need to poke the beehive unnecessarily. I'll wait patiently and strike at the right moment. Still, Raven was already half convinced that Uriah and the ghost were one and the same. If he hadn't been, he wouldn't have let her wander the perilous streets of Nighthaven alone. Even though Raven wasn't the type to offer help unprompted, he wasn't heartless enough to turn away someone who had asked for his protection. An email. He had been nursing his drink, lost in thought, when a notification popped up on his computer. The email's content was as follows. An invitation to a party hosted by Nemesis, a leading cybernetic prosthetics company. The email stated that he, as a fixer, was welcome to bring up to 2 companions, and that all expenses would be covered by Nemesis. To someone who had survived countless battlefields, Raven immediately sensed the scent of danger. This was no ordinary invitation, it was bait, sweetly perfumed to lure prey into a death trap. It reeked of scheming and dirty tricks. Smells dangerous. This should be fun. Raven smirked. There was nothing he found more entertaining than giving troublemakers a taste of their own medicine. It seemed like the perfect opportunity to indulge in one of his hobbies after a long time. Somewhere in Nighthaven, in a cramped, dimly lit room filled with the hum of fans and faint electronic beeps, a man was hunched over a keyboard, surrounded by countless computers and monitors. Amid the overwhelming chaos of screens, the man muttered as he gazed at a blinking display. Found it. The man was a code runner, a hacker of the new generation who operated within the cybernetic network. He stood up with purpose, stepping toward the window. Beyond the glass, the neon-drenched skyline of Nighthaven stretched endlessly, its skyscrapers piercing the night sky. Staring at the tallest tower, the man spoke with quiet determination. Rain, I'm coming for you. On the glowing monitor behind him, a single word flashed repeatedly, Nemesis. Underscore 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 underscore. There's a common saying. If you were to witness the filming of a comedy show famous for being hilarious, you'd find it so boring that you wouldn't believe it. Of course, that was only natural. Comedy shows are condensed highlights of hours of footage, carefully selected and compressed into a short burst of entertainment. Naturally, the unedited raw version would feel dull. And perhaps, that's how life worked as well. Enduring and waiting for long stretches of time for those fleeting moments of joy and happiness. It's the ordinary, uneventful days that make those moments of joy all the more precious. Why was I suddenly thinking this way? Well, it was because life at the fixer office was far more peaceful than I had anticipated. What even is an oversized fishbowl? Is it like high-heeled shoes for merfolk? I was in the middle of mopping the office hallway, which had turned into a minor flood zone. The cause? The fishbowl of a merfolk client. If your head is small, wear a small, snug fishbowl. Wandering around with a loose one that spills water everywhere? Utterly inconsiderate. Oh, right, fishbowl referred to the round helmet that merfolk wore on their heads. It was a water-filled device that provided oxygen for merfolk, who felt uncomfortable out of water. Naturally, it was standard to choose a size that fit your head. But it seemed there was some new trend among merfolk these days about bigger being better. Who knows why? Merfolk fashion, I guess. In any case, thanks to this mishap, I was stuck pushing a mop with my weak and feeble arms. Then, feeling something move in the corner of my vision, I glanced out the window. It's snowing? The overcast sky was a gloomy gray, heavy with clouds. Beneath it, pristine white snowflakes floated down, like sugar being sprinkled. It was the first snow of the year. It was also the first snow I was seeing as Uria. I didn't feel any grand sense of sentimentality. I wasn't a kid, after all. I wouldn't get excited over the sight of snow falling in the city. Still, maybe because I've always liked staring blankly at the rain or snow falling, the sight of snow settling over the bustling city wasn't bad. Oh my, it's snowing. Huh? Oh, it really is. Well, given the date, I suppose it's about time. Alice and Raven, who had been mopping up water under the couch, must have noticed too. They set down the couch they had lifted and stared out the window, watching the snow. Unlike Alice, whose eyes sparkled slightly, Raven wore a vaguely annoyed expression, as if the snow was just another hassle. Noticing Raven's mood, Alice tilted her head in curiosity and asked, Mr. Jin, why do you look so annoyed? It's the first snow of the season? Let's enjoy it, even just for a moment. Snow is something only kids or people with pure hearts or minds enjoy. Adults hate snow. Do you even know who has to clean that up? Doesn't it just melt if you leave it alone? If you leave it, it half melts and turns into solid ice where it fell. Then you have to break the ice or spread a ridiculous amount of dirt on it. It's twice the work in the end. The snow falling now didn't seem like the kind that would pile up, though. Still, Raven scratched the back of his head as if the thought of it was tiring. Was this what it meant to lose one's sense of wonder as an adult? Considering he had been a soldier before becoming a fixer, it wasn't hard to guess where such thoughts came from. Well, cleaning up snow was certainly a hassle. Acknowledging his point, I gave a small nod, and Raven, who was already tired of watching the snow, turned to scold Alice. Enough. Alice, lift the couch again. The floor's still wet. Just a little longer. Mr. Jin, you're so cold-hearted. Don't you have any sense of emotion? Shut up. If mold starts growing on the floor, are you going to take responsibility? Do you have any idea how much it costs to maintain this office every month? My wallet's already thin from fixing the door handle you broke last time. Ugh. Yes, I'm so sorry for breaking the door handle. But if you're so worried about money, maybe stop gambling on those dragon races all the time? Your wallet's thin because you keep throwing your money away. And there they go, fighting again. I watched the sudden argument between Alice and Raven with mild disbelief before shrugging it off and continuing to mop the floor. This was my 7th day working here. This kind of small event happened almost daily. How much material could there be to fight over in this tiny office? There was even a time they bickered for over an hour about toilet paper. Since they always made up quickly and acted like nothing had happened, I stopped trying to mediate by the 3rd day. Worrying about it just left me drained. If money's so important, then sell that impulse buy you got from the home shopping channel. Now hold on. I may have 2 young kids as employees, but taking away my only hobby. Huh? Uria, maybe, but calling me a kid is ridiculous? What about me looks like a kid? I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything. Taking the opportunity to wring out my soaked mop, I slipped out through the office's back door. The fixer office occupied the entire 2nd floor of an old building. Because of that, the back door led directly to an outdoor staircase. In other words, stepping outside meant I could immediately face the falling snow. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen snow. There's a different feeling between watching it through a window and being right in front of it. Hugging the mop that was nearly as tall as me, I extended a hand, letting the snow fall onto my palm. The snowflake that landed melted almost instantly from my body heat. Leaving a tiny droplet of water in its place, I stared at it quietly before wiping it off on my skirt and carefully descending the stairs. A life filled with amusing people and constant, lively commotion. Somehow, it all felt like snowflakes vanishing the moment you tried to grasp them. Well, snowflakes or whatever. As long as spring came, it didn't matter. I secretly used telekinesis to wring out the mop in a secluded spot before returning to the office. By then, the fight had cooled off. Raven and Alice sat on opposite ends of the same couch, each focused on their smartphones. If they were going to do that, why sit on the same couch in the first place? Suppressing a laugh, I squeezed myself onto the narrow space between them. Hey, why are you sitting here? It's cramped? Why, Uria? There's room over there. The couch was too small for 3 people to sit comfortably. Even though I was on the smaller side, the couch was clearly meant for 2. The couch was uncomfortably small for 3 people to sit on together. But that's what made it meaningful. I glanced at the awkward expressions on their faces, then quickly grabbed both of their hands and placed them on my lap. As their hands naturally touched, Raven and Alice averted their gazes, looking flustered. Ahem. See? These fools. Realizing how trivial their fight had been, they probably just didn't know how to reconcile. If left to their own devices, they might have dragged this out until tomorrow morning. For the sake of the office's peace, I had resolved to sacrifice myself. After all, fights that start for silly reasons can also end just as easily. Come on, geez. I pressed down firmly on the backs of their hands as they tried to pull them away. It was my way of silently declaring that I wouldn't let go until they made up. Perhaps overwhelmed by my commanding presence, they eventually surrendered. Looking sheepish, they began to apologize to each other. Sigh. Mr. Jin, I'm sorry about the door handle. I should have been more careful. No, it's my fault. If I hadn't spent so much on dragon racing, a broken door handle wouldn't have been a big deal. I share the blame here. Sorry about that? Of course, I didn't take their words too seriously. For all I knew, Alice might accidentally break something in the office again by the end of the day. And Raven? There was no way he'd give up dragon racing, the most thrilling sport of this era. But that didn't matter to me. All I wanted was for the awkward atmosphere to dissipate before the end of the day. After all, I only had 3 weeks left working here. Whether they fixed their bad habits or not was up to them. Good, the reconciliation seemed sufficient. Satisfied with myself, I nodded at both Alice and Raven, who still looked slightly uncomfortable. Stopping fights in the middle was hard, but getting them to make up afterward? Not so much. I felt a quiet sense of pride at maintaining the office's peace once again. See, I'm as rational and reasonable as ever. Where else can you find such a sensible little adult? And no, it absolutely wasn't because I was irked by Raven calling me a kid. Really, honestly, purely. Actually, maybe I should take an interest in dragon racing too. I wonder what makes it so exciting. Now that's a good idea. I'm not planning to bet again anytime soon, but dragon racing is worth experiencing at least once. Especially with the current star, Andreas No 11. His leg strength is just as the office atmosphere returned to normal, as if nothing had happened, a familiar voice from the TV grabbed my attention. And in other news, Nemesis Corporation has made headlines for developing the world's first prosthetic arm capable of channeling magic. The ABP 1137, unveiled by Nemesis, achieves what was long thought impossible, merging magic with machinery. By demonstrating that their unique method allows magic to flow through artificial limbs, they've marked the beginning of a new era in history. Oh, that. I recognized it from the original story. Curious about the news, I straightened up like a meerkat and leaned closer to the TV. Noticing my reaction, Raven and Alice paused their conversation about dragon racing and turned their attention to the screen. A prosthetic arm that channels magic? Mr. Jin, is that even possible? Magic isn't supposed to work outside of a living body. No idea. But if it's on the news, I guess it works? I wouldn't know much about it. Wow, this means people from other species who have physical disabilities can use prosthetics freely now. Alice clapped her hands with joy, clearly excited about the breakthrough. After all, the main reason many non-human species avoided prosthetics was the backlash caused by incompatible magic. As she said, this opened up a whole new horizon of possibilities for them, assuming it was true, of course. Are you interested in this sort of thing? I guess you could say I am. What about you, part-timer? I nodded silently at Raven's suggestion. If this moment matched the one in the original story, I could already guess where this was headed. In that case, want to come with me to the party Nemesis is hosting? It's in 4 days. Huh? How'd you get an invitation to something like that? I got invited about a week ago. A few months back, one of our clients was affiliated with Nemesis. That must have been before I started working here. I'd love to go. I'm really curious about Nemesis prosthetic. Alright. Part-timer, are you coming too? The launch party, Beyond the Meta Future, was being held to celebrate Nemesis' new magic adaptive prosthetics. Honestly, there was no reason to say no. A glamorous party hosted by a prestigious corporation like Nemesis, with free food galore? How could I resist? And there was one more compelling reason to attend. This party was the moment the Fixer office crew finally becomes complete. No way am I missing that. It marked the introduction of the Fixer office's 3rd member into the main storyline. Not that they needed me for things to go smoothly. I'd just blend into the crowd and enjoy the show. It was going to be fun. The anticipation alone made my heart race. Underscore 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 underscore. It was certainly a good opportunity. Getting invited by Raven to accompany him to Nemesis Corporation's party. Imagining the soon-to-be complete Fixer office team in my head made me feel excited. But of course, happiness in this world rarely comes without a price. I was soon faced with a trial that made me break into a cold sweat. Dress code. Alice widened her eyes at Raven from across the couch, as if she were hearing the term for the first time in her life. Yeah, it's a pretty big corporation, after all. They're asking attendees to adhere to at least a minimal dress code, suits for men, dresses for women, that kind of thing. Oh, dresses, you say? Got anything appropriate for the occasion? I do have a few, but they're all in a traditional Japanese style. Would that be okay? Japanese style? Oh, you mean WA style clothing? Huh, I'm not sure. Raven stroked his chin, looking contemplative. Generally, such parties didn't outright reject traditional clothing, especially since the atmosphere seemed casual enough to invite someone like Raven, who had little connection to the company. Ultimately, the dress code was about showing respect and formality. From that perspective, traditional attire might stand out a bit, but it wasn't inappropriate. Sure, wearing a kimono might attract some attention in a sea of suits and gowns, but I don't think it'll be a problem. I'll double-check with the organizers, though. Just don't wear anything where, you know, your underwear straps might show. What? You underwear straps? They don't show? Okay, that's harassment? Seriously. Alice's face turned bright red as she angrily shouted back at Raven. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, wouldn't a dress with a deep slit risk showing straps? How had I never noticed Alice's underwear straps before? As I pondered this curious mystery, Alice suddenly pulled me into her arms, shouting, "Well, that's me taken care of. But what about Uriah? Huh? Oh, right. The part-timer doesn't have anything to wear, does she?" Why was this suddenly directed at me? I hadn't done anything? But they weren't wrong. If the party required adhering to a dress code, it was indeed a problem for someone like me, whose wardrobe consisted only of pajamas and a maid outfit. Buying something suitable wasn't an option either. Fancy party attire was expensive, and I was broke. Alice, don't you have something from when you were younger? All of that's back at my family's home. Besides, I grew up pretty fast, so. I see. Where are you looking while saying that? Thud. Alice's foot lashed out like a whip, striking Raven's thigh. Even from my position nestled in her arms, I could understand the reason for her retaliation. It was obvious where Raven's gaze had lingered for a moment. Alice was quite, developed. Although her posture made the strike somewhat awkward, her strength made up for it. Raven rubbed the sore spot nonchalantly before coming up with another suggestion. Then how about renting a dress? It'd be much cheaper than buying one outright. Would that be okay? It'd still be pretty pricey, and you don't exactly have a lot of money, Mr. Jin. I've got a little set aside for situations like this. Think of it as a staff welfare expense. Raven's decision was to rent rather than buy. Special occasion attire like this was often too expensive to justify purchasing outright, like wedding dresses. You only wear them once, so spending millions on one seems wasteful. Hence the existence of rental shops, which cater to such needs at a fraction of the cost. It seemed Raven planned to go down that route. But I didn't really want to wear a dress. When should we go? Sooner would be better, given the timeline. Let's go today? You're free, right? I guess, but it's up to the part-timer. What do you think? Uriah, are you busy tonight? Want to come dress shopping with your big sister? Alice's expectant eyes bore into me, practically demanding I say yes. Raven, too, gave me a calm but reassuring look, as if to say, don't worry about the money. There was no way to refuse. Not that I even wanted to. What was I going to do? Skip the party? Miss the moment when the Fixer office team officially comes together? Ugh, fine. I'll just pick something simple. Resigning myself to my fate, I buried my face in Alice's arms. I couldn't believe I was actually going to wear a dress. Was this really happening? The thought alone filled me with self-conscious despair. The rental shop Raven had found was located in a busy downtown shopping district. Apparently, it was one of the more affordable places specializing in children's clothing. Wait, children's clothing? I really had to wear a kid's dress? The humiliation was almost enough to bring tears to my eyes. Welcome. Oh my, are you two married? No, definitely not. I called earlier. We're looking for a child-sized dress. And we're not a couple. Oh dear, I'm sorry? You just looked so good together, I couldn't help myself. Ahem, the children's section is this way. With a cheerful laugh, the shopkeeper led us to the back of the store. Looking around, I could confirm that this was indeed a children's clothing store. Everything was tiny. Wow, this is, no, just, wow. The designs of the dresses on display left me stunned. White dresses, blue dresses, red dresses, purple dresses, all frilly, some adorned with large bows or artificial flowers. They were the kind of dresses that little girls dreaming of being princesses would love. I thought I had mentally prepared myself on the way here, but seeing those dresses in person made me flush with embarrassment. Oh, this one's nice. Uriah's fair skin and hair would look great in deep red. What do you think? Yay, it's not bad. Wow, this one's amazing too. Uriah would look like a total fairy in this. I like it. Hey, Mr. Jin, that's too emotionless. As I stood there, Paralyzed by my cruel fate, Alice and Raven's voices broke through my daze. Curious, I turned to see what they had found, a deep raspberry-colored dress and another in pastel shades. I didn't have an eye for dresses, so I couldn't tell if they were good or not. What I did know was that the thought of wearing one made cold sweat trickle down my back, my heart pounding in dread. Am I really going to wear one of these? To be honest, I really didn't want to. This was fundamentally different from the maid uniform I usually wore. That was more like a work uniform, something I could justify as practical and necessary for my job. But these dresses? They were essentially saying, look at me, I'm a little girl? And while that wasn't physically incorrect, I wasn't emotionally ready to fully embrace that truth just yet. Ugh, but for the sake of experiencing the original story. Of course, I could always refuse to wear the dress and skip the party altogether. No one was holding a knife to my throat, and Raven certainly wasn't going to drag me there by force. But weighing my minor embarrassment against the chance to witness a major scene from the original story, there was no contest. I had to choose the latter. Skipping this over something as trivial as not wanting to wear a dress? That'd be ridiculous. Besides, I was already wearing a mask to hide my face. What was there to be embarrassed about? The young lady here is the one wearing it, right? In that case, please choose one of these. I believe these will be just the right size. Uria, go ahead and pick one. Fine. Let's just get this over with. Resolving myself, I gave the shop a quick but serious glance. After a moment, I selected the simplest, least revealing blue dress I could find and raised it high above my head like a certain monkey presenting a lion cub. This will do. No need to look further, let's just end it here. Without words, my gesture made my intentions clear. Oh my, that's quite a classic choice. Would you like to try it on? Can she do that? Of course. You can't choose a dress without trying it on first. Perfect. Go try it on, Uria. What? Here? Now? Before I could process what was happening, I found myself being ushered into a fitting room with the dress in hand. Inside, it was just me, a large mirror, and the plain dress hanging from my arms. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, I couldn't help but feel a bit dazed by the sudden turn of events. Well, I guess I should at least try it on. I'm going to wear it at the party anyway. After confirming that the fitting room door was securely locked, I hesitantly hung up the dress and began undressing. I slipped out of my maid uniform, a task I could now practically do with my eyes closed, and put on the surprisingly straightforward dress. Once I was reasonably certain everything was in place, I glanced at the mirror. In the reflection stood a girl wearing a fox mask and an elegant blue dress, a surreal, almost dreamlike image. This was a bit much. I can't do this. I quickly shed the dress and returned to the familiarity of my maid uniform. Even though no one else was watching, I couldn't handle the overwhelming cuteness staring back at me in the mirror. It was too much. Why did it have to suit me so well? Feeling defeated by the emotional turmoil, I could only let out a resigned sigh. Huh? Uria, is something wrong? Was there a problem with the dress? Should I bring you another one? I shook my head repeatedly, cradling the dress as I trudged out of the fitting room. Alice seemed to think there was something wrong with the dress itself, but the truth was much simpler. I just couldn't bring myself to wear it. I'm sorry for being like this. Honestly, I'd rather just skip the party altogether. As I dejectedly handed the dress back to the shopkeeper, I hung my head in shame. That's when Raven, who had been silently observing from a distance, suddenly spoke up. Would you prefer something other than a dress? Huh? Mr. Jin, what are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm asking if she'd be okay with something other than a dress. What do you think, part-timer? How did he know I didn't want to wear it? Startled, I turned to him with a surprised expression, as if he'd just read my mind. Raven clicked his tongue and walked over to the shopkeeper. Do you have any children's suits? Something suitable for her size? Well, I suppose we do. Even though she's a girl, at her age, the difference between boys' and girls' clothing isn't that noticeable. It shouldn't be a problem. Was it just my imagination, or did his eyes look strangely sad as he said that? Uria, are you okay with not wearing a dress? I gave him a silent but enthusiastic nod. Not having to wear a dress? That was perfect. I wasn't sure what assumptions he was making, but I wasn't going to argue. Instead, I inwardly cackled like a villain plotting their next scheme. This was going to work out in my favor. From there, everything moved swiftly. Children's suits didn't feel nearly as embarrassing as dresses. I even got into it, trying on different options and debating with Alice about which one suited me best. As it turned out, I had long arms and legs for a kid, giving me a model-like figure in the realm of children's clothing. Honestly, the suits suited me better than the dresses did, or at least, that's how I felt. Click, click. Aw, so cute. What's with this androgynous charm? I have to take pictures. Are you going to keep snapping photos every time she changes? When is this going to end? Let's wrap it up already. Alice's overflowing excitement set off her shudder-happy tendencies, but Raven's patience wore thin after my 10th outfit change. Thanks to his intervention, we finally managed to wrap things up. I eventually settled on a suit I liked, which meant I could meet the party's dress code after all. A few days later, we found ourselves standing in front of Nemesis Corporation's building, where the launch party beyond the metafuture was being held. Alright, we're just guests here, so don't cause any trouble. Eat, look around, and leave quietly. Got it, got it. Alice and I raised our hands in a gesture of solemn agreement to Raven's reminder. Of course, knowing what was about to happen, I was just playing along. Clutching Alice's hand to avoid getting separated, I tilted my head as a small thought crossed my mind. Now that I think about it, something feels missing. It wasn't anything major, but there was definitely something that should have been here. Unable to put my finger on it, I shrugged off the nagging thought and followed the others into the building. The excitement of a major event from the original story was about to begin. Underscore 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 underscore. It was a tense moment. Nothing disastrous would happen, but everything we'd done so far could unravel in an instant. All we could do was wait for the outcome. The elegant elf receptionist, seated at her computer, finally spoke in a soft voice. Identity confirmed. Raven, Alice, and Lily. The banquet hall for external guests is on the floor above. Please take the elevator to get there. This actually worked? Alice and I exchanged glances in the air, then stifled laughter as we hurried toward the elevator at Raven's urging. Here I was, someone without a proper identity in Nighthaven, walking into a building hosting a major corporate event. And it was all thanks to me borrowing the identity of Alice's older sister, Lily. Surprisingly, it wasn't as difficult as it sounded. The party Nemesis was hosting was far more casual than I had expected, with little scrutiny over attendees' credentials. Plus, my face was hidden behind a mask, meaning nobody could verify the contents without close inspection. Of course, if someone in charge decided to verify identities on a whim, we'd be in trouble. But based on what I remembered of the original story, it wasn't likely that the event would escalate just yet. Whoa, this feels like a completely different world. Everything looks so expensive. Clinging to Alice's hand, I followed her like a chick trailing behind its mother, glancing around as I went. This building wasn't Nemesis headquarters, it was a luxury hotel near the main office. The headquarters, where researchers and staff bustled about, wasn't ideal for hosting guests. For this launch party, Nemesis had rented the 32nd through 34th floors of this lavish venue. Thinking about how even the random decorations scattered around could probably cover a year of my part-time wages, I instinctively tightened my grip on Alice's hand. Ugh, there's too many people waiting for the elevator. Should we just take the stairs? You're right, the line's too long. It's only one floor up. Want to take the stairs instead? Yuria, are you okay with that? Should I carry you? Getting carried away for something as trivial as climbing stairs was too embarrassing, so I shook my head. I trotted up the stairs with quick steps, following the group. When we reached the banquet hall floor, we couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, it's huge. They really spent a lot of money on this. The banquet hall was grand, luxurious, and lively. It was a massive, open space with no columns obstructing the view, designed specifically for events like this. All around were people, tables, more people, and even more people. There's so many, easily in the triple digits. Crowds weren't exactly my thing, and the sheer number of attendees was draining my energy already. While I sighed internally, Alice, seemingly thrilled, was staring at the food tables with sparkling eyes, unconsciously wiping the corner of her mouth. Tisk, tisk. What should we eat first? I feel like seafood today. You're already thinking about food? Hold on a second. Raven grabbed Alice, who looked ready to bolt to the buffet, and opened the pamphlet he'd been given at the entrance. According to the schedule, the opening ceremony starts at 10. As for the meal, looks like it's served after everything ends at around midnight. Until then, we'll have to make do with the snacks over there. What? You mean I have to wait 2 hours? Alice looked devastated, as if she couldn't believe what she was hearing. She'd skipped breakfast like someone ready to demolish a buffet, so the thought of waiting 2 hours must have been a crushing blow. This is why you shouldn't have refused the bread I offered earlier. No, there are light snacks at the tables over there. Grab something to tide you over until then. That's my only choice. Let's go, Yuria. Alice suddenly grabbed my hand and marched toward the snack table. I didn't particularly want to eat anything, but since I couldn't voice my objection, I let myself be dragged along. The table was attended by a staff member dressed similarly to the elf receptionist we had met earlier. Without taking her eyes off the food, Alice hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, can we eat this? Feel free to help yourselves." "Really? Thank you. Please remember to dispose of any trash in the bins placed around the hall." "Of course." With that, Alice began scanning the table like a predator eyeing prey, quickly piling up plates with the most delicious-looking snacks. Soon, her arms were so full that the term finger food no longer seemed applicable. Feeling embarrassed to stand next to her, I averted my gaze and picked up a small mandarin tart. "This looks tasty. I'll just have this one." Sliding the bottom part of my mask to the side, I popped the tart into my mouth. It was amazing. The tartness of the fresh mandarin blended perfectly with the crispy, buttery crust, making me smile despite myself. As expected of a major corporation, even their desserts were on another level. I savored the lingering flavor, quietly impressed. "Mahai-her? Hiha-ho mahi-her. Wah. Yuria, is it good?" She was asking if it was tasty. I turned my head, wiped my mouth, adjusted my mask, and nodded at Alice. It was delicious. Mandarins and tarts, how could that combination possibly fail? Satisfied with my reaction, Alice patted the top of my head and suggested we head back. While being treated like a child was a little embarrassing, Alice was a pretty girl, so I let it slide. Go ahead and pat my head all you want." Having effectively wiped out an entire table of finger foods, we returned to where Raven was standing. That's when we spotted him deep in conversation with a strikingly dressed woman. Oh, that's. I recognized her immediately. It was impossible not to. Her distinctive appearance was unforgettable. A ponytail of deep navy blue hair tied high, a bikini top and tight jeans that showed off her healthy brown skin beneath a thick leather jacket, a skull-printed eye patch covering one side of her face, and a coiled whip hanging at her hip. It was Lexi, the uniquely flamboyant bodyguard fixer, as eccentric in appearance as Alice in her modified kimono. Unlike me, who knew her from the original story, it seemed this was Alice and Lexi's first meeting. Alice blinked in surprise at the striking woman in front of Raven, her provocative attire catching her off guard. Lexi, on the other hand, tilted her head curiously, shifting her gaze between Alice's pink-haired, kimono-clad figure and me. Well, it made sense. If someone showed up in a bikini anywhere other than a pool, most people would be taken aback. If I didn't know who Lexi was, I'd probably have assumed she was questionable. However, since Alice herself often wore outfits that risked exposing too much, she quickly recovered from her shock and turned to Raven. Mr. Jin, who is this person? Oh, Alice, you're here. It's Lexi. That's harsh, Jin. Lexi laughed as she slapped Raven's shoulder with enough force to make a dull thud echo. Even from a distance, it looked painful. When she suddenly pointed at Alice as if something had just clicked, I reflexively braced myself. Oh, I get it now. You're that annoying little brat, right? Who are you calling an annoying brat? Huh? Didn't you pester him for days to take you on as an employee? And you're what, 18? That's a brat if I've ever seen one. Ugh, Jay, just because you're older doesn't mean it's something to brag about. Not really, I'm not that old, anyway. Wow, this was straight out of the original story. I glanced between Alice and Lexi, fascinated by the unfolding catfight. On one side, you had Raven's old comrade, someone who had fought alongside him on countless battlefields and saved his life more than once. On the other, you had Alice, a newfound family member who had reminded Raven of dreams he'd forgotten and become a precious part of his life. Who would emerge victorious? Who would claim the title of leading heroine? As I lamented the lack of popcorn, Raven stepped in, lightly tapping both women on the tops of their heads to break up the argument. Hey, you two idiots, cut it out. Don't cause a scene here, you'll bother everyone around us. If you want to fight, do it outside. I didn't start this. She picked a fight with me. Alice protested indignantly. She wasn't wrong. All she had done was ask who Lexi was, and suddenly she'd been attacked. Lexi seemed to realize this, because she gave Alice a sheepish grin before casually saying, all right, my bad. It's just been so long since I've seen Jin, and when some girl showed up, I got a little defensive. But, for the record, I wasn't the one who called you annoying, he was. Mr. Jin. Not wrong, though. Maybe, but couldn't you have phrased it nicer? We've been working together for months, and you're still so petty. Can't you at least pretend to be polite in front of other people? Alice's frustration bubbled over as she stepped closer to Raven, looking up at him with an expression of genuine hurt. That was her I'm seriously upset face. From experience, I knew it would take at least 10 minutes for her to cool down. It wasn't just that Raven thought she was annoying, she could handle that. It was the fact that he'd openly said it to someone else that stung. Looks like round 1 of the heroine battle goes to Lexi. I guess experience wins out after all. As I silently marveled at the scene, a chill suddenly ran down my spine. I felt someone's presence nearby and turned to see Lexi crouching down, meeting me at eye level. Why was she doing this? Had she somehow read my thoughts about her being more experienced? I thought you might be a boy, but nope, definitely a girl. So, what's your relationship with Jin? Don't want to answer? Or can't speak? Ah, I see. Her lone red eye curved into a crescent as I nodded vigorously, confirming the latter. Her gaze was terrifying, like she'd found an interesting toy to play with. Please, don't. I'm just a temp worker at the fixer office. As I flailed internally under her intense scrutiny, Alice smoothly stepped in, positioning herself between Lexi and me. Hey, don't pick on our cute youngest member. I wasn't really picking on her. Fine. Lexi straightened up and glanced back at Raven. From behind Alice, her face looked oddly wistful, like a girl reluctantly letting go of something she cherished. Interesting group you've got here, Jin. There's never a dull moment. Honestly, it's exhausting. I can see that. Still, you seem happy. That's good. What was this atmosphere? Alice and I exchanged uneasy glances before quietly listening to their conversation. Lexi pulled something from her pocket and handed it to Raven. Here. My contact info. Give me a call if you ever have the time. The others would love to hear from you. I'll think about it. Well, I'll be off then. You two, see you later. With that, Lexi strode out of the banquet hall without a backward glance. Once her presence was gone, I finally exhaled deeply, relieved. If a lioness were to take human form, she would look like Lexi. Even standing still, she had an overwhelming presence that made my heart race in fear. Knowing she'd show up didn't prepare me for the sheer impact of meeting her in person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are thrilled to bring you a truly special experience tonight. Please turn your attention to the stage, where you will witness a groundbreaking innovation, a historic moment for all metahumans. The MC's voice suddenly boomed from the speakers, signaling that it was time for the event to begin. Beyond the meta future, little did anyone know that for Nemesis, this would mark the beginning of their final fate. The real story was about to unfold. As I turned my attention to the stage, a sudden thought struck me like lightning. Wait, where's the client? The person who was supposed to connect the fixer office with its third member. She should have shown up by now, but there was no sign of her anywhere. Amid the applause ringing out across the hall, a sense of unease settled over me. Something was definitely off. Underscore 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 underscore. A solid sense of something being terribly wrong welled up within me. It was like the feeling of trying to align two ends of a shape I'd been meticulously sketching, only for them to refuse to meet. So I urgently retraced my memories, trying to recall the increasingly hazy details of the original plot. How did the original storyline flow in the beginning again? I began organizing the original work's timeline sequentially. The protagonist of Fixer's first episode, as I remembered, was Alice. It was the story of how she went from being a prospective police recruit to a staff member at the Fixer office, through a series of unexpected events. After that, episodes featuring her sister, Lily, and several other surrounding characters unfolded. It was only during this particular episode that the roster of regular characters started to grow in earnest. This was known as the Nemesis Party Terror Incident. It was an act of violence meant to expose the secret behind Nemesis' new product. Of course, despite being called a terror incident, it wasn't a grim scenario involving countless deaths or a flood of victims. It was more along the lines of someone wreaking havoc at an exclusive banquet for VIPs, with a dozen security robots getting smashed. Considering how the Blood Night incident in the original story had caused countless casualties and nearly killed the protagonist, this was relatively tame. In Nighthaven, incidents like these weren't particularly rare. Thinking about the timeline, the episode's progression was roughly as follows. 1. Raven and Alice, invited by Nemesis, arrived at the hotel hosting the party. 2. Inside the hotel, they encountered a suspicious girl they had met before, wandering about. 3. It turned out the girl was the younger sister of the terrorist instigating the incident, and she requested Raven's help to stop her brother. 4. Finally, the protagonist's group discovered that the reason behind the attack was Nemesis holding the terrorist's childhood friend captive, prompting them to crush the company's shady conspiracy and save the day. By now, if this is following the original plot, we should have already met the client before encountering Lexi. Could I have misremembered something? Or had something gone terribly awry along the way? Whatever the case, the situation as it stood was precarious. If the client failed to appear, the Fixer office would lose a skilled hacker and mage in one fell swoop. Could he possibly complete the job without the protagonist's help? No, that's impossible. For one, Lexi alone would stop him dead in his tracks. I thought back to Lexi, the bikini-clad woman with the skull eye patch I'd encountered earlier. At a glance, she might seem like just another flirt, but she was actually a triple number fixer. In this world, she was acknowledged as a formidable force with impressive skills. Even Alice would barely hold her own against her, and it would take Raven giving his all to face her head-on. It was clear that fighting her without the protagonist's help was out of the question. Where did it go wrong? No, it's silly to even think about that. The Blood Night incident was pushed ahead of schedule, messing everything up. What I need to figure out now is how to restore things to their proper order. However, as I tried to devise a solution, my thoughts became increasingly tangled. Could I even manage to set things right in the first place? Doubts crept in. This was why I hated getting involved with the protagonist's group. It wasn't just about being caught up in their endless string of incidents. My involvement created cracks in the carefully turning wheels of the story, preventing the plot from smoothly reaching its happy ending. Would it have been better to leave that vampire in the alley alone? No, I couldn't have done that. Perhaps if I hadn't seen it. But once I'd witnessed it with my own eyes, there was no way I could just let it slide. If there was going to be an innocent victim, and I had the power to stop it, how could I possibly stand by? Even if I were to turn back time, I'd make the same choice again. It was inevitable. There was no point in regretting it. Looks like I need to find the client. Good. My thoughts were sorted. The client, the terrorist's younger sister, was somewhere in this hotel. I had to find her and get her to connect with Raven, giving us a reason to step into this mess. Once the incident was resolved, I'd use this connection to bring her brother into the Fixer office. After that, they'd steer themselves toward their happy ending without any further interference from me. Alright, let's patch this up somehow, just this once. After that, I'll make sure to stay out of the original plot entirely. Once this gig is over, I'm quietly leaving the office. With that resolve, I briefly envisioned the office's future without me. Bounty hunts by corporations, victims of artifact rampages, massive monster attacks, serial killers targeting us, unresolved grudges from wartime, large-scale corporate wars, declarations of war by cross-species liberation armies, ambushes by government assassination units, surprise invasions by interdimensional raiders. Yeah, I wouldn't stand a chance. I felt a bit guilty knowing all that and still planning to make a clean exit. But hey, I was just a temp. Surely they could forgive me for this much, right? Why? Need to go to the bathroom? Want me to come along? Alice, let them go to the bathroom alone. Take your time, and don't get lost like Mia, okay. Feigning an excuse about the bathroom, I slipped out of the banquet hall as Alice and Raven, both bored, remained watching the opening ceremony. Once I'd gotten far enough from the entrance, I darted off in the opposite direction of the bathrooms. A small girl with braided green hair. I need to find her before the attack begins. There was about an hour left before the terror incident unfolded. Time wasn't on my side. Phew, what a relief. Wait, who are you? Stun. Ack. Zap. A bright blue current crackled from the gloves of a man, silencing the guard in an instant. Etched onto his gloves was a script that looked like mere doodles at first glance. But within it lay the essence of modernized magic, a reinterpretation of traditional spells through contemporary mathematics and programming. It forsook the raw destructive power of ancient magic in favor of efficiency maximizing output with minimal mana. Apologies for the intrusion, the man muttered, bowing slightly to the unconscious guard before stripping him of his uniform. After hiding the guard in a bathroom stall to avoid detection, he casually walked out, now clad in the security uniform. From his research, guard shifts changed every hour. That meant he had just 60 minutes to complete all preparations. A daunting task? Perhaps. But for someone with every movement planned out in their mind, it was doable. Just one chance. I have only this one shot to save Rain. Gritting his teeth, the man in the stolen uniform David steeled himself. Half a year had passed since his precious childhood friend disappeared without a trace. The memory of her filled him with an unquenchable rage. Nemesis. David, a half-blood bear beast folk from the underworld with no innate magical talent, was an unlikely scholar. Yet, through sharp intuition and unique inspiration, he earned a scholarship to the prestigious Oculia University. Since childhood, David had leaned on the steadfast emotional support of his friend, Rain. David, did you get into another fight? You're not even strong, so why act so foolishly? Those guys insulted you, Rain. They said you were just a vain courtesan relying on her looks. Oh, come on. You should ignore nonsense like that. What matters is that I'd rather see you unhurt, David. You're going to become someone amazing someday, after all. I can't be someone like that. Besides, what does it even mean to be amazing? A professor? Ahaha, I don't actually know, to be honest. A professor. Then, one day, when I truly become a professor, I'll make sure to bring you happiness, Rain. Oh, really? Well, that sounds great. It'll be tough, though good luck. As a child, David dreamed naively of becoming a professor, someone great so he could make Rain happy. But that grand ambition, born of youthful innocence, would never come to fruition. While David pursued his studies to achieve his goal, someone who coveted the unique blood flowing through Rain's veins kidnapped her without leaving a trace. When he found out, it was too late. David's fury reached its boiling point. Everything that had elevated him from a worthless thug in the underworld to a brilliant student recognized by all was thanks to Rain. Brother, is it true you dropped out of university? What's going on? Rain has disappeared. Until I find her, I can't waste time lounging around in school. Rain? Sister Rain. You probably won't hear from me for a while. Take care. Wait, brother? Don't leave. Dropping out of university without hesitation, David used all the money he had saved and every bit of knowledge he'd acquired to track her down relentlessly. After 6 months, he uncovered the truth. Nemesis was behind her disappearance. The corporation had discovered the nature of her illness and intended to exploit it. David learned that Nemesis planned to showcase their latest invention, a serum derived from the rare hexahemia syndrome, to their VIP clients. His plan was simple: seize the opportunity when Rain was brought out of confinement and destroy Nemesis. Calm down. Rain is still alive. The disease she has is rare, but not immediately fatal. I know that. But still, even as David forced himself to think rationally, his emotions boiled over, uncontrollable. It was no surprise. To David, Rain was everything: mother, sister, and a lover in his heart. She was as precious to him as his biological sister, Sabrina. The thought of her being kidnapped, possibly enduring unspeakable suffering while he was away, drove even the normally rational David to the brink. Let's go over the plan again. The party on floors 32 to 34 is a distraction. The real event is 7 floors higher, on the 41st floor, at the VIP session. Through his hacking, David had discovered Nemesis' secret. The event was meant to attract new investors by demonstrating the magical capabilities of prosthetics designed for non-human species. These prosthetics used a serum derived from hexahemia blood. While Nemesis had managed to clone Rain's serum for mass production, the synthetic version was flawed. Its potency and shelf life were significantly reduced, barely 30% of the original. To create a stronger, more stable serum, Nemesis planned to find additional subjects like Rain, initiating unprecedented large-scale human experimentation. If they move to the next phase, Rain's life will no longer be guaranteed. This may be the first and last chance to save her. I must succeed. Ding. As David repeated the plan in his head, the elevator doors opened in front of him. He knew that stepping inside meant there would be no turning back. There was a chance everything would fall apart. He could end up rotting in prison for life. Nemesis was a rapidly growing global corporation, while David was nothing more than a half-blooded bear beast folk with no backing or connections. But none of that mattered. What he feared most wasn't imprisonment, it was the regret of not reaching for the hand he could have saved. Even if he were to die, he'd have no regrets. Resolute, David prepared to step into the elevator. Stupid brother. Sabrina. Turning, David saw a small girl with the same green hair as his. Sabrina Greylord, his one and only sister. Why are you here? It's dangerous. Go home, David said in a cold voice, pulling his cap low. He didn't know how she had followed him, but he couldn't let her get caught up in his plans. And you? What do you think you're doing? You're about to throw your life away for Sister Rain. That's right. Are you going to try to stop me? Ugh. But it's reckless. How do you plan to fight Nemesis all by yourself? This is suicide? Sister Rain wouldn't want this. Suicide. Something even Rain wouldn't wish for. Closing his eyes briefly, David let Sabrina's words sink in. Despite trying to remain logical, the storm of emotions within him refused to settle. Finally, his pent-up rage burst forth. Be quiet. I'm not doing this because I can. I'm doing it because I have to. Brother? Brother, no. Go home. I'll return with Rain. With that, David stepped into the elevator. Sabrina ran to stop him, but the doors shut mercilessly in her face. The ship had sailed. Tears welled in Sabrina's eyes as she despaired over her inability to stop him. What do I do? What can I possibly do? At only 10 years old, there was little she could hope to achieve. She had tried seeking help, even rushing to fixers to plead her case. But every adult she approached dismissed her vague, unprofitable request without hesitation. I'm completely powerless. Sinking to her knees, Sabrina clenched her fists in helpless frustration as tears streamed down her cheeks. It was a cruel twist of fate. Had a certain office not closed early while searching for a ghost, Sabrina might have met a man willing to take her request for as little as a single coin. But for now, it seemed as if the twisted gears of fate had abandoned her. Destiny whispered, David's plan would fail, and everything would be for naught. The lamb prayed for a miracle. With no other choice, she desperately wished and waited. And sometimes, miracles extend their hand to a desperate lamb. Eek. Who are you? A figure dropped down from the ceiling in front of Sabrina. It was Uriah, dressed sharply in a child-sized suit, who had been silently observing the situation. Is this where I fix things? The master watchmaker of destiny had arrived to repair the broken gears. Encountering Sabrina was almost a coincidence. No matter how much I searched around the party hall, I couldn't find her. Half giving up, I had wandered down to the underground parking lot where David's plan was set to begin. But who would have thought she'd try to persuade David all on her own, miserably and without anyone's help? It seemed that this was a world line where Sabrina and Raven had no significant connection to each other. Well, looking at it another way, it's kind of fortunate. If Sabrina wasn't here at all, we wouldn't be able to do anything. It wasn't that bad of a situation. The worst-case scenario would be Sabrina being injured or kidnapped, and thus absent from the hotel. At this moment, she was the only person who, through David's files, knew the true purpose of this terrorist attack and the Nemesis conspiracy. As long as I could bring Sabrina and Raven together, things would somehow start moving forward. All right. Now's the time. Let's go down. David remained firm in his decision despite his younger sister's pleas. Boarding the elevator, Sabrina, who arrived late, collapsed in front of the firmly closed elevator doors, crying her heart out. At that moment, as I hung upside down from the ceiling using telekinesis, I released my hold and quietly landed on the floor. Sniff, heek. Appa, hakaya, what the? Sabrina, bawling pitifully enough to make anyone watching feel sorry for her, suddenly froze and scrambled backward in panic when she saw someone drop out of nowhere. Startled by my unexpected appearance, she stopped crying instantly and crawled away like a scared animal. Well, nothing stops a child's tears like a shock. After inadvertently delivering that therapy, I puffed out my chest and stared confidently at Sabrina. And then, as if finally processing my appearance, she wiped her tears with her forearm and stood up with a wary expression. What? What the heck? Are you a guard? No, you're way too small for that. Wait, more importantly, you were eavesdropping on us, weren't you? Are you going to snitch? Thunk. The same Sabrina who had been bawling her eyes out moments ago now snapped her mouth shut and struck a threatening pose as if ready to lunge at me. Oh, wow, so that's the Iron Tiger fist technique from the original story. Her build was about the same as mine, but her presence felt as overwhelming as a giant bear. Incredible. No, this isn't the time to be impressed. I should clear up the misunderstanding first. I need to convey that I want to help, so we can smoothly enlist Raven's assistance. As I muttered to myself internally, I suddenly realized something crucial. Wait, how was I supposed to communicate all this to Sabrina? Answer me. If you don't, I won't hold back even if you're a kid. I'll smash your face in with that mask on. Oh no, I completely forgot I couldn't speak. At this rate, I wouldn't even have a chance to explain myself before getting beaten up. Panicked, I shook my head vigorously at the hostile Sabrina, signaling that I had no such intention. Then, I crossed my fingers in an X over my throat to indicate that I couldn't talk and raised my hands in a gesture of surrender. You can't talk? And I'm supposed to believe that now? As expected, she didn't believe me right away. Well, it's natural for someone from the underworld to be distrustful. It's only reasonable to suspect a shady stranger you've just met. But this was a problem. We were at a juncture where mutual trust and cooperation were the only way to achieve a good outcome. Wasting this opportunity and time was disastrous. Maybe this will work. How could I progress in this situation? As I racked my brain for a solution, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through my mind. A way to calm down the agitated Sabrina and earn her trust. Yes, once I had the thought, I immediately put it into action. I carefully opened my hands, bent my fingers together, and moved them above my head in an arch-like motion. Then, I bounced on the spot slightly, wiggling my hands as if imitating floppy ears. What? Wondering what I'm doing? I'm mimicking the round, adorable ears of a bear, obviously. Isn't it clear? It's Rain's. That's right. That's it. I nodded furiously at Sabrina, whose gaze shifted from suspicion to surprise, then to relief. What I had just done was none other than the bear imitation Rain, the kidnapped princess, had created. For Sabrina, whose round ears covered in fur made her look more like a bear than a human, it was a special dance Rain had crafted to console her, a gesture of deep bond and understanding. To Sabrina, who had felt isolated in beast folk society, it was a precious memory she shared with Rain, someone akin to an elder sister. It was a perfect signal to show we were connected. Well, it did feel a bit embarrassing to move like a child performing a silly dance. But considering how visibly her guard was lowering, now wasn't the time to let shame get in the way. Could it be? Rain sent you. You, who are you? No, never mind. If you know that, you can't be an enemy. Her previously tense shoulders relaxed, and it seemed like she was starting to believe I wasn't hiding any ill intent. The bear dance, what a reliable tool. As relief washed over me, Sabrina spoke again, her face tinged with guilt. All right. I couldn't stop my brother. You've come to scold me for that, haven't you? I know. If Rain were here, she would have stopped that idiot brother of mine from fighting Nemesis alone. It's impossible to win, it's like an egg trying to break a rock. Even though I shook my head in disagreement, Sabrina continued, her eyes heavy with resignation as she stared at the elevator. Then, she looked at me again, a faint smile crossing her lips as if she'd realized something. Even someone like me, who never went to school, knows that. My brother wouldn't do this if he didn't know that too, right? That idiot brother is going because he has to, not because he can win. Wait, did she just? No way, she's not thinking something reckless, is she? I have to go help him. I might not be of much use, but I can still do something. If you meet Rain again, tell her this. It's not her fault, it's just that two foolish siblings decided to act on their own. No, this isn't where you come to that conclusion. You don't want your brother to die, so you're supposed to let me find someone to help through Raven? Why are you suddenly determined to assist David yourself? Did she misunderstand, thinking Rain didn't give up and kept trying because of me? This is driving me crazy. But looking at Sabrina's face, now devoid of any clouds of doubt or despair, I knew there was no stopping her. Was this how Sabrina had felt as she let David go earlier? Watching the original plot unravel spectacularly, I wanted to cry. Ding! The elevator door opened. Sabrina stepped inside without a hint of hesitation. If I let her go alone, everything would end in disaster. Realizing that, I quickly dashed after her and jumped into the elevator. What the? You're not supposed to follow me. Someone has to stay behind to relay the message to Rain. Fine. Do what you want. I warned you. If anything happens from here on out, it's your fault. Who was worried about whom here? Sabrina turned her head with a huff, but there was a subtle hint of relief on her face, as if secretly glad I had followed. I wanted nothing more than to grab her by the back of her collar and drag her to Raven immediately. But doing that would mean openly using telekinesis, which was a problem. She might look like a cute girl, but being a bear beast folk, her strength was comparable to an average adult male. Using telekinesis openly would ruin all my efforts to keep it a secret so far. Worse, I'd become a global sensation as the world's only known psychic, swamped with attention and handshakes from strangers. Of course, what would happen next was anyone's guess. Things could take an unexpected turn and somehow lead to a positive outcome. But one thing was certain. If it turned out that way, I could kiss my peaceful life as a part-timer at the Crowley Problem Solvers goodbye. What do I do? Seriously, how do I get out of this mess? In the cramped elevator shooting from the underground parking lot to the upper floors, I was lost in thought to the point my head began to ache. And when the elevator came to a stop at the floor Sabrina had selected, a sudden shift in perspective hit me, born out of the stress muddling my mind. Do I really need to stop Sabrina? If it's come to this, why not just help her carry out the terrorist plan and ensure David meets Raven directly? It was a bold, reckless idea. Forget the original story's flow. Skip all the intermediate steps and go straight for the result. Come to think of it, clinging to the original plot was kind of ridiculous. The same person harping on about sticking to the original had already taken down Draco and stolen the tesseract. What was I, some secret emergency stash for convenience? Planning things out in minute detail was never my style. Acting impulsively was much more than my speed. David's obstacles are twofold, a horde of battle robots his firepower can't handle and Lexi, whose strength is completely out of scale. If I can just remove those two obstacles, David's plan can succeed. Abandoning the preconception that I had to stick to the original plot, I asked myself, couldn't I remove these two roadblocks for David? Even if I can't eliminate them, I could at least push them out of the way temporarily. That should be enough. Trailing behind Sabrina as she strode out of the elevator, I began fleshing out the hastily conceived plan in my mind. Hide my powers, avoid getting caught up in the terror plot, stay safe, and neutralize both the battle robots and Lexi. Maybe, this could actually work. The more I thought about it, the clearer the plan became, like puzzle pieces fitting perfectly together. My eyes couldn't help but sparkle with excitement. Meanwhile, at the banquet hall, that concludes the product introduction. Now, let's take a short break. Please stay tuned for the upcoming presentation, where you'll witness a new innovation for the future of metahumans. As the MC announced a break before the main event, Raven, who had been half listening to the product introduction, clicked his tongue knowingly. Innovation, my ass. Why, isn't a prosthetic that even other species can use pretty innovative? Alice asked, tilting her head. Listening to them, I can tell it's nothing new. This tech already existed. About 10 years ago, during one of the most brutal war periods. What? Alice's eyes widened in shock. She had assumed it was groundbreaking technology, yet Raven was saying it was a decade old. As she turned toward him, silently demanding an explanation, Raven nonchalantly scratched his ear and replied, "Why do you think other species can't use prosthetics? Well, isn't it because magical energy can't flow through machinery? That's about half of it. The real reason is that every species has vastly different body structures. Humans and orcs were as different from each other as orcs and elves were. And with the countless different species out there, it was absurd to lump them all together. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. There's no way a wooden doll like Treant and a merfolk resembling a fish could use the same prosthetic." Exactly. But apparently, this one works for all of them. So why do you think that is? Alice frowned, trying to figure it out, but when no answer came to her, she looked at Raven, seeking an explanation. It uses the properties of magic. Both Treants and merfolk have magical energy in their bodies. If the prosthetic can interpret the magical responses when they try to move, it's not impossible. Wow, that's amazing. Because of magic, huh? Alice clapped her hands in admiration. But Raven sighed, as if that wasn't the point. There's a problem with that method, though. If it responds to magic, it also drains magic. Prosthetics like these consume the user's magic just by being attached. And they put significant strain on the connected body part. That's definitely an issue. Exactly. That's why people who desperately needed limbs used them at first but discarded them once they realized they weren't suitable for long-term use. They do more harm than good. Raven's gaze grew colder as he looked toward the MC's side of the hall. Nemesis must have known this. So why were they pushing these onto the market so confidently? As he pondered this, feeling his hands itch with a vague sense of unease, Alice, who had been glancing around nervously, suddenly spoke up with concern. By the way, Jin, Yuria hasn't come back from the restroom yet. Do you think she might have gotten lost or something? Huh? You're right. Where the hell did that part-timer go? Raven scratched the back of his head. Knowing her personality, Yuria was usually composed and dependable, and considering her identity as a ghost, there wasn't much to worry about. Still, it wasn't great for an employee to be gone this long. As her boss, he couldn't just let it slide. Should I step out and look for her? Not like there's much point in sticking around here. Let's take a walk outside and grab some food while we're at it. Yes? Let's go quickly. Raven and Alice left the banquet hall at a leisurely pace, their steps unhurried. It wasn't that they didn't care, it was more that they trusted the small, cute part-timer not to cause any trouble. Or so they thought. While I was sorting out my plan in my head and calculating the perfect timing to put it into action, Sabrina, who had been walking briskly ahead, suddenly turned her head sharply to look at me. "You. What's your name?" "Oh, wait, you can't talk, can you? Then I'll just call you Fox. You're wearing a fox mask, after all. That works, right?" "Sure, call me Fox, I don't mind." I nodded as if to say just that. Did she understand my meaning? Sabrina made a pouty expression, scrunching her thick eyebrows adorably, and said, "Fox, if you're following me, I'll take that as your agreement to help. But if things get dangerous, ditch me and run. Got it? Answer me?" "Oh, right. I can't answer, remember?" As I stared at her quietly, silently asking who she thought she was talking to, Sabrina awkwardly twitched her round ears and cleared her throat. "Ahem, anyway, if you slow me down, I won't let you off. Are you saying I shouldn't worry? Geez, for someone who looks so fragile, you sure are confident." Seeing me nod again, Sabrina chuckled briefly before returning her gaze forward, her expression turning serious as if the momentary levity had never happened. Not that I blamed her. If someone found us here, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting scolded. David's entire plan could be jeopardized. It wasn't the time to be chatting idly. Looking around quickly, Sabrina explained, "According to my brother's files, this is an unused passage. It's a space abandoned after the hotel was remodeled. The place we had entered was a tall, empty corridor. This was part of what people commonly called the hotel's back-of-house area, a staff-only zone. It had been turned into a dead passage during multiple remodeling phases. No CCTV, no human presence, an ideal spot for someone planning something shady. Hihi, this feels like something out of a ninja movie." As I followed Sabrina closely, I couldn't help but feel amused. But then, a question popped into my mind. Come to think of it, how exactly does Sabrina plan to act here? Why are you staring? Are you asking what my plan is? Oh, right. You should know too, huh? Alright, I'll explain my idiot brother's great plan first. I already know it, though. While Sabrina began gushing about David's plan like a runaway train, I let her words flow in one ear and out the other, mentally recalling the details myself. In short, David's plan was simple. Create chaos in the hotel, make an opening, and use brute force to rescue Rain. Then, escape with Rain using a prepared getaway vehicle to lose pursuit. That was it. Of course, the chaos involved cutting power to the entire building and releasing sleeping gas. The obstacles to be overcome included Nemesis' army of battle robots and the absurdly powerful triple number fixer, Lexi. Even if the plan succeeded, the pursuit they'd face from the city's police force, a formidable power in their own right, would be another significant challenge. From what Sabrina was saying, it sounded like her idea was to get ahead of David, who was currently installing gas emitters throughout the hotel, and join him where he would pass through. That's not a great idea. If I were to grade it, it would score about 5 out of 100. On a scale of 10, it wouldn't even get a single point. David's plan relied on boldness and speed to catch everyone off guard. Who would expect someone to cut power to an entire building and burn through a corporate worker's annual salary in sleeping gas just to rescue one person? You'd have to be crazy to anticipate something like that. But adding 2 nearly useless extras to the mix? That would only ruin the sharp edge of David's plan. So I crossed my arms, pretending to think hard about it before decisively shaking my head to indicate that her idea wasn't good. What's your problem, Fox? Got an issue? Or are you scared? Then go back. You don't have any better ideas, do you? Tisk, tisk, tisk. What did she think I was? Some clueless teammate objecting for the sake of it? Wanting to show the utterly uninformed Sabrina the right way, I confidently opened my mouth, only to close it, realizing with dismay that no sound would come out. Not being able to argue with words was frustrating beyond belief. All I could do was scratch my head in frustration as Sabrina glared at me, clearly annoyed. Thud. At that moment, a sound echoed from nearby. Something heavy had fallen. Wait a minute, wasn't this supposed to be an unused passage? Sabrina widened her eyes as if silently asking the same question. Well, Nemesis isn't stupid. No way they wouldn't notice a bothersome space like this. It wasn't surprising. If David, an external hacker, could discover this place, there was no way Nemesis wouldn't know about it. Especially on a day like today, when VIPs were gathered for an important event. They'd be on high alert, ready to squash any potential incidents. This had even happened in the original story, so I wasn't particularly shocked. Wait, that's a robot. From the distance, a giant spider-shaped robot appeared. With 8 metallic legs and a sleek, mechanical frame, it was an autonomous search unit. Startled, Sabrina clenched her fists, ready to fight. But I quickly grabbed her shoulder to stop her. If David's plan had already begun, it might be different, but attacking the robot now would ruin everything before it even started. Then what do? We can't just run away. SHH. I brought a finger to my lips to quiet her. It was a gesture with 2 meanings: keep quiet so we don't draw attention, and don't tell anyone about what you're about to see. Eek. Using telekinesis, I pressed down on the backs of Sabrina's knees, causing her to collapse. Before she could fall completely, I caught her in a princess carry. Then, using telekinesis again, I hurled both of us upward, leaping over the crawling spider robot below. Of course, since Sabrina and I were nearly the same height, with me being the more petite one, the scene looked a bit absurd. But what I lacked in strength and balance, I compensated for with telekinesis, so it worked just fine. Kya. Sabrina tightly wrapped her arms around my neck, letting out a faint scream. Had I not reinforced myself with telekinesis, my neck might have snapped right then and there. A chilling thought. Breaking out in a cold sweat internally, I landed softly and silently on the floor. The spider robot creaked as it moved further down the corridor, eventually disappearing from sight. Still in my arms, Sabrina looked up at me, her expression dazed. That just now, was that magic? I don't know. I'm not telling you. Not that I could even if I wanted to. Feigning nonchalance, I shrugged my shoulders, sticking to my steadfast silence. Oh, why would I blatantly use telekinesis like that? Well, why not? Knowing her personality, Sabrina didn't seem the type to go blabbing about it, and even if she did, who would believe her? Besides, unless I knocked her out and dragged her along, there was no avoiding her discovering my telekinesis. My plan was impossible without it anyway, so there was no need to go through the trouble of hiding it. It was purely a rational decision. I'm not going to thank you. As I was sorting my thoughts, Sabrina suddenly blushed and hurriedly stepped out of my arms. Oh, was she embarrassed about being helped by someone who looked as weak as me? I brushed off the borrowed suit, just in case it had gotten dusty, and quietly fixed my gaze on her. My look conveyed a silent question. I have a better idea. How about it? Do you have another plan? Something better than me awkwardly trying to join my brother. Then, let's go with your plan. What's on your mind? It worked? At her cautious inquiry, I nodded confidently. Your plan? 5 out of 100 points. But my plan? A solid 150 points. Still, time was tight. There were potential variables that couldn't be ignored. We should hurry just a bit. I extended my hand to Sabrina, indicating she should take it. She hesitated, looking uncertain, but eventually reached out and grabbed my hand. Gotcha. The moment her hand was in mine, I tipped her off balance, pulling her back into my arms. Then, I used telekinesis to cling to the ceiling upside down and darted forward at high speed. Eek! I knew this would happen. I told you I hate stuff like this. Tuning out her whining, I swam gracefully through the small gap between the ceiling and floor, making my way to an elevator shaft in no time. Huff, huff, is it over now? Oh, this next part's going to be even scarier. Like giving her a warning shot, I gently patted her head as she whimpered in shock. Without hesitation, I hurled us into the vertical shaft, a tunnel stretching endlessly downwards. By now, Sabrina didn't even have the energy to scream. She just gaped like a goldfish, her lips opening and closing wordlessly. I ignored her, savoring the stomach-dropping sensation like I was on a roller coaster, and used telekinesis to propel us upward through the shaft. How far did we ascend? As soon as I instinctively sensed we'd reached the right floor, I dodged sideways just as an elevator came roaring down. I tucked us neatly into the space between the ceiling and floor. How do I describe this feeling? It was like crouching for a long time and then breaking into a light sprint. A perfect mix of exhaustion and exhilaration left me smiling. Ugh, sis, bro. Oh, quit being so dramatic. Carefully, I set Sabrina, still sniffling and ghost-like, onto the ground. Then, I glanced around. The area was a dusty, cluttered mess of wires and machinery. Not surprising it was the ceiling. We're almost there. I moved cautiously to avoid making noise and began examining parts of the ceiling, using telekinesis to loosen and peek through different panels. Not here. Then here? No, not this one either. What about this? Opening, peeking, closing, securing. I repeated the process about 4 times until finally I found the right spot. Hey, Fox, what are you doing? Why are you, oh, that. By now, Sabrina had recovered enough to shuffle over. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight below. Her reaction was understandable. Directly below us stood a massive cluster of battle robots, their sleek, lethal frames lined up like soldiers awaiting orders. If memory served, there were 20 in total in the original story. Sabrina's face grew serious at the overwhelming sight. With those things moving around, even my idiot brother. Exactly. Calling them battle robots almost felt misleading. They were practically killing machines. Their armor was so tough that bullets could barely scratch them, and even specialized explosive rounds struggled to dent them. Their arsenal? Guns, missiles, and even monomolecular cutters that could slice through nearly anything. With my telekinesis's low output, I could handle 1, maybe 2, any more, and running would be my best bet. But, it's a different story if they're just sitting there. Of course, that was assuming the robots were active. Right now, they were dormant, waiting for a signal in their storage bay. For me, they were the perfect targets, simple and easy to disable. My telekinesis can interfere internally if I focus. From my hidden perch above the robots, I extended my hand and let my telekinetic energy thread out like a fine wire, reaching deep into the machinery. They were waterproof, dustproof, and even warded against magic, it seemed. But apparently, they hadn't accounted for psychics. After about 4 minutes of concentration, I felt my telekinesis infiltrate one robot's system. Break it. Boom. While fixing something might be hard, breaking it was always easy. I crushed the circuits inside the robot's head with a heavy, clumsy telekinetic grip. 1 down. 19 to go. Time's tight, but I can manage. As I gained experience, I found ways to shave down the time for each one. By the end, I had successfully neutralized all 20 battle robots in just 40 minutes. The sense of accomplishment felt like conquering a mountain. Now, only Lexi stood in the way. If I could deal with her, David's plan would face no further obstacles. As I exhaled a long sigh of relief, suddenly, the lights around us flickered and went out. Sabrina, who had been quietly watching me work, jumped in surprise and looked around nervously. But I knew right away what was happening. This was David's doing. The Nemesis terror incident was finally kicking off for real. The power outage seemed resolved in no time. The emergency power system kicked in swiftly, prepared for just such a failure. But when even the emergency system failed, plunging the building into darkness a second time, the atmosphere quickly became chaotic. What's going on? Hurry up, restore the power. Faint voices echoed from the hallway beyond the door. It seemed they had finally realized this wasn't an accident but a deliberate act. With so many VIPs present, a situation like this was bound to feel like a knife at their throats. Of course, once they discovered that the blackout was just the beginning, they'd probably want to pass out entirely. By the way, this fox mask Greg gave me is amazing. Even in sudden darkness like this, I can see perfectly. Artifacts really are something else. I marveled silently at the mask's ability to let me see clearly in the dark, glancing at Sabrina, who was scanning her surroundings like she had already adjusted to the lack of light. As expected from a nocturnal bear-beast folk, she didn't seem to need much time to adapt to the darkness. Her faintly glowing eyes reflected her growing unease as she leaned in to whisper to me, "Fox, what now? My idiot brother has started moving. Do you have a plan?" Plan? Of course, I still have one. With Nemesis' difficult battle robot squad neutralized, the next step was simple: keep Lexi from confronting David. Once that was done, game over. How? Easy enough. Since I roughly knew where Lexi was, all I had to do was draw her away briefly at the right moment as David passed through. No need to fight her. Lexi was obsessed with Raven, after all. A simple distraction using that obsession would suffice. All right, let's head over there. I silently replaced the ceiling panel I had opened and gestured to Sabrina, signaling her to follow me. Having watched me disable the robots earlier, she nodded without hesitation and followed quietly. With such a massive blackout, the sleeping gas should start spreading soon. Luckily, the gas is heavier than air, so it won't reach us up here in the ceiling. But just in case. I glanced back at Sabrina's outfit, a simple hoodie and shorts, thrown on hastily. Likely just underwear beneath. I took off my jacket and vest, handing the lighter vest to her. It was a clear sign to use it to cover her nose and mouth in case the gas reached her. This? Why are you? Wait, what? Are you telling me to put my face in something you've been wearing? Ugh, fine. I don't have a choice, do I? Deal with it. When I bowed my head slightly, silently apologizing, Sabrina blushed but begrudgingly snatched the vest from me. Alright, no chance of her passing out from the gas now. Time to deal with Lexi. I removed my bothersome tie and stuffed it into my pocket. Crawling through the ceiling space with Sabrina close behind, we moved slowly to avoid making noise and missing any sounds below. The cramped, dark space stretched on as we crawled. Before long, I felt we had reached the area where Lexi might be. Suddenly, a loud, startling noise pierced the quiet. Whoosh crack. Wait a second. That's a whip. The unmistakable sharp sound of a whip, accompanied by a faint sonic boom from its speed, reverberated through the air. And there was only one person in this building who would be using a whip as a weapon. Panicked, I opened a ceiling panel and peeked through to see what was happening below. Why? My mind blanked with shock. There, in the dimly flickering light of the returning power, stood David and Lexi, facing off in a tense standoff. David, you're not supposed to be here right now? As the lights flickered erratically, gradually stabilizing, I racked my brain for answers, trying to piece together what had gone wrong. Could it be because Raven isn't here to handle things? In the original story, Sabrina had hired Raven to stop David. Using his sharp observation skills, Raven had tracked David down as he planted gas emitters throughout the hotel, nearly cornering him. But in this altered timeline, Sabrina and Raven hadn't met, leaving David unchecked. If he'd faced no interference, it made sense he could have reached the VIP banquet hall this quickly. Damn it! This original plot is useless. I wanted to tear my hair out. The plan had been to deal with Lexi before she encountered David. But now they'd met, ruining everything before I could intervene. While I silently panicked above, Lexi, whip in hand, licked her lips seductively and spoke to David. You're quite responsive. Are you a fixer? This suspicious blackout it was your doing, wasn't it? I have no reason to answer. Oh, I see. I wonder if you'll be so stubborn after I've choked the life out of you. Scary. Even from a distance, Lexi's wide, unhinged eyes made her madness palpable. She was the perfect embodiment of a queen consumed by insanity. Snake, bite him. Swish slash. She casually flicked her whip toward David, as if swatting at a fly. But the damage was anything but casual. What the? Sabrina, watching anxiously beside me, gasped as deep gouges appeared in the walls and floor near David, as if they had been hacked at with an axe. At a glance, it was impossible to believe such destruction came from a simple black leather whip. But it made sense. Lexi's whip wasn't ordinary. It was an artifact from another world. Fanged serpent, wasn't it? One of those ego weapons imbued with sentience. Absolutely ridiculous. What kind of whip is that strong? For a normal person, a single strike would have torn off flesh, shattered bones, and rendered them incapacitated. But David, with his bare beast folk resilience, stood his ground. Even as blood dripped from him, he crossed his arms, pressed his hands together, and shouted. Shock. Boom. A devastating shockwave erupted from between David's hands, hurtling toward Lexi like a hurricane ripping through space itself. Caught off guard, she was swept up by the powerful blast. That's David's circuit magic. I couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer force of his attack. This was a unique form of magic used by only a select few from the otherworldly species who had crossed into this world. To simplify, it involved modifying one's body in a specific way, effectively turning it into a living artifact. David, though lacking innate magical aptitude, was a beast folk with exceptional magical talent. By engraving his self-developed circuit magic onto his body and armor, he was able to wield magic freely. Of course, circuit magic, while unique, wasn't exactly the best approach. Its focus on extreme efficiency came at the cost of output, making it significantly weaker compared to traditional magic systems. To draw a crude analogy, while others used guns and cannons, this method melted down those guns and used the steel to craft a slingshot. Had it not been for the Earth's environment, where ambient mana was scarce and traditional magic had inherent limitations, this method wouldn't have evolved at all. Ahahaha, magic with no signs of mana flow? Oh, so you're a circuit mage? It's been a while since I've been caught off guard like this. And perhaps those limitations were now on display. Despite the unexpected impact of his shockwave, Lexi seemed unharmed, aside from her disheveled hair. Instead of being wounded, she appeared more dangerously provoked, her previously bored demeanor replaced with razor-sharp intensity. It's clear David won't be able to handle her. David wasn't a trained fighter. He was nothing more than a pure-hearted romantic trying to rescue his childhood friend. In contrast, Lexi was a max-level fixer, a veteran who had fought countless battles during the war against the otherworldly species. The gap between them wasn't just a matter of strength, it was a difference in experience and class. Very well. I will attack until I fall. Idiot! Do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice? David's inexperience quickly became apparent. As if proving her point, Lexi gracefully evaded his shockwave by sliding across the floor, lashing her whip with calculated precision. 2 strikes. Then 3. Then 4. Even with the monstrous durability inherent to bare beast folk, David began to reach his limit under Lexi's relentless assault. My leg. His clothes were tattered, blood dripping steadily through the shredded fabric. Finally, his strength gave out, and he collapsed onto one knee. To Lexi, David was now nothing more than a defenseless prey. She snapped her wrist, sending her whip coiling around his arms, legs, and neck in an unbreakable grip. Coof. Caught you? Now then, let's hear how a bare beast folk screams, shall we? Despite his incredible resilience, David was powerless against Lexi's overwhelming strength. She yanked the whip tight and dashed forward to deliver the finishing blow. At this rate, David was doomed. I was preparing myself to intervene with telekinesis when suddenly, Sabrina, who had been fidgeting with nervous energy like an impatient cat, leapt out of the ceiling, unable to hold back any longer. Don't hurt my brother. Huh. What the? A faint green light began to radiate from Sabrina's tightly clenched fist, her latent magic flaring. Then, her petite hand struck the floor with all her might. Boom! Her all-out punch created a small crater in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Though it was just a momentary distraction, it forced Lexi to pause and retreat slightly, her face twisting into a wary scowl. Thus unfolded the touching reunion of a beleaguered brother and his determined little sister. Panting heavily, Sabrina glared at David with tearful eyes and exclaimed, "You're doing something reckless again, so I came to save you. Sabrina, I told you to go back home. This place is far too dangerous for you. You could die." David's reaction was one of pure frustration. For someone so protective of his younger sister, the idea of her getting involved in such a perilous mission was unbearable. But Sabrina simply forced a smile, her trembling lips curving upwards as she replied, "Stupid brother. You're not doing this because you can, you're doing this because you have to, right? Rain is precious to me, but so are you, David. Feelings are like flames." The fiery resolve David had inherited from Rain had now passed to his once fragile sister, Sabrina. If there was something that absolutely had to be done, she had decided to move forward without compromise, determined to protect what was important to her. What is this, some grade school play? So, she's your sister? Fine then. Let's see how you like it if I torment her. Maybe you'll surrender to me? Reality, however, was far colder than ideals. Sabrina's intervention, while brave, changed nothing. She had spent every ounce of mana in that single punch. She couldn't fight anymore. Her sudden appearance had bought only a few seconds at most time that might have been meaningless. But those precious seconds were enough to alter David's fate. Good job, Sabrina. Thinking so, I calmed the tension in my chest and leapt down from the ceiling. Oh, aren't you, that brat who knows gin? Dressed in just a shirt and dress pants, with my fox mask still on and my white hair tied back, Lexi recognized me immediately. Her sharp eyes bore into me, her voice dripping with curiosity. Now came the critical moment. It was time for the gamble I had prepared while watching this unfold. Time to execute the one and only strategy that could lead David to a happy ending. When I leapt from the ceiling and landed between David and Lexi, a pang of regret flashed through my mind. Facing her in battle mode made my spine tingle with the chilling sensation of placing my neck on the guillotine. Especially since I wasn't in my ghostly form but appeared as Uriah, wearing only the mask. The restriction of being unable to freely use my telekinesis added to my unease. Maybe it would have been better to descend wrapped in cloth instead. No, that's too risky. This isn't the Western Labyrinth where I can flee. Causing a commotion in the middle of the city carries too many risks. But this wasn't something I could avoid. Fighting Lexi here as a ghost wasn't like using telekinesis in secret behind a hotel, out of sight from witnesses or CCTV. If I tried to subdue Lexi with telekinesis, the fight's impact would inevitably spill over beyond this space. Just like when I fought Draco before, it would end with a spectacular mess, turning everything around us into chaos. If that happened, the existence of superpowers would inevitably spread, and even if I managed to escape, I'd be relentlessly pursued by those trying to uncover my identity. Just imagining it was enough to give me a headache. No matter how sorry I felt for David and Sabrina, I couldn't pour oil over myself and leap into the flames. In the end, I either don't use telekinesis or find a way to make Lexi back down without being discovered. And then, another wave of hopelessness hit me. How could I possibly do that against this sadistic psycho queen? Jin? No, he's not the type to make such a flashy move. While I was trying to calm my fraying nerves, Lexi tilted her head in confusion. Then, with a wicked smile, she muttered, I don't get it. I can't figure out what you're trying to do by going to such lengths. Well, whatever. I'll just focus on my job. I'll find out once it's all over, right? Lexi, clearly puzzled about why I'd suddenly shown up to interfere after being in the banquet hall with Raven earlier, licked her lips and raised her whip. Rather than pondering an unanswered question, she seemed to decide to simply bind me up and proceed with her plans. What a terrifying queen she was. Snake, restrain. Minimize injuries. Whip. A black whip flew at me with such invisible speed that it wrapped tightly around my body before I could even react. It was so fast that by the time I noticed, I was already bound so tightly that I couldn't move a muscle. This was the combat artifact known as flesh-biting snake, regarded as first tier in the story. The thought that I'd already be dead if Lexi had intended to kill me sent chills down my spine. Ugh. This is horrible. I don't have that kind of kink. Squeeze. The whip tightened around my arms, legs, and neck, exerting an unbearable pressure. Was she planning to strangle me into unconsciousness? The forced constriction around my neck brought involuntary tears to my eyes. Lexi, unconcerned with whether I clutched at the whip choking me or not, seemed to believe she had already subdued me completely. Leisurely, she approached and ran her finger across the edge of my mask. I've been curious about what's behind this mask. What kind of face is so carefully hidden? If it's an annoyingly cute face, maybe I should rough it up a bit. What a horrifying thing to say. Shivering at Lexi's menacing words, which didn't sound like a joke at all, I discreetly guided an invisible stream of telekinetic energy along the whip's surface. As the energy reached a soft, hidden spot inside the whip's handle, I clenched the unseen, delicate tail of the artifact with telekinesis. Screek! What the? Snake. The flesh-biting snake wrapped around me let out a high-pitched screech. The reason? I had mercilessly tormented its soft, vulnerable tail with my telekinesis, its sole weak spot that even Lexi didn't know about yet. In disbelief, Lexi frantically checked her whip, noticing its strange behavior. I, now freed, ignored the injuries on my body and rolled to the side with all my might. Behind me were the injured David and Sabrina, while in front of me stood Lexi, distracted by her whip. This fleeting moment was a priceless opportunity that couldn't be bought with all the money in the world. Shock. Damn it. Boom. A powerful shockwave, far stronger than anything before, narrowly missed me and struck the unsuspecting Lexi. The force was so immense that it sent her flying like she'd been hit by a truck, crashing through a wall and out of sight. David had seized the opening I'd barely managed to create, unleashing a blast with maximum power while conserving just enough energy to stay conscious. For someone like me, who'd been nearly strangled to death, it was an overwhelming relief. Honestly, it was a half-crazed gamble, but it worked. Clutching my still aching neck, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. This outcome was exactly what I'd envisioned while perched on the ceiling. If I hadn't known Lexi harbored an obsessive fondness for Raven, making her hesitate to kill me outright, or that her whip had a weak point, I wouldn't have dared attempt such a reckless plan. Even now, with success so close, my heart was pounding wildly with fear and anxiety. This was a stunt I'd never dare to try twice. We did it, brother? Fox? We did it. Ha, ha, Fox? I don't know what you did, but you helped. Thank you. Sabrina and David looked jubilant, thrilled by their success in dealing a solid blow to Lexi. Their reaction wasn't strange. The shockwave David had unleashed had enough destructive force to punch a hole through a wall. While Lexi, as a fixer, probably wouldn't die from it, it seemed sufficient to at least knock her out. But it was too soon to celebrate. Lexi, like Raven, was a product of human augmentation. This wouldn't have injured her seriously. KHH, kaha, ahahaha, that was fun. That actually hurt a bit. As expected, Lexi emerged from the broken wall, blood trickling from her forehead. Compared to earlier, this was a clear, tangible hit. Her jacket was shredded, and her previously unscathed body was now bleeding. But she still looked perfectly capable of fighting, which caused David and Sabrina's joyous expressions to instantly freeze over. Despite landing their best attack, it hadn't been enough. The gulf in strength between them was devastatingly clear. Lexi ignored their disheartened faces, roughly wiping the blood from her face with a hand. Her sole visible eye was bloodshot as she fixed me with an intense glare. Ah, fine. I don't care if you're missing your limbs, as long as you're alive. I can't wait to see Jin's face when you're utterly ruined. Enraged, she lashed her whip furiously, with none of the restraint she'd shown before. At this rate, my fragile body would be torn to shreds by the whip's razor-sharp strikes. Tang! Suddenly, sharp gunshots rang out in quick succession from a nearby direction. Realizing I wasn't hurt, I opened my eyes cautiously. Honestly, the suspense was nerve-wracking. What the? Lexi's eyes widened in disbelief. The seemingly invincible flesh-biting snake was helplessly shredded midair by the successive gunshots. Although the whip could regenerate itself using its shadowy nature, the precise shooting had forced Lexi to furrow her brows. This level of marksmanship was beyond extraordinary, as if someone could shoot popcorn out of the air. There was only one person who could pull off such a feat. Don't tell me. Turning sharply toward the source of the gunfire, Lexi saw a man standing there, holding a black pistol from which smoke was rising. Lexi, bullying our office rookie like that is bad form. You startled me into shooting as if I'd wet myself. Jin. The intruder was none other than Raven, a top-tier fixer and legendary sharpshooter capable of killing 3 people with a single bullet. When he held a gun, no one felt safer. The tension drained from my shoulders as soon as I saw him. His arrival meant the fight was over. Unwilling to accept this, Lexi glared furiously at Jin. Haha, what's this? Am I getting stabbed in the back? Are you working on a job too? How much are they paying? What corporation? Not exactly. But if you let our part-timer go, I'll be on my way? Oh, fine. Take them and get lost. I have work to do anyway. Lexi stared at Raven intently, seemingly realizing that he wasn't bluffing. Quickly, she offered a deal. It seems she understood that if Raven got seriously involved, everything would go sideways. Her plan was to hand me over and push Raven out of the scene. But I didn't want that. I stretched my arms wide and stood in front of Sabrina and David, determined not to back down. After all, what was the point of all this effort if I stopped here? Perhaps sensing my resolve, the two fixers hesitated briefly, watching each other. Then, Lexi made the first move. Snake? Kill him. The previously shredded flesh-biting snake sprang back to life, lunging at Raven from all directions. And almost at the same time, Raven's black pistol erupted with fire. Crack, crack, crash. Every bullet precisely shredded the serpent's body into pieces, leaving only fragments of the black snake swirling around Raven. TCH. It's no use, Lexi. You and I have always had a fixed matchup. That won't change now. Shut up. Do I still look like the idiot I was back then? Lexi kept attacking with the regenerative snake, while Raven calmly countered each strike with his pistol. This back and forth repeated several times until the snake finally hit its limit. As the flesh-biting snake dropped low, unable to regenerate any further, Lexi clutched her forehead, letting out a frustrated sigh. Ha! How do you even hit a snake with a gun? Are you reading the future or something? Pff, no matter how fast your snake is, it'll never be faster than a bullet. That's just the way it is. Like a light bulb under the sun, it's practically off. You haven't changed. How many times are you going to brag about that one time you deflected a bullet with another bullet? Grinding her teeth at Raven's smug tone, Lexi holstered her whip with an annoyed motion. Then, as if completely drained of her will to fight, she clicked her tongue, looking back and forth between Raven and me. I'm not risking my life over pocket change, not even against Jin. Fine, I'll give up. Do whatever you want. Lexi raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. It seemed she had concluded that even if she used her trump cards, her slim chances of victory weren't worth the meager payment from her client. That made sense. No matter how big Nemesis was, they wouldn't pour an excessive amount of money into hiring fixers just to cover potential complications. Even in the original story, once Raven got involved, Lexi prodded a little before retreating. Her efficiency-driven nature always stood out. She worked only as much as she was paid to. As Lexi prepared to leave, she glanced at me one last time and said, You work at Jin's office, right? See you again. Huh? Why? Startled by Lexi's sudden promise of a next meeting, I turned to Raven, who shrugged as if to say, What can you do? What do you mean, what can you do? But before I could protest, Lexi simply walked away without looking back. Was she planning to come after me again later? If so, that was a terrifying prospect. At least I'm just a temporary 1-month hire. Once my time's up, I'll quit and bolt. Still, I felt a bit relieved. If Lexi ever came to the office again, it would likely be far in the future. By then, I'd probably be working at Greg's shop, far away from her grasp. Right? F Fox, this is. Anyway, with Lexi out of the way, there was no one left to stop David's plan. All that remained was for the knight to charge forward and rescue the captured princess. I gently patted Sabrina's shoulder to reassure her as she nervously clung to my back. Then I nodded toward David, who had been quietly observing. He seemed to get the message, handle the rest, and let Sabrina explain things here. Dragging his injured body, David rushed toward the VIP banquet hall, leaving me and Sabrina behind. Raven approached us leisurely, his expression calm. Man, rookie, I've been looking all over for you. And what's this? Dropping stuff all over the place. In his hand was my necktie. Earlier, during David and Lexi's intense fight, I had discreetly slid it into the hallway with telekinesis, a small signal calling for help. It was essentially a silent SOS, please save me. This is dangerous. Of course, it was more likely that he came because of the commotion from the shockwaves, but at least the necktie might have helped him get here on time. As I took the tie from Raven and loosely draped it around my neck, he firmly pressed down on the top of my head, forcing me to stare at the floor. Stop pressing down. You're heavy. So, care to explain? What the hell were you doing here when you said you were going to the restroom? I'll explain for her. Nice, Sabrina? I flashed her a thumbs up. She could calm this slightly annoyed man down for me. Sabrina's explanation was concise yet included all the key points. Nemesis had kidnapped Rain to conduct large-scale human experiments, and David's act of terrorism was his desperate attempt to save her. The blackout and the dispersal of sleeping gas were meant to minimize potential casualties. The only thing left now was for David to reach the VIP banquet hall and rescue Rain. Having heard everything, Raven stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded. So that's what's going on. Hexahemia syndrome, huh? You know about the disease Rain has. People in the know are aware of it. It's a rare condition where blood reacts to magical energy. No wonder Nemesis' shady business revolves around this. Raven seemed to find no major flaws in Sabrina's argument. The notion of Nemesis planning large-scale experiments to produce hexahemia serum was hard to stomach. But in this city, where insanity wasn't exactly rare, it wasn't entirely implausible either. If hexahemia serum could be stably supplied and used to perfect prosthetics for other species, the resulting economic benefits would be overwhelming. It was enough to make anyone's head spin with greed. However, this was still a one-sided claim from the perpetrators of the attack. Whether the story could be trusted was a different issue than whether it made logical sense. Rookie, do you believe what she's saying? Is that why you tried to help her? It's not a lie. It's true. Sabrina protested vehemently, her voice tinged with frustration at being doubted. But Raven, a seasoned adult who valued evidence over emotions, remained calm. While the fight with Lexi had been unavoidable due to the situation, convincing him to help further would require solid reasoning. Could I manage it? I don't have any concrete evidence. And I can't just say, I read the original story, so I know it's true. Besides, I can't even talk in the first place. In the original storyline, the problem resolved itself somehow. But now that I was in this situation, I struggled to figure out what to present as proof. Besides, the plot of the original story had gone off the rails enough that it was no longer reliable. As I racked my brain for a way to expose Nemesis' scheme, a sharp, unfamiliar voice echoed from the hallway entrance. Hey, what are you doing here? This area is off limits to unauthorized personnel. The hysterical tone immediately drew the attention of all three of us toward the source. There stood a woman with a stern face and red glasses, exuding an air of authority. I recognized her face. I'd forgotten her name, but she was the researcher in charge of the hexahemia experiment plans, the one who orchestrated Rain's kidnapping. Why was she here? Shouldn't she be in the VIP banquet hall? Confused by the sudden appearance of evidence, I tilted my head. But then I remembered this was just after the blackout. Ah, she must have been managing the staff on the lower floors before the blackout hit. This is incredible luck. Without hesitation, I grabbed Raven's sleeve, tugging hard to make him look at me. Then I pointed straight at the woman, gesturing urgently that we absolutely had to catch her. If we searched her, we'd undoubtedly find something valuable. This was a golden opportunity. Guards? Where are the guards? These lunatics are messing around in our area? Kill them, Ak. Wish thunk. Before the woman could finish shouting, Raven casually tossed his pistol. The spinning gun struck her forehead with pinpoint accuracy. It didn't seem like she exercised much, as she failed to react to the flying pistol before it hit. Her reflexes were practically sloth-like. Thud. The researcher collapsed to the floor, eyes rolled back. Raven scratched his head, muttering in disbelief, is this really the right way to handle this? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I can tell that myself. I nodded firmly at Raven, clenching both fists to reassure him despite his exasperation. Then, without hesitation, I dashed over to the fallen researcher and rummaged through her belongings. It didn't take long to find a suspicious-looking data chip. I could feel it, this was it. 100%. Let's check what's on it. Raven took the chip from me and inserted it into his device. Immediately, an overwhelming flood of data began to load, causing his terminal to lag under the sheer volume. How much information could possibly fit on this tiny chip? As Raven carefully scanned through the contents, his expression darkened, and furrows appeared on his forehead. What's in it? It looks like a presentation prepared for the VIPs. It even details the large-scale human experiments you mentioned earlier. It's too damning to sweep under the rug. See, I told you it wasn't a lie. Why do you insist on doubting people and making things difficult? I shrugged my shoulders as smugly as possible, glaring at Raven for his skepticism. Annoyed, Raven grabbed the top of my head and pressed it down again. Ak, stop it. I'm going to shrink if you keep doing that. I've got an interesting idea. An interesting idea. Yeah, this data I'm going to send it, word for word, to a journalist I know. There's no juicier scoop out there right now. How about this for a headline? The hidden darkness of Nemesis, the leading prosthetics company for other species' illegal large-scale human experiments. The moment that article drops, the views will explode, and Nemesis will be ripped apart from every direction. With that, Raven immediately contacted someone through his terminal. A journalist he knew. Well, it definitely had potential. If I remember correctly, this one was a notorious tabloid paparazzo. Even if he was unscrupulous, a famous figure in the industry could still be useful. I didn't need to look far ahead to see what would happen next. The Dragon Mayor, already furious over the Nexus project's failure, would react first, ordering a full investigation to confirm the report. The police, who had rushed to capture the terrorists, would end up detaining the Nemesis personnel at the scene as suspects instead. They'd scrutinize every detail to determine if the experiments had actually been planned. Naturally, the plan for large-scale human experimentation would surface in the chaos, exposing the conspiracy. Amidst the uproar, David would disappear with Rain, bringing their part of the story to a close. What's that? Won't the police eventually catch them? No need to worry. The pragmatic Dragon Mayor, after calculating the incident's context and the damage caused, would subtly instruct the police to let them go. Thanks to the blackout and the use of sleeping gas as relatively mild methods, there were no casualties to speak of. Besides, our bold Dragon Mayor would probably dig into his own pockets to ensure full compensation for any damages. Who would complain after that? Phew, it's over. Somehow, I managed to tie it all together. When I saw David and Lexi facing off, I thought my heart was going to leap out of my chest. Relief washed over me, and the exhaustion I'd been holding back came crashing in. Wait, I haven't eaten all day, have I? Once I got off work, I decided I'd indulge in a steak sandwich, double the meat. As I rubbed my empty stomach and glanced around, I noticed something strange. Where's Alice? Why is Raven the only one here? Looking for Alice. She probably inhaled too much sleeping gas and is snoozing peacefully. She should wake up soon, though. Oh, she got knocked out by the gas. Chuckling at the thought of Alice being out cold, I suddenly turned to look at Raven, a thought crossing my mind. Wait, can this guy read minds or something? How did he always know what I was thinking? I'm not reading your mind. I'm just observant. You're so transparent it's easy to tell what's on your mind. What? Did I nail it again? Terrifying? That's scarier than if he could actually read minds? I shuddered, unnerved by Raven's uncanny ability. Was I really that easy to read? Even with a mask covering my face? As I despaired over my pathetic poker face, Raven suddenly placed a hand on my head. His awkward attempt at consolation made me feel twice as miserable. Rumble. A faint tremor rippled through the building. It was a subtle shake, but enough to instinctively signal that something significant had occurred. No way, my brother. Exchanging urgent glances, we dashed down the corridor and stopped at a large window overlooking the outside. There, I spotted two figures soaring through the sky in the distance. It's Rain and my idiot brother. Oh, what a picture-perfect scene. A bloodied man clutching a woman in a flowing dress as they flew through the air. At first glance, it looked like something out of a painting. The shards of glass sparkling in the sunlight around them made it seem as though the world itself was blessing their escape. Pressing my hand against the window, I watched them. Memories of the original story surfaced, recalling the exchange they'd likely be sharing up there in the blue sky. Idiot. You didn't need to push yourself this far and bleed so much. I'm not worth it. Rain, you're my precious person. You're the one who made me fully David, someone remembered by name instead of fading into obscurity. Pfft. How is that thanks to me? That's because you worked so hard to achieve it yourself. I didn't do much. And I'm sorry for failing to keep my promise to make you happy. Idiot. What are you saying? You already kept it. I'm happier now than I've ever been. Childhood friends deserve their happiness, I thought, smiling softly as I watched David and Rain safely touch down and disappear into the distance. They'd face some hardships for the next few days, but after that, the road ahead would be smooth. I hoped they wouldn't worry too much. The Nemesis terrorism incident came to a dazzling conclusion, its climax full of drama. No matter how it ends, a happy ending is always the best, I thought, unable to stop the smile spreading across my face. The day after the fixer office finally became a full team. As snow continued to fall heavily, I tucked my hands into my pockets and hurried to the office, only to find David now in his bare beast folk form standing blankly outside the door. His round bare ears poked out atop his green hair, his tall frame loomed over me, and his square glasses rested neatly on his face. No matter how I looked at him front, back, or upside down, it was David. Why wasn't he going in? Oh, Uriah. Good morning. You're asking why I haven't gone inside yet? Well, I suppose I'm feeling a bit nervous. Feeling nervous? I guess that made sense. Even though he had studied at a university in the outer city, David had only recently become an adult. Maybe he had experience with part-time jobs, but this was likely his first proper position. Wow, the guy who boldly took on a corporation to save his childhood friend is nervous over something like this? I chuckled to myself and opened the office door confidently in his place. Then, pounding my chest lightly with my fist as if to say follow me, I walked inside. Oh, Uriah. Seriously, couldn't you shake the snow off your head before coming in? Isn't it cold? Why, I think it makes her look like a doll. Good morning, Uriah. You're adorable as always. Raven's incomprehensible greeting welcomed me as I entered. Curious, I tilted my head and touched the top of it only to feel a pile of snow sitting there. I've been walking around with snow on my head. How did I not notice? I rushed back outside, furiously shaking my head to get rid of the snow. Wow, this is so embarrassing. David must have seen it the whole time, so why didn't he say anything? Pressing my warm cheeks with my palms to cool them, I returned to the office. Good morning to you too, David. Good morning, Alice. Raven. Welcome, rookie. David greeted them stiffly, like an old robot with squeaky joints. Yeah, he's too nervous to worry about others. Poor guy's completely out of it. I decided to forgive him this time, hanging my coat on the rack. There was no need to be harsh on someone just starting out, especially when I'd been too oblivious to notice the snow myself. But at least the office is warm. What a relief. The hideout I'd been living in had no heating. It was so cold I couldn't survive without curling up in a sleeping bag like a caterpillar. Maybe it was time to consider moving. As I thought about this and sat on the office sofa, Raven led David to a new desk. There. This'll be your workstation. From now on, do your tasks here. Understood. Could you go over my responsibilities once more? Well, like I mentioned before, there's not much to it. Neither Alice nor I are good with computers or the internet, so you'll assist with tasks requiring that kind of expertise. Other than that, feel free to do whatever you want during downtime. Got it. David's role was essentially to handle all computer-related tasks for the office. With Nighthaven's advanced technology and complex machinery, Raven and Alice's lack of expertise in this area created a significant gap. Having someone like David would likely double the number of requests they could accept. From Raven's perspective, hiring him was a clear advantage. Honestly, why hadn't they hired someone like him sooner? Then again, it's better to be cautious than to risk betrayal by a random hire. In this city, it wasn't uncommon for hired coders to steal key information or funds and flee. In fact, one of our recent clients had hired the office to track down such a rogue coder. Considering all that, even without the context of the original story, Raven's decision to hire David was a win-win for both parties. Snap. Quietly, I detached a small camera hidden under the table and tossed it into the trash. I hope we all get along without issues, at least until I quit this part-time job. Fortunately, David seemed to adapt quickly to the office. His initial nervousness only lasted the first few minutes after arriving. Once a couple of clients came in and the work began, he must have realized it wasn't as daunting as he'd feared. He looked much more at ease. Raven wasn't the type to micromanage. He barely interfered with Alice or me on normal days. Alice, with her golden retriever-like friendliness, was the most social person I'd ever met. And while I was more reserved, none of us were the type to intrude, which made the office atmosphere easy to settle into. When lunchtime arrived, Alice and I widened our eyes in surprise. The meal wasn't the usual cheap bento, but a much fancier one, nearly double the cost. Oh my, this lunch is quite good. Raven, why don't we order from here regularly? Not a chance. Today's special just for the rookie's first day. Tomorrow, it's back to the cheap stuff. Geez, so stingy. Be quiet. Be thankful it's not cup noodles. You, on the other hand, eat so much that buying expensive lunches regularly would bankrupt me. Sorry for having a big appetite. I can't help being hungry. I ignored their playful bickering and savored the luxurious meal. Cube steak bento? It had been ages since I'd had something this fancy. Ever since starting this job, I'd cut back on spending, so this was a rare treat. Focused on my meal, I belatedly noticed David watching me from across the table. What are you looking at? Do you need something? Tilting my head slightly to convey the question, David quickly shook his head, as if to say it was nothing. Sorry, Uriah. I just got curious. With your mask tilted diagonally like that, can you actually see properly? Was it a pointless worry? My apologies. I have an odd tendency to wonder about trivial things. I nodded to reassure him, silently conveying that my vision was fine despite the mask. He seemed relieved but still apologized again. Watching this slightly awkward exchange, Alice chewing happily on a thick piece of steak steered the conversation elsewhere. By the way, David, I heard you went to university in the outer city. You must be pretty smart. Well, it feels a bit boastful to say, but my grades were good enough for a full scholarship. Wow, that's amazing. I couldn't even attend school properly as a kid, so the thought of going to university is incredible to me. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. Alice's sincerity was evident. Due to her family circumstances, she'd spent her childhood doing jobs instead of attending school, relying on home education for basic knowledge. So, she probably genuinely admired David's academic achievements. Suddenly, Raven, who had been quietly listening, looked at Alice with a curious expression. But how'd you end up becoming a police cadet? Guess the police are struggling with recruitment these days, huh? What are you talking about? I just got some help from my sister. Did you sneak answers? Excuse me? I studied like crazy for 6 months. Who are you calling a dimwit? Alice, enraged, grabbed Raven by the collar and shook him violently as he smirked at her. Even if she'd left the academy behind, becoming the top-ranked police cadet through sheer skill was something she took pride in. Apparently, even as a joke, she couldn't tolerate Raven teasing her about it. Her reaction was, pretty cute. Wait a second. Does that mean I'm the least educated person here? Let's break this down. Raven, despite his current lazy demeanor, was an elite, a former military officer and a fixer, a title not just anyone could achieve. Alice was born into an impressive family, received top-tier home education, and passed exams on merit to become a police cadet. David, coming from the back alleys, had no formal teacher yet used his natural intelligence to become a university valedictorian on a full scholarship. And me? I was a nobody in my past life, and now I was just a trivial undocumented squatter secretly living in an abandoned building. There was no competing with any of them. Who cares about education? Right. What does intelligence even do for you? In the end, what matters is staying warm, eating well, and working comfortably in winter. No need to feel inferior about this. My brain clunked into motion, churning out reassuring thoughts. Actually, scratch that, it wasn't reassurance. It was logical. Feelings of inferiority arise when you think you're lacking or inadequate. But I'm not lacking at all. I'm good at plenty of things. For instance, I bet I'm the best at messing with street punks in this group. To vent my mild frustration, I bit down on a cube of steak with unnecessary force. Maybe it was the sensation of the medium-rare steak melting in my mouth, but it felt like my irritation was dissolving a little too. As I chewed my steak, I suddenly noticed Raven looking at me. Our eyes met. Wait, wasn't Alice just grabbing him by the collar? Turning my gaze to the side, I saw Alice now chatting animatedly with David, asking him various questions. So, it wasn't a coincidence. Raven had been quietly staring at me the whole time. What's this about? Did I do something that caught his attention? I placed my empty bento box on the table and tilted my head in confusion. Raven, in response, simply turned his head nonchalantly, his feigned indifference so masterful it was almost professional. It's probably nothing. There's no way he's misunderstanding something weird, right? I dismissed the odd feeling, wiped my mouth, and adjusted my mask back to its usual position. And just like that, lunch was over. Time to prepare for the afternoon clients. To be honest, once I got used to the outlandish clients who came to the office, the work itself wasn't objectively all that difficult. After all, I couldn't even speak properly, and apart from my telekinesis, I didn't have any special skills. What could I even do at work? All I really had to do was guide the client who came to the office to the reception room, pretend to listen to their story, and that was it. Occasionally, I'd serve coffee or tea to the client, or if the snack jar was empty, I'd step out to buy more. Oh, and sometimes I'd help out with cleaning. Anyway, compared to Raven and Alice, who were trudging through the snow on this cold day to solve a client's request, my tasks amounted to a simple receptionist job that anyone could do. Honestly, I felt a little guilty for even getting paid to do just that. So, you're saying that mysterious graffiti keeps appearing on your windows? Yes? I've stayed up all night trying to catch the culprit myself, and even spent money to set up CCTV everywhere. But I just can't figure out who's doing this. It's hard to say just from hearing about it. I'll need to check the scene in person. Hey, Alice, get dressed. Let's head out for a bit. Got it? Uriah, David, please take care of the office while we're gone. We'll be back soon. If anything happens, I'll contact you immediately. After lunch, Raven and Alice had to step out briefly for the client's case. Suddenly, I found myself alone in the office with David. Sitting quietly on the sofa, I began to reflect. At least David is here now. Last time I was alone in the office, another client showed up out of the blue, and it was such a hassle to handle. I closed my eyes and recalled what had happened a few days ago. How much I had struggled to politely make a stubborn client wait for Raven in the reception room when he wasn't around. It was the first time I ever felt resentful toward Raven for leisurely returning to the office with a cup of coffee in hand. But that was all in the past now. Today, I wasn't alone guarding the office, I had the reliable David with me. Even though he was still a rookie, it was far more reassuring than being here by myself. With that thought, a surge of confidence welled up in me, as if I'd gained an army at my side. All right, bring it on, clients. With my loyal bodyguard, I'll make sure to seat you politely on the reception sofa. Tap tap tap. However, contrary to my confident thoughts, the only sound that echoed through the office was the quiet tapping of David typing on his keyboard. Well, there wasn't much to talk about anyway. Besides, he seemed busy working, so interrupting him would feel wrong. Thinking that, I sat primly on the sofa, staring blankly at the wall. Raven had said that it was okay to spend time however I wanted when there was nothing to do, but I didn't feel right just lazing around while the others were out working. I decided to quietly meditate until they returned. As I was deeply studying the intricate patterns on the wallpaper, David, who had been typing diligently, hesitantly spoke to me in a cautious voice. Ahem, Yuria, may I ask you something? Do you have any plans this weekend? Plans? Well, I did, but since I had nothing else going on besides working part-time at the office, I had plenty of free time. But why was he suddenly asking about my weekend? Did I look like someone busy? Tilting my head at his unclear intent, I looked at David, who lowered his head awkwardly and answered my unspoken question. Well, actually, Sabrina wants to meet you in person and apologize. After, you know, what happened yesterday. Ah, so he was relaying a message from Sabrina. Well, it made sense. A guy with a sweet childhood friend like her wouldn't have any ulterior motives. Still, was it really something worth apologizing for? Even if she did touch me, Sabrina was a girl, after all. Even if it had been a guy, it felt like something I could brush off with a simple, just be careful next time. But if she wanted to apologize, I had no reason to refuse. After organizing my thoughts, I made a big circle with my arms, signaling that meeting Sabrina on the weekend would be fine. Maybe because I showed I wasn't particularly bothered, David, who had looked a little gloomy earlier, let out a sigh of relief and adjusted his glasses. Thank you. Sabrina will be happy to hear that. Oh, could you share your terminal number? I'll pass it on to her so she can contact you directly next time. Terminal? I didn't have one of those. Blinking in surprise, I looked at David. Noticing my lack of response, he asked in a puzzled tone. Oh, don't you have a terminal? Ah, I see. Well, it might be a good idea to get one. In Nighthaven, not having a terminal can be inconvenient at times. But, of course, no pressure. David shrugged it off as if it wasn't a big deal, likely thinking there were all kinds of people in Nighthaven and it wasn't worth prying into my circumstances. But for me, it was a moment of serious contemplation. Having one seemed to have far more advantages than not. Maybe it was time I got one? Then again, I wasn't the type to play games on a smartphone anyway. Most likely, I'd use it for basic things like communication and light internet browsing. Thinking about emergencies like being too sick to get out of bed made it seem like a worthwhile expense. But can I even get one without an ID? I don't know how terminals are registered here, but it probably wouldn't work for me. What a shame. Once again, my status as an undocumented resident was holding me back. Scratching my head in frustration, I quickly shook off my regrets. I wasn't particularly inconvenienced without a terminal, and even if I got one, the monthly communication fees would keep piling up. With that in mind, it didn't seem like such a big loss after all. Just a little disappointing? Really, just a little. Barely noticeable. I'm back. We're back. How long had I been lost in my thoughts, calming my emotions? Before I knew it, Raven and Alice, who had gone out earlier, had returned. It felt like they'd only been gone for about 2 hours. Were they already done with their task? I quickly got up from the sofa and went out into the hallway to greet them. Alice, who had been brushing snow off her clothes, suddenly pulled me into a tight hug and started rubbing her cheek against mine. She was freezing. Her skin felt like ice. Yuria, you're so warm, soft and toasty, Yuria. Normally, I would have been too embarrassed and pushed her away, rejecting her affection. But perhaps because she seemed more like she was seeking warmth than simply showering me with affection as usual, I didn't resist much and let her hug me. You've had a tough time. Wandering around in this weather must have been exhausting. Hey, don't mess around with the part-timer at the entrance. Go inside if you're going to do this. What are you even doing in such a cramped spot? Yes, sir, let's go, Yuria. At Raven's scolding, Alice hugged me tighter, effortlessly lifting me off the ground as if I were a stuffed doll made of feathers, and strode into the office. After setting me gently back onto the sofa I'd been sitting on, she started grumbling as she took off her coat. Gosh, Nighthaven gets so much snow. I think I understand now what you were talking about before. You barely walk around for a bit, and you turn into a snowman. Well, it's close to the sea, so it can't be helped. Wasn't it like this in summer? There was so much rain back then that some areas even flooded. Really? I wouldn't know. I've been here for less than half a year. Well, except for times like these, the weather is usually pretty pleasant. Now dressed in her light kimono, Alice returned to the sofa and casually grabbed me by the waist, pulling me into the space between her legs. The soft but cool touch of her kimono against my skin made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. She's treating me like a heater. Determined to retaliate, I leaned back against her soft chest, stretching my back in protest. How do you like that? If I lean back like this, you'll feel uncomfortable too. Are you still going to keep holding me? This was my silent act of rebellion. Uria. Did anything big happen at the office? That's good to hear. Just give me 10 minutes like this, and I'll let go. That much is okay, right? 10 minutes, huh? Alright, I could endure that. Only after getting a promise from Alice that she would eventually release me did I wriggle into the most comfortable position and lean against her. Then, I grabbed a piece of chocolate-covered candy from the table and popped it into my mouth. If deliciousness were a crime, you'd be a felon. You villain, I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. Without mercy, I wiped out the chocolate candy and its comrades. It was a truly satisfying conquest. Time passed uneventfully, with no new clients showing up, and soon it was evening closing time. Alice, who usually left work first, had been leaving early less often, once every 2 or 3 days instead of every day. Well then, I'll be heading out first. Great job today, everyone. Good work. Take care. Get home safely. As it happened, today was one of those days when she hurried off early. Throwing on her coat in a rush, she was the first to burst out of the office and leave. I wondered what kept her so busy. Not having anything to rush for, since I needed to stop by Greg's shop anyway, I shrugged lightly. She probably had her reasons. Well, I'll be heading out too. Thank you for your hard work today, boss. Huh? Oh, it feels weird being called boss all of a sudden. See you later. Yeah. Part-timer, go home quickly too. Don't catch a cold or anything. Why am I the only one being warned not to catch a cold? Smiling faintly, I waved at Raven's concern and quickly stepped out of the office. Stopping by my usual shop, I grabbed a sandwich to go and had dinner at Greg's place. Then, braving the worsening snowstorm, I made my way back to my base. But what awaited me wasn't the base I knew. What I saw was a frozen storage room in complete disarray, with white snow blown inside and scattered everywhere. Second week of working part-time at the office, and my home was destroyed. After trudging through this freezing snowstorm, I returned home only to find that the base I had painstakingly set up was now nothing more than a frozen storage room. In this baffling situation, I blinked blankly before letting out a soundless scream. A sharp, icy gust of wind suddenly blew in from across the way, sneaking through the gaps in my clothes. Ugh, the wind is absurdly strong up here. Sniffling, I tightened my coat and squinted into the darkness where the wind originated. I fumbled around the chaotic floor until I found the cheap portable flashlight I had picked up in an alley. After giving it a few solid taps to get it working, I managed to turn on its dim light. Wow, this is a disaster. In the faint glow of the barely functioning flashlight, I could see the devastation inside my base. It looked as if someone had gleefully shoveled snow from outside and scattered it all over the place. I turned my back to the bone-chilling wind and carefully stepped backward, inspecting the mess. It didn't take long for me to figure out the source of this catastrophe, a shattered window. At some point while I was away, the glass had been thoroughly smashed, leaving snow and wind to pour in freely. What the heck? Why is this happening out of nowhere? Cautiously, I peeked my head out through the broken window. That's when I noticed a wrecked outdoor unit lying unnaturally on the ground below. Could it be? Did the heavy snow cause the unit to fall, and it just happened to smash this window? I instinctively squeezed my eyes shut. How could anyone have such terrible luck? Even though this area was practically abandoned, with no people or maintenance, of all the possible scenarios, why did the neighbor's outdoor unit have to fall and break my window? Frustrated beyond words, I stumped my feet before sighing and letting my shoulders slump. There wasn't much I could do about it. I couldn't turn back time, and what was done was done. Instead of lamenting my bad luck, it was better to figure out how to deal with the situation. Well, maybe this is a good thing. I've been putting off moving anyway. Now I've got a solid reason to do it. Fortunately, I didn't have any deep attachment to this base. After all, I called it a base, not a home, for a reason. Calling it a home would have made it feel more precious, and I didn't want to leave behind any lingering feelings when it came time to move. So the solution was simple. I'd pack up all my belongings and find a new base. Granted, this building was full of issues, so I'd probably have to search other buildings for a suitable spot. But the Western Labyrinth was full of abandoned structures. Surely, there'd be at least one place as secluded as this. Anyway, I was already thinking about moving because of the cold. Let's just say I'm moving up the schedule a bit. This much. Wait, what's this? Crack. The moment I confidently grabbed my sleeping bag, I felt an ominous sensation at my fingertips. The sleeping bag that had kept me warm and cozy just this morning now felt cold and stiff, as if it had dried out completely. It's frozen. I instantly realized the sleeping bag was beyond saving. No, it can't be. Was it the freezing wind streaming through the base? A chill ran down my spine. After spending about 5 minutes inspecting all my belongings in the base, I had no choice but to accept the harsh truth. Nearly everything was ruined. The bed and sleeping bag were unsalvageable. Most of my clothes were destroyed except for the winter pajamas and coat I was wearing, and the maid outfit I had left at Greg's shop. Judging by the state of things, the window must have broken not long after I left for work. Snow had piled up inside, melted, and then refrozen. As a result, my bedding, furniture, clothes, fabric, towels, and everyday necessities, nearly everything I had carefully gathered over the past few months, were now frozen solid, like they had been dunked in water and then placed in a freezer. What? Can't I just defrost them and dry them out? Where would I even do that? And how long would it take? If I had access to a warm place where they could thaw, I wouldn't even be in this mess. What do I do now? How am I supposed to sleep tonight? If I try to sleep outside in this weather, I'll end up with a frozen meal. Should I gather snow and build an igloo? Crossing my arms, I thought deeply. For now, I had to accept that the frozen items were a lost cause. I couldn't exactly crawl into a frozen sleeping bag, after all. That left me with no choice but to abandon everything and look for a new base, completely empty-handed. This was a serious problem. Then again, maybe the situation wasn't entirely hopeless. I still had one backup plan for survival. Sliding my hand into my coat pocket, I pulled out a small key, the key to Greg's general store. If I stay at the store, I could get through the night. Still, it wasn't an option I wanted to rely on. Greg was my benefactor, and I didn't want to impose on him more than I already had. This key was a sign of trust that Greg had extended to me first. Think about it, how heavy must it have felt for him to hand over a key to a stranger? If I were to betray that trust, sell off the shop's goods, and disappear, there'd be nothing Greg, who was often overseas, could do about it. Of course, I'd never do such a thing. But the fact that he took on that risk and entrusted me with the key meant I owed him the same level of trust in return. I've already received so much from Greg. If I take any more, I might just die of guilt. Greg had helped me when I was a fugitive ghost, given me sturdy clothes that couldn't be bought with money, and even gifted me an artifact to hide my face. He even got me this part-time job at the office. Frankly, calling him the savior of my life wouldn't be an exaggeration. But to use his store as my home without permission? No. Even if Greg forgave me, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. As long as I had a conscience, I couldn't do it. Unless I have no other choice and it's life or death. But for now, let's keep it as a last resort. Conscience wasn't more important than survival, after all. If I had no other options, I'd consider it as a last-ditch effort. Clutching the key tightly, I returned it to my pocket. Now, where could I spend the night in this raging snowstorm? It was time to brainstorm ideas. One thing was certain, I was determined not to cause trouble for Greg. Still no new information about the ghost? Even something small would be fine. I haven't heard anything, at least. Why don't you try asking Gilbert across the street? He's into gossip and might know something. Ah, I see. Thank you. Have a good day. That's what Alice was told as she stepped out of the store and let out a small sigh. It had been over 2 weeks since the Blood Night incident, and she had been tirelessly searching for the ghost ever since. But so far, it was as if the ghost had vanished entirely, leaving no trace. Could they have quietly left Night Haven after that night? Chasing the ghost felt like chasing rainbows at this point. No luck again today. Maybe I should space these searches out to once a week. If the ghost had already left the Western Labyrinth, then all of Alice's efforts were for nothing. Her initial determination to uncover the ghost's true identity was steadily waning. Growl. Her stomach let out a loud protest, having missed the chance to eat while she scoured for leads. Deciding to postpone her search to tomorrow, Alice trudged toward a nearby eatery with weary steps. 3 cheesesteaks, please. 3? That's a lot. Should I cut them in half for you? No, I'll take them all uncut, please. 3 cheesesteaks, coming up? Here you go. Alice accepted the 3 sandwiches, each as big as her arm, and left the shop. Unwrapping one of them, she immediately bit into the sandwich. It looked like far too much food for someone of her average build, but the sight of her devouring it at an almost unnatural speed drew stares from passers-by. Nom nom nom. Eating while walking in the snow had its own kind of charm, she mused. As Alice strolled toward the outskirts of the Western Labyrinth, her gaze landed on someone who shouldn't have been there, a young girl. Yuria. The familiar black coat, the cascade of silvery hair that shimmered like silk, and the glimpse of a fox mask, it was unmistakably Yuria. Why would she be wandering around such a dangerous area? As Alice puzzled over it, she recalled that Yuria had come to the office with Greg when they first met. Greg's shop is near the Western Labyrinth. Did she get lost while passing through? It never crossed Alice's mind that Yuria might actually live in the Western Labyrinth. And why would it? To Alice, Yuria was the delicate youngest member of the office, someone who needed protection. Given Yuria's refined aura and apparent noble lineage, the thought of her living in such a place seemed absurd. But as Alice got closer, her expression grew more serious. The snow accumulating on Yuria's shoulders and her faintly trembling frame made it clear she had been wandering here for quite some time. Why is she wandering alone in this cold and dangerous place? Feeling a pang in her chest, Alice hurried toward her. Yuria. Yuria turned around, startled, her eyes widening at the sight of Alice approaching. Her expression betrayed her thoughts, as if she had been caught somewhere she wasn't supposed to be. That's what I want to say, Alice thought, biting her lip. She reached out her hand, warm from being in her pocket, and gently touched Yuria's ears and neck. So cold? How long has she been out here? Yuria's ears and her entire body were as icy as a block of ice. She was so cold that Alice couldn't help but shiver at the thought, her pupils trembling in disbelief. Quickly, Alice took off her coat and draped it over Yuria's small frame. Steam rose from Alice's body, a stark contrast to the freezing air, but she didn't have time to notice. Her focus was entirely on checking Uria's condition. Good. The trembling stopped. Seeing Uria no longer shivering, Alice let out a small sigh of relief. Her coat seemed to provide enough warmth for the girl. Kneeling down to meet Uria's gaze, Alice spoke softly. Are you okay? Feeling a little less cold now? Why are you wandering around here alone? Did you get lost? But Uria turned her head slightly, avoiding Alice's questions without responding. Was she reluctant to answer? Or was she hiding something? As Alice pondered deeply, she cautiously asked another question, her voice filled with concern. Uria, do you live around here? Or could you show me where you live? Don't tell me you don't have a home. Uria's reaction, too transparent to hide, hit Alice like a hammer blow. Now that she thought about it, something had always seemed off. Why would someone as young as Uria need to work at all? If she had family or even a guardian, there would be no reason for her to take on a job. Was she just working to earn pocket money? That was the assumption Alice had made. She never imagined it was actually a desperate fight for survival. Alice couldn't bring herself to speak further. Her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. Looking at Uria with the most resolute eyes she'd ever had, Alice declared firmly, Uria, you're coming to my house today. Refusal is not an option. Just so you know, I'll make sure to bring you to my home. It was an unwavering statement that left Uria, who had been gloomily preparing to slink back to Greg's general store after failing to find a new base, utterly stunned. How did things end up like this? As Alice's warm hand guided me forward, I couldn't help but ponder that thought. Looking back, it all started when my base got wrecked by snow, prompting me to boldly set out to find a new place. But even after wandering for ages, I couldn't find anything suitable. Resigned, I decided to head toward Greg's general store with a heavy heart, only to run into Alice. And when she realized I was essentially homeless, she half-dragged me along with her, which led to where I was now. Her invitation to stay at her house left me no room for argument. If she had merely asked me if I wanted to come over, I would have flatly refused out of pride. But the way she held my hand with such a heartbroken expression and insisted on taking me left me no choice. Talk about creating a debt and stuffing it down my throat. She was a terrifying person. Neither of us said a word as Alice matched her steps to my shorter stride, and we slowly made our way through the city streets. The snowstorm seemed slightly stronger now, perhaps because the temperature was dropping as the night deepened. Yet, thanks to wearing Alice's coat, I felt much warmer than before. Wait a minute, this peachy scent coming from Alice, it's not perfume, it's her natural smell. Feeling a bit self-conscious, I subtly buried my face in the coat. The mask got in the way a little, but the scent was so sweet and distinct that it didn't matter. How far did we walk through the neon-lit streets of Nighthaven like that? Staring at the ground and hiding my face in her coat, I didn't notice when Alice stopped, and I ended up bumping my forehead against her back. We're here. This is my place, Alice said, turning to look at me. I raised my head and saw an apartment building 3 stories high and oddly familiar. Whoa, this is exactly like the one from the original story. As I stared at the perfectly matched building in amazement, Alice's expression darkened slightly. She gently patted my head and spoke. You don't have anywhere to go, do you? Stay here for the night. And no arguing? Come on, let's go in. Ugh, so escaping is out of the question after all. I sighed quietly to myself at Alice's firm resolve. Not that I didn't understand how she felt. Reflecting on it, I must have looked pretty pitiful wandering alone in the snow to anyone who saw me. Even if it were me and I found a coworker wandering the streets in the freezing snow late at night, I'd have at least asked if something was wrong. But for someone like me who had sworn to avoid getting too entangled with the main cast from the start, this situation left me feeling conflicted. First, I ended up working at the office. And now, I was being invited to Alice's home? Why did I keep getting caught up in things like this? Nothing's going the way I planned. Maybe getting involved with Greg was the root of it all. Feeling a little defeated, I looked at Alice's back as she led me forward and suddenly wondered. If it weren't me she found wandering, would she have brought someone else home? Yeah, she probably would have. This person can't help but step in when someone's in trouble. She's a busybody like that. Oddly enough, that thought lightened the burden weighing on my chest. If she was the type to reach out to anyone, not just me, maybe it wasn't so bad to lean on her warmth for a little while. Besides, once my part-time job ends, we'll naturally drift apart. Taking a deep breath, I decided to go along with things for now. I still didn't want to get tangled up in the main story. That hadn't changed. But if this relationship would naturally fade in 2 weeks, there was no point in forcing her away with awkward excuses. Fine. This time, I'll take the easy route and accept her help. Just don't expect me to repay this kindness. I'm home. Alice's apartment turned out to be a modern, relatively upscale one. The living room was spacious enough for a family of 4, and it had 2 attached bedrooms. It felt a little big for just one person, but knowing Alice lived here with her older sister Lily, it seemed comfortably adequate. But as I stepped inside, I froze at the sight before me. The living room was a mess, with clothes and underwear casually strewn about everywhere. It was shockingly chaotic. Wow, why is that underwear so big? It's large enough to cover my entire face. Ahaha. Sorry, it's a bit messy. Uria, could you stay here for a moment? Had she forgotten that she had a surprise guest? Her face turned bright red as she hastily left me standing at the entrance and dashed inside, scooping up an armful of clothes and disappearing somewhere. She probably planned to shove everything into a closet or drawer to hide the mess. Her uncharacteristically flustered behavior made me chuckle despite myself. Yuria, come in. Take off your shoes and just sit on the sofa for now, okay? If you're bored, feel free to watch TV. I'll be back after I finish tidying up. Alice darted off toward one of the bedrooms, her speed making my hair flutter. If the living room was this chaotic, I could only imagine what her room looked like. Cleaning it up would probably take a while. That's normal for someone who just started living on their own. But, is Lily not home? Sitting quietly on the sofa, I swung my legs idly and felt the warmth from the heater spreading through the air. That's when I remembered the other occupant of this apartment. As far as I knew, this place was shared by Alice and her older sister, Lily. But with the heat turned off and the apartment so quiet, it seemed Lily wasn't home. That was actually a relief. Visiting a friend's house and running into their family was always awkward. Besides, Lily wasn't exactly the type of person I wanted to be around. She's nice, but she's a Yandere-ish stalker. No thanks. Plus, I've been disabling the small cameras she's set up at the office every time I spot them. If she held a grudge over that, I really didn't want to meet her. While mulling over those thoughts, I shrugged off the now overly warm coat and draped it over the sofa. Just then, Alice returned, dressed in a light yukata that was far more casual than usual. She looked like a guilty puppy caught after causing trouble. Why is she acting like that all of a sudden? I tilted my head in confusion at Alice's sudden change in demeanor. I just realized, maybe I brought you here too forcefully. I'm sorry? It's not like I was trying to pity you or anything. So that's it. I quickly caught on to why Alice was suddenly acting so strange. It seemed that while cleaning up and changing her clothes, her mind had calmed down enough for her to start second-guessing herself. She must have started worrying that she had dragged me along without considering my feelings. To be fair, she wasn't wrong. It was true that she brought me here without asking for my opinion, practically kidnapping me. If I had been someone burdened with insecurities about my situation, I might have lashed out at her, blaming her for humiliating me. But I wasn't the type to dwell on things like that. The only reason I disliked accepting help was the burden of feeling like I had to repay it later. It wasn't like I was too proud to accept assistance or determined to do everything on my own. And knowing that Alice's actions stemmed not from pity or insincerity but from a pure-hearted desire to make everyone around her happy, how could I hate her? Even if she were to strangle me, I wouldn't be able to hold a grudge against her. Honestly, I've already made peace with staying here for the night. What's she fretting about now? Silly girl. Without a word, I got up from the sofa and walked over to Alice, who was nervously shifting her gaze around. Then, as she fidgeted, unsure of what to do, I lightly hugged her. Maybe because I'd never initiated physical contact before, Alice froze like a statue at my sudden embrace. Yuria, are you forgiving me? Forgiving? I was never angry in the first place. You're doing fine. Just keep being yourself. I rubbed my forehead lightly against her stomach as if to say, what are you even worried about? Did my gesture get the message across? Alice hesitantly wrapped her arms around my shoulders and whispered a soft thank you, her voice barely audible. Why was she thanking me when I was the one receiving her help? Smiling faintly, I leaned against her, savoring the warm peachy scent that was even sweeter now than before. After what felt like enough time had passed, Alice let me go and plopped down comfortably on the sofa beside me. The tense atmosphere from earlier had completely dissipated, replaced by the usual Alice. Smiling gently, she asked me, Yuria, how's the temperature? Should I turn it up more? You're good? That's a relief. I was worried you might catch a cold since you were so cold earlier. To be honest, my body had already warmed up when I wore Alice's cozy coat earlier, but the way she looked at me with genuine concern made me feel strange. So what if I catch a cold? Oh, right. I need to give this back. I picked up Alice's coat, which I had draped over the sofa, and handed it to her. Alice quietly observed me as she took the coat back, then suddenly spoke with curiosity. Now that I think about it, this is my first time seeing you in casual clothes. What's that you're wearing? Pajamas. Isn't it a bit short? And the fabric doesn't seem very nice. Do you have any spare clothes to change into? Clothes to change into? I left all of them behind when I abandoned my base. Feeling awkward, I touched my neck. Alice, deep in thought, suddenly leaned in close to me. Way too close. She sniffed the side of my head. Eek! A shiver ran down my spine. Is it because you don't have a strong scent? You don't smell bad or anything, but you should take a warm shower. I'll lend you some of my clothes. What's with that look? Are you worried they'll be too big? Don't worry, you can wear them like a dress, and they'll fit fine. No, I'm not asking about the size. I'm asking why I have to shower here. Usually, she's quick to understand things, but now she's completely missing the point. Flustered, I flailed my arms and looked up at Alice, only to see her hesitate for a moment before speaking firmly. Do you not like showering? That's no good. If you stay dirty, you're more likely to get sick. Honestly, I'd prefer giving you a bath, but that might be a bit much. Well, she's not wrong. And it wasn't exactly a bad suggestion for me. Until now, I'd only ever used bottled water, moved around with telekinesis, to wash myself. I'd never had the chance to properly bathe using running water. The only thing holding me back was that this was Alice's home. Still, it was a rare opportunity to wash up with warm water. Maybe because I seemed hesitant, Alice clapped her hands together as if struck by an idea. Oh, then how about we shower together? Excuse me? My gaze involuntarily dropped below Alice's face, landing on her, sizable chest. I shook my head so furiously that my hair whipped around. No way, absolutely not. My fragile sense of morality spun in chaotic triangles. Fortunately, Alice must have picked up on my vehement resistance, because she relented. In the end, I got to shower alone. Thank goodness. Warm water streamed down from the shoryad, tracing my cheeks and flowing to the floor. The sensation of water breaking into fine droplets, something I could never replicate with telekinesis, was soothing. The warm drops gently drummed against my skin, wrapping my entire body in a cozy embrace. How long has it been since I last felt the luxury of a hot shower? Was this heaven? As the freeing sensation of water splashing over my bare face spread, a smile naturally formed on my lips. Ah, I could stay like this forever. Hooray for civilization! Showers are the greatest invention ever. I thought to myself, thoroughly enjoying the moment as if I were playing with water. Only after feeling fully satisfied did I turn off the water and rub my face with both hands. Though I was tempted to indulge longer, this was Alice's home, after all. It wouldn't be polite to get too carried away. What if I suddenly got dizzy and fell to the floor? I wouldn't be able to face Alice, especially after she offered to bathe together earlier. Speaking of which, there's a mirror here. As I brushed away the hair clinging to my face and reached for the shampoo, I noticed the mirror on the bathroom wall. It was fogged up with steam, making the reflection beyond completely obscured. After a brief moment of thought, I reached out and wiped away the condensation with my hand, revealing a clear surface. In the mirror, I saw the now familiar face of a pale, beautiful girl staring back at me. I've seen my reflection before, and I've been naked before, but looking at my naked self in a mirror is a first. Even after seeing it multiple times, my face was disconcertingly beautiful. It almost made me feel apologetic, as if someone as plain as me shouldn't be inhabiting such a perfect body. Still, with my short stature and youthful face, the sight of my completely bare body didn't feel provocative at all. Well, it'd be strange if anyone found such an immature body attractive. People like that are just perverts who deserve a good whack on the head. Thinking that, I stepped back slightly to get a full view of myself in the mirror. That's when I noticed something that had been subtly bothering me. How is my body this clean? It's like I was just born. Moving around and inspecting myself in the mirror, I couldn't find a single blemish, scar, or even a speck of discoloration anywhere on my body. It was as if I were made of porcelain. How was this possible? Raising one arm above my head, I even confirmed that my underarms were perfectly smooth. My gaze eventually landed on the silver object dangling near my chest. The small cube-shaped accessory, small enough to fit in my palm, it was the tesseract, which had never left my body since that day. Oh, could it be that when it heals injuries, it restores the body to an almost brand new state? That makes sense. The tesseract's power was incredible, capable of returning that old Draco to his prime in an instant. It wasn't far-fetched to think that scars or imperfections could disappear as part of the healing process. If I'd lost a finger to Draco, would the tesseract have regrown it? Probably. The more I thought about it, the more I realized just how extraordinary the tesseract's gift had been. Still, when is this thing planning to wake up? How long are you going to make me wait? I want to say thank you, so hurry up and wake already. I lifted the tesseract to eye level and poked it a few times with my finger, watching for any reaction. But the tesseract remained utterly still, as if it were in a deep sleep, unbothered by my teasing. Looks like there's no helping it. I'll just have to keep carrying it until it decides to wake up. Putting the tesseract back around my neck, I squeezed shampoo onto my hands and began working it into my hair. This is where telekinesis really comes in handy. No need to move my arms around too much. Foam. With the help of my telekinesis, I quickly worked up a rich lather. Letting the warm water rinse away the suds, I repeated the process with body wash and a shower puff. At last, after what felt like forever, I was cleaner than I'd ever been since arriving in this world. Drying my soft, moisturized skin with a fluffy towel, I heard Alice's voice calling from beyond the door. Uria? I left some clothes by the door, just put those on. She left me clothes? I peeked cautiously past the door to check. There, neatly folded, was a small stack of clothing. What could it be? I carried the stack inside and unfolded it, only for the sight to leave me utterly speechless. A cat onesie. Yes, the pristine white clothes turned out to be a fluffy cat onesie. Complete with fuzzy fabric for warmth in the cold winter, it even had oversized paw-shaped mittens attached. It was so adorably cute it almost made me want to die. She said not to worry about clothes. Don't tell me she went out and bought this while I was in the shower. The sheer unexpectedness of it left me dumbfounded, staring at the onesie with wide eyes. Something slipped out from between the folded clothes and fell to the floor. What now? Picking up the small piece of fabric, I froze for the second time. It was a soft material, like microfiber, something I'd only recently gotten used to wearing. As I feared, it was underwear. Ugh. I needed this, but why is there a bear on it? I preferred plain, simple designs for underwear. After all, there was no point in wearing cute or fancy ones when no one was going to see them. But this completely defied my usual preference. The silky soft material featured an adorably large bear drawn smack in the center. No, seriously, Uria, are you okay with this? My face burned with embarrassment as I clenched the underwear tightly in my hand. But I didn't have a choice. Wear it or don't, those were the options. And obviously, I had to wear it. After all, my maid uniform for work had a skirt, and going commando wasn't an option. I won't forget this humiliation. Clutching the bare underwear in one hand, I resolved to repay this embarrassment someday. A small seed of petty revenge began to grow in my heart. Oh my, you're so cute. The cat onesie suits you perfectly. I knew going with the cat design was the right choice. As I stepped out of the shower, clad in the cat onesie and still wearing my fox mask, Alice emerged from her room, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Humph, what's so cute about it when you can't even see my face? I crossed my arms and pouted, clearly unimpressed with her gushing. First, she turns me into some kind of fool wearing a cat onesie paired with bearprint underwear, and now she's showering me with compliments? It wasn't the least bit satisfying. I'll make her regret mocking me? Well, I'm going to shower now. Feel free to eat as many snacks as you like while I'm gone. Maybe I'll let this slide, just this once. Determined not to betray Alice's goodwill, I shuffled over to the snack box she pointed to and grabbed something at random. The first treat I pulled out was a butter cookie. Classic. The reliable sibling of all snacks. I could eat these every day and never get tired of them. And that wasn't all. Underneath the butter cookies was an assortment of other snacks that perfectly matched my taste. How obvious can you get, Alice? The way she had clearly chosen snacks tailored to my preferences stirred a tiny bit of rebellion in me. But resisting this temptation? Impossible. Feeling cozy and relaxed after my shower, I hugged the snack box to my chest and started munching away, one snack after another. I'm back, Uria. Who knows how much time had passed? When I finally came back to my senses, I noticed Alice freshly showered and dressed in pajamas approaching. The moment I saw her, I whipped my head to the side, trying desperately to suppress my laughter. She was wearing pink pig pajamas that matched my cat onesie, and on her backside, an adorable little pig tail stuck out, wiggling slightly. Watching that tail sway melted away the tiny irritation I'd been holding onto. All right, enough snacks for now. It's getting late. Let's brush our teeth and get ready for bed. Okay, what's that? No toothbrush? Don't worry, I bought one for you while I was out buying the clothes. Always so well prepared. Accepting the toothbrush she handed me, I obediently brushed my teeth. By the time I'd finished cleaning up, it was already past midnight. No wonder it was so late. I'd arrived at my ruined base around 8 p.m., wandered through the city with Alice, taken my time showering, and eaten snacks. It was no surprise the night had passed so quickly. Uria, you can sleep in my bed. I'll take the sofa. You want to sleep on the sofa? Absolutely not. You're the guest, so you sleep in the bed. Despite the late hour, this marked the start of a heated debate. The issue? Who would sleep in the only bed? From my perspective, the answer was clear. The homeowner should sleep in the bed. What was she even talking about? But from Alice's point of view, the idea of herself taking the bed while I slept on the sofa was utterly unacceptable. We wrestled with the question for quite some time until, fine. I'll sleep in the bed. Happy now. In the end, she gave in to my stubbornness and agreed to sleep in the bed. Victory was mine. It made sense. This was her house, after all. Of course, Alice should sleep in the bed. But as I basked in the sweet glow of triumph, I suddenly found myself enveloped in her arms. Hee. But you're sleeping in the bed with me. That's the compromise, right? Wait, what? How did it come to this? Confused by this unexpected turn of events, my eyes darted around nervously. But ultimately, I let out a sigh and allowed Alice to guide me to the bed. Having the bed to myself would have felt like I was forcing her onto the sofa, which would have been uncomfortable. But sharing the bed? It was hard to tell who was losing out and who was gaining. Maybe, was it a win for both of us? Oh, right. If we're going to bed, I need to do this. As Alice pulled me closer, I tapped her shoulder, signaling her to let me down for a moment. Her eyes filled with the question, "Do you not want to sleep together?" looked almost heartbroken. But I quickly shook my head to assure her that wasn't the issue and gestured for her to wait as I stepped onto the floor. Standing on the floor, I carefully removed my mask. Sleeping with the mask on would have been uncomfortable. Besides, there was no reason to hide my face from Alice anymore. Wait, why did I wear the mask and hide my face all this time, then? Well, because there hadn't been a reason to reveal it either, I suppose. Alice froze in place, blinking at me as she saw my face for the first time. Her reaction was as if she had come face to face with something completely unimaginable. Tick, tick, tick. In the silent room, the ticking of the clock's second hand sounded unusually loud. In this world, treasures generally fall into two categories. The first includes those deemed valuable only within certain groups. For instance, religious relics, national treasures, or prized possessions of famous individuals. In truth, most treasures fall into this category. After all, the value of an object depends on the perspective of those who behold it. For example, a primitive tribe might prize an elephant's ivory above all else, but to a materialistic city dweller, it might appear as nothing more than filthy trash. However, exceptions always exist. Sometimes, there are treasures valued by almost everyone. Such treasures might include gold and jewels worth enough to sustain 3 generations, an elixir of eternal youth that guarantees 100 years of perfect health with a single sip, or artifacts that allow one to glimpse the future. These treasures are so undeniably valuable that hiding them is nearly impossible, and the pursuit of such treasures often justifies bloodshed. This is another kind of treasure. Alice had a sudden thought. Perhaps Uria herself was one of these treasures. How can someone's face be this perfect? Her slightly upturned eyes, her delicate nose and lips that stood out without being overbearing, and the sharp, elegant line of her jaw leading naturally to her slender neck, all of it harmonized flawlessly. Even though she was wearing nothing but that ridiculous cat onesie, the mildly drowsy, aloof expression in her half-lidded eyes evoked images of an angel or fairy descending from the heavens. And it wasn't just her face that stood out unnaturally. Her proportions, from her head to her body, were balanced perfectly. Even her silver hair, which wasn't styled or groomed but fell naturally, seemed to complete her composition seamlessly. Like the masterpiece of a legendary dollmaker who poured a lifetime of effort into creating their ultimate work, Yuria embodied the very essence of an ideal, flawless beauty. So, that's why she wore the mask. Alice couldn't help but feel captivated by Yuria's almost violently mesmerizing charm, her heart stolen as though seized by an invisible hand. Slap! Abruptly, Alice turned away and smacked her own cheeks hard enough to leave them stinging, snapping herself back to reality. There was only one reason why Yuria, who had never once removed her mask, would show her face so openly now. It was because she trusted Alice, believing it was safe to reveal her face to her. And to betray that trust? That would be no different from betraying Yuria herself. Sure, she wanted to approach Yuria right now, slip her arms under Yuria's and hug her tightly from behind, their bodies pressed together. Or rub her cheek against the crown of Yuria's head, take a deep whiff, and tease her until that cool, indifferent expression crumbled into a pout. Or gently nibble her ears and tickle her until she squirmed. But no, she couldn't act on such urges. Here and now, Alice had to behave as if nothing had changed, treating Yuria as she always had. Thinking of the hardships Yuria must have faced because of her stunning beauty, Alice's sense of duty as an adult overpowered her desires. I need to protect Yuria. Be a responsible adult, Alice. Let it be clear, Alice wasn't romantically or sexually attracted to Yuria. Rather, she was like a devoted cat lover seeing the ultimate adorable kitten for the first time, utterly bewitched by Yuria's overwhelming charm. Of course, if Alice's limits were to snap in front of an unsuspecting Yuria, what might happen then was anyone's guess. Well, shall we go to bed? Alice's voice cracked slightly as she awkwardly guided Yuria toward her bedroom. Yuria tilted her head at Alice's sudden odd behavior, quietly pinching her own cheek in thought. Is it because my face is too cute? Well, it's Alice, so I guess she's trustworthy. She's not the type to do anything weird. Yuria was well aware of how beautiful her face was. Anyone with working eyes could tell just by looking in a mirror. If she hadn't realized it, why else would she have worn a mask all this time? But she trusted Alice, not the Alice from the original story, but the Alice she had come to know personally. Alice wouldn't do anything strange, nor would revealing her face to Alice cause any annoying consequences. There was no reason to keep wearing the mask while sleeping. Whatever reaction Alice was having, it would pass quickly. People get used to pretty faces after seeing them enough, after all. Thinking optimistically, Yuria cheerfully followed Alice into the bedroom. Don't you dare? Maybe once we're closer, but not now. Hold it in, Alice. Alice silently cried on the inside, struggling to suppress her desires. Yuria. Maybe I really should sleep on the sofa. Ugh, fine. Let's just go to bed. I'll turn off the lights now. Alice's attempt to escape was swiftly shot down by Yuria, who gave her an irresistibly gentle look with slightly lowered eyelids. In the end, the two of them ended up sharing the same bed. Fortunately, the bed was a double, so there was enough room for both of them without being cramped. Still, the unavoidable proximity of their bodies meant Alice's inner turmoil showed no sign of subsiding. Sheep number 8,362. Sheep number 8,363. Why Yuria? And so, hours later, as the lights were turned off and the two lay side by side in bed, something unexpected happened. Fast asleep, Yuria rolled over and snuggled straight into Alice's arms. Alice, her face on the verge of tears, had to clutch her own arms tightly to keep herself in check. If she failed to resist her affectionate urges as a lover of all things cute and ended up hugging Yuria tightly, what would happen if Yuria woke up and looked at her with a frustrated or annoyed expression? Alice couldn't bear even the thought of that horrifying future. How am I supposed to sleep like this? Thump thump thump. And so began a sleepless night for a poor, beleaguered lover of cuteness. Morning. The soft, squishy sensation on my face was the first thing I noticed when I woke up. Opening my eyes, I found myself nestled snugly in Alice's arms. Why am I here? Still groggy and half asleep, I tilted my head in confusion. Above me, I heard Alice's voice, weary and slightly strained. Good morning, Yuria. Mind letting go now. It was then that I realized I had wrapped my arms tightly around Alice's waist. What? Since when? Fully awake now, I scrambled backward and let go, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Alice sat up sluggishly, rubbing her face as if wiping away invisible weariness. Oh, right. I stayed at Alice's place last night. That's why I wasn't cold. Stretching my arms overhead with a big yawn, I reflected on how I felt. It's been a while since I've slept this well. Guess people really do need a warm place to sleep. Back at my base, sleeping in a sleeping bag meant waking up with a freezing nose and aches all over. But after sleeping here at Alice's, I woke up feeling refreshed, my body full of energy. So this is why having a proper home and bed is important. I couldn't help but feel a renewed appreciation for them. Yuria, if you're still sleepy, feel free to go back to bed. I'll wake you up later. No need. I wasn't the type to sleep a lot, anyway. Nodding at Alice's suggestion, I followed her lead as she got out of bed and headed to the living room. Time to freshen up, change into my uniform at Greg's shop, and head to work. Mentally mapping out my schedule, I accepted a slice of toast from Alice and devoured it to satisfy my grumbling stomach. When Alice asked if we should shower together again, I politely declined. After taking a quick shower on my own, I put my mask back on and bundled up in my coat. Sure, walking around in cat onesie pajamas was embarrassing, but if I wrapped myself up tightly in the coat, no one would notice. Perhaps it was the return of the mask that calmed Alice, who now seemed far more composed than the night before. Tilting her head, she asked, "Yuria, are you leaving already? Why not go together? I need to change my clothes." Pointing to the cat onesie I was still wearing, I watched as Alice's expression shifted. She seemed to realize for the first time that I hadn't been wearing my maid uniform last night and scratched her cheek awkwardly. Still, I was grateful to her for letting me stay the night. To show my thanks, I walked over and hugged her tightly. As someone who couldn't speak, this was the best way I could express my gratitude. Alice hugged me back and opened her mouth as if to say something but stopped, her expression turning pensive. Whatever she was thinking, it didn't seem like something I needed to worry about. And so, we parted ways with only a brief goodbye. Since we'd see each other at the office later, there was no need for anything elaborate. I'll have to put in some effort to find a new place right after work. I can't keep relying on Alice's kindness. Stepping out of Alice's apartment into the cold morning air, I made a firm resolve. Afterward, everything went smoothly. I arrived at Greg's general store, used my key to unlock the door, and changed into my maid uniform. After giving the store a quick cleaning, I headed straight to the office without getting sidetracked. "Yuria, can I talk to you for a moment?" The moment I arrived at the office, Alice pulled me aside into the hallway. "Do you want to stay at the office if you don't have anywhere else to go?" Out of the blue, I found myself faced with this unexpected and troubling suggestion. Why would I stay here? Underscore 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 underscore. A sudden proposal from Alice to provide lodging and meals at the problem solvers, troubleshooter, office. No matter how I looked at it, it was a proposal I should have refused outright. Staying at the problem solver's office was no different for me than walking into the epicenter of an impending explosion. Even working there temporarily as a part-timer made me feel like I was treading on thin ice. And staying there permanently? That would be the epitome of short-sightedness, risking great danger for fleeting comfort. So, without much thought, I was about to shake my head at Alice and reject her suggestion. That is, until her worry-filled eyes met mine. Now that I think about it, this is strange. Why suggest the office and not her own house? I felt a faint sense of incongruity. Was there really a reason Alice wanted me to stay at the office? Simply because she liked me? No, if that were the case, it would make more sense for her to suggest I stay at her home. Bringing up the problem solver's office seemed unnecessarily complicated. At the very least, I should ask her for the reason before declining. I tilted my head slightly, conveying my curiosity about her reasoning. Did my gesture get through to her? Alice knelt down to meet my eyes and cautiously asked, "Yuria, I don't know all the details, but you're planning to wander around the Western Labyrinth again after work today, aren't you?" Of course I was. I needed a place to stay. I nodded lightly in response to her words. Last night, I'd given up and gone to Greg's general store only because it was too late, and the snowstorm was too fierce. Freezing to death on the street seemed worse than incurring some debt. Now that I'd managed to survive the night, I intended to look for a proper place again after finishing work today. I couldn't live like a homeless person without a home or bed forever. As I mulled over these thoughts, Alice let out a small sigh, as if I were hopeless, and continued. "And if you can't find a place again like last night, you'll go to Greg's general store, right?" What? How did she know that? Startled by her almost psychic deduction, I stared at her in shock. But Alice, unfazed by my reaction, scratched her cheek apologetically and explained. "Sorry, I found the key while tidying up my coat yesterday. Now that I think about it, if you keep walking the path where we met, you'd end up at the general store." "No, yes. But in my opinion, Greg's general store doesn't seem like a good place for you to stay, Yuria." "Ah, so she found the key when I'd left my coat behind." Relieved that she wasn't reading my mind, I grudgingly admitted that her words weren't entirely wrong. It wasn't as though the general store was an ideal living environment. The only places to lie down were a wooden table or a sofa, and there wasn't even a blanket or pillow to be found. I had to use my coat and a pile of clothes as makeshift bedding. For someone with a modern, fragile body, sleeping there wouldn't alleviate fatigue, it'd only make it worse. But that was only when compared to an actual house. If you compared a rundown storage shed or the streets to the general store, well, the store had heating, and you could lock the door. Honestly, it was paradise compared to braving the freezing streets. As I stared at her with my hands on my hips, clearly asking what the problem was, Alice seemed to grow more thoughtful. After a long moment of contemplation, she gently patted my head and said, "Yuria, you don't like being indebted to others, do you? I've only known you for 2 weeks, but watching you closely, I can tell. You're the kind of person who always tries to repay what you receive, even if it's foolish. I think you're a very kind girl." Kind? Me? That didn't make sense. I wasn't kind, I was just an emotional, impulsive coward. I wanted to shift all my fears onto others. If someone was going to hate me, I'd rather they just be indifferent instead. People who work hard deserve to see their efforts pay off someday. And those who like me, I just want them to be happy and free from suffering. I'm selfish, petty, cowardly, and stupid. So, no matter how I thought about it, I didn't deserve Alice's embarrassingly heartfelt praise. I want to run away. I'm terrible at handling moments like this. A different kind of embarrassment, distinct from the shame I'd felt when Alice gave me pajamas and underwear yesterday, burned my neck and ears. I wanted to flee, dunk my head in cold water, and forget this ever happened. If only she'd tease me like usual, it'd be less agonizing than this. As I leaned on her slightly to keep myself from collapsing under the emotional weight, I tapped her shoulder lightly with my forehead. All right, that's enough. Just say whatever you want to say already. Not that it mattered, there was no way I was staying at the office anyway. My silent protest must have been clear, as Alice chuckled softly. Pfft. What I mean is, you don't need to think of it as a debt. If anything, Jin would probably only ask for a bit of money for food. It wasn't about the money. I weakly shook my head in her arms, drained of energy. Of course, she couldn't possibly imagine the truth. How could she know that I was a reincarnated person who had read a comic in another world where Raven was the protagonist? From her perspective, my rational choices must seem like nothing more than childish stubbornness. But this was a matter of life and death for me. Still, I'm grateful for her concern. We've only known each other for 2 weeks, and I'm just a temporary employee, yet she's looking out for me this much. Even though she'd embarrassed me plenty, her sincerity came through loud and clear, and it made me feel even more pathetic for wanting to keep my distance from the original plot. What kind of kind person was I? If Alice knew my true thoughts, she'd despise me. Still, my decision remained firm. I planned to refuse her offer to stay at the office. Not that I even knew if Raven had approved of the idea in the first place. As I suppressed the excitement rising within me and tried to steady my emotions, the door behind me suddenly swung open. Emerging from it was none other than Raven. What's this? You two are still loitering around here? Move aside, will you? I need to use the bathroom. It's cramped? Oh, yes. Raven, after telling Alice and me, who were half hugging each other to step aside, strode quickly toward the bathroom, clearly in a hurry. Moments later, the sound of rushing water echoed from behind the closed door. The tender atmosphere that had enveloped the hallway was shattered completely. Ah, refreshing. Phew. So, what exactly were you two talking about for so long out here? Well, Jin, that is. Glancing at me, Alice carefully looked down at the figure she had been holding in her arms, as if seeking my consent. It seemed she wanted to know if it was okay to mention that I was currently homeless. Wait, don't tell me she hadn't brought this up to Raven yet? I hesitated briefly before nodding, indifferent to the revelation. It wasn't exactly a story I was eager to boast about, but it wasn't something I felt the need to hide in shame either. What's the big deal about being without a home? Houses collapse under heavy snowfall all the time, don't they? Well, actually. With my silent permission granted, Alice briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Raven, how she had gone to the Western Labyrinth on an errand, how she'd found me wandering the streets, and how she'd let me stay the night at her house. Thankfully, she left out the embarrassing details about my bare-print panties or us cuddling in bed. That was a relief. I see. So, part-timer, is it true you have nowhere else to go? That's unfortunate. It's cold, so you'd better find a place quickly to avoid catching a cold. Especially with how high housing prices are these days. Wait a minute. Raven, sounding appropriately sympathetic but showing signs of losing interest, looked like he was about to leave. Alarmed, Alice stood up hurriedly and grabbed him by the shoulder, clearly flustered. She must not have expected Raven to respond so dismissively. Well, I did. What, that's it? You know there's no way she can find a place with this weather and no money. Well, it'd be tough. But, look, what am I supposed to do about it? Besides, it doesn't seem like she needs any help. Help that disregards the recipient's wishes can sometimes be more cruel than outright violence. Ugh. You're not wrong, but still. As expected of the problem solver, help is only offered when the other party genuinely wants it. I secretly rolled my eyes in agreement, silently rooting for him. Meanwhile, Raven sighed lightly and said, if it's about helping, why not just let her stay at your place again? Why drag me into this? You already spent the night together, didn't you? Well, there are circumstances. My house isn't just mine, my sister lives there too. Huh? That's true. I can't let Uriah and my sister meet. It's for both their sakes. I don't want to pit them against each other. Both Raven and I stared at her, perplexed by her reasoning. Raven, perhaps deciding to gloss over this odd remark, scratched his head and said, well, anyway, that's how it is. If the part-timer doesn't need help, and I want to enjoy my happy, peaceful life, then nothing should happen that neither of us wants. Right. Fine. I don't intend to force the issue. I just hoped Uriah might change her mind, that's all. The conversation was gradually tilting toward respecting my decision. Then again, from the start, there had only ever been one answer. After forcibly taking me home last night and seemingly changing her approach, Alice didn't seem intent on pushing me any further this time. And Raven, one of the parties involved, was clearly not the type to force something I wasn't okay with. As long as my stance didn't change, the likelihood of me staying at the problem solver's office was practically zero. It really was just a light misunderstanding. Looks like I'll be busy wandering around tonight too. I relaxed my shoulders, the tension draining from me. I had been worried that something irreversible might happen, but now that things had wrapped up neatly, I felt genuinely relieved. Suddenly, as I lightly closed my eyes in exhaustion, a faint whisper reached my ears. It sounded like fragments of words, faint emotions conveyed halfway, as though the sentence had been left incomplete. Curious, I tilted my head toward the source of the sound. At the end of my gaze stood Raven, looking like he was about to retreat inside. Huh? What? Do you have something to say? Hey, what are you doing? Feeling an instinctive sense of foreboding, I grabbed Raven hurriedly. As I drew closer, the fragments of sound grew clearer. Without hesitation, I thrust my hand into the pocket of his pants. Raven, startled by my sudden intrusion, shouted in surprise. Uriah. What's this? When did this get into your pocket? What I pulled from his pocket was a thin metal shard, smaller than a fingernail. And immediately, I realized what it was. It's similar to a tesseract item, a tool of dimensional invaders. An object far too early for its existence in this timeline, a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. My face hardened as the seriousness of the situation dawned on me. It seemed I'd have to reconsider my decision. In this world, the Fixer's universe, the major factions could be broadly divided into 3 groups. 1. The human faction, centered around governments and corporations established by humanity. 2. The otherworldly faction, led by otherworldly races that crossed into this dimension. 3. The invader faction, comprised of dimensional invaders. Explaining all this like a history textbook would be tedious, so here's a simple summary of their relationship. Humans and otherworldly races were in constant conflict, clashing and antagonizing each other. Then, they belatedly realized the existence of the invaders, which forced them into a temporary alliance to prevent total annihilation. It was akin to 2 parties grabbing each other by the hair and fighting to the death, only for an incomprehensible psychopath to appear out of nowhere. Faced with a greater threat, they grudgingly joined forces. Humanity alone lacked the intelligence to counter the invaders. The otherworldly races alone lacked the strength to resist them. Survival took precedence, so they agreed to set aside old grudges and work together for the time being. But that crisis, where the invaders first revealed themselves and triggered such urgency, was already an event of several years ago by this point. As time passed, the temporary alliance patched together with uneasy truces began to unravel. Old conflicts resurfaced, and the factions once again aimed their guns and blades at each other right around the start of the original story. It was only after several citywide incidents that the true threat of the invaders began to resurface. That's when it became clear, the invaders, the real enemy threatening them, hadn't disappeared but were lying low, biding their time. Which brings me to my main point. This shouldn't exist here right now. The shard of metal in my hand, there was no mistaking it. This was an item belonging to the dimensional invaders, the invaders, and it had no business being here in this timeline. Of course, I couldn't be 100% certain. All I could say was that the shard emanated a presence similar to the tesseract, an invader artifact. I couldn't actually see any invaders lurking nearby. Still, ever since becoming Uriah, my instincts had sharpened unnaturally, and those instincts screamed that this shard was deeply connected to the invaders. What is that? Jin, did you leave something weird in your pocket again before doing laundry? I told you not to do that. Huh? When did I put that in there? I don't really remember. Sure. You always toss your stuff carelessly into the washing machine. It seemed Alice and Raven couldn't sense the ominous aura faintly radiating from the shard. That wasn't surprising. In the original story, only a handful of characters ever showed awareness of the invaders' signs, and neither of these 2 belonged to that group. Perhaps this heightened sensitivity was a unique ability I had gained in this world, an ability tied to my powers. Should I just pretend I didn't see it? Clutching the cold, metallic shard tightly in my hand, I squeezed my eyes shut. Should I ignore this foreboding sign, which seemed far too early to appear? Or should I investigate further to find out what was going on? Wait, couldn't I just leave it be and let the story play out naturally? Wouldn't it resolve itself without my interference? Unfortunately, when it came to the invaders, I couldn't afford to be so carefree. Sure, the fully developed version of Raven in the future might be able to handle them, but right now, both Alice and David were still works in progress. They had much growing to do. No matter how dependable the heroes of the future were, throwing the equivalent of a final boss at them in their second chapter would be too much for anyone. I hope this turns out to be nothing, or maybe it'd be better if it's something significant. The problem was that either scenario seemed plausible. If the invaders were secretly up to something under the city, that could mean a full-scale crisis where the entire city might be destroyed. In that case, it makes sense to bring in everyone, Dragon Mayor, Elf Queen, whoever, to deal with it. Better to expose secrets than to die, right? On the other hand, if this was just a coincidence, something trivial, jumping the gun might expose my own secrets like my precognition and powers, putting me and everyone around me, including Raven, Alice, and Greg, in danger. That thought alone made me shudder. Thus, the best course of action for now was to figure out how this shard ended up in Raven's pocket. I'd decide what to do afterward. Am I incapable of learning? Why do I keep getting involved in things like this? I could have just left it alone. Ugh, not that it's easy to ignore. If only I hadn't noticed it. In hindsight, I was diving headfirst into exactly the kind of situation I wanted to avoid. But what could I do? If there was a hidden bomb nearby, possibly moments away from exploding, how could I just sit still and pretend not to know? Anyone would be anxious, tense, and worried in this situation. I wasn't the problem, the world was the problem. Alright, enough pointless thinking. Let's make the best of this. If I stay at the office, investigating this shard discreetly will be easier. I can figure out what's going on, and if it turns out to be nothing, I can just drop it. And if it was something major? Well, I'd deal with that when the time came. Resolving to act, I slipped the shard into my skirt pocket and turned to Alice and Raven, who were staring at me with baffled expressions. What were they thinking, watching me rummage through Raven's pocket and inspect a random piece of metal so intently? Ugh, imagining it from their perspective made my face flush. And now, I had to ask if I could stay at the office? Wait, this was so embarrassing. Geez, give me a warning before you start grabbing someone else's pockets. You almost gave me a heart attack. I was about to call the police. Jin, are you serious right now? Ahem, I was joking. How could you take that seriously? Look at this awkward atmosphere now. Maybe it was because I had been wriggling my toes in embarrassment, unable to say anything. Raven, seemingly trying to lighten the mood, broke the silence with a playful tone. His nonchalant attitude felt like a reassurance that he wasn't going to dwell on my sudden and strange actions. Honestly, I would have understood if he flicked my forehead or scolded me, but his easygoing demeanor helped ease my tension a little. Alright, I'd made up my mind. What I'd done just now wasn't out of selfishness but for a greater purpose. It wasn't as if I was causing trouble, in fact, I was doing him a favor in a way. Thinking of it like that made me feel a bit better. I quickly scurried over to Raven. The difference in our heights naturally created a situation where I had to look up at him. Carefully, I grabbed onto his clothes and tugged at them, glancing up at him earnestly. The gesture conveyed a clear message. Can you reconsider? I've changed my mind now. Raven, ever sharp, seemed to immediately pick up on what I was trying to say. His face turned pale in an instant, while Alice, watching from the side, broke into a radiant smile. Oh my, Jin? It looks like Yuria wants to stay at the office now. What? Why? She wasn't keen on it just a moment ago. Well, people's thoughts can change suddenly. Come on, let's not stand around in the hallway. Let's head inside. I was the one making the request, and Raven was the one being asked to grant it, yet Alice seemed far happier than either of us. Before I knew it, she was ushering us into the office, her hands gently but firmly pushing us forward. Raven, still in shock at my sudden change of heart, grabbed my shoulder and said urgently, "Wait, hold on. How about reconsidering this again? Wouldn't it be better to stay at her place instead? Hey, stop pushing me. I'm trying to talk here. I value my happy time too. Eek. Don't say things like that in front of a child." Thud. Alice jabbed him sharply in the side with her elbow, as if punishing him for his crude words. With a wheezing sound, Raven collapsed onto the floor. It was unclear if his tears came from the pain in his side or the sudden responsibility of having me as a housemate, but a single droplet rolled down his cheek. Now I kind of feel bad. Damn it. I haven't even finished reading all those holograms full of pretty ladies I bought the other day. Ugh, you're disgusting. Yuria, don't listen to him. It'll rot your ears. Holograms? Were those the racy holographic magazines that appeared in the original story? I'd always been a little curious about those. Maybe I'd sneak a peek later. As I nestled in Alice's arms, giving Raven a judgmental look, I made a mental note. After Raven had recovered from his pain and returned to his usual self, we sat down on the sofa and had a proper discussion. In the end, we agreed that I could stay in one of the unused rooms at his office until my temporary part-time job was over. Since the room wasn't being used much, there were hardly any clients, he wouldn't charge me rent. Instead, the cost of my daily meals would be deducted from my wages. It was, for me, an absolutely perfect arrangement in the freezing winter. Basically free. Was this guy secretly an angel? How did things turn out like this? This better not turn out to be a big deal. Now I have 2 weeks left. I had to figure out why this shard was here and why it had to be Raven who ended up with it. The looming time limit made me feel anything but optimistic, and I couldn't help but worry about what lay ahead. Underscore 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 underscore. Day 1 of freeloading at the problem solver's office. After finalizing the contract with Raven, the first thing I did was shop for clothes and daily necessities. The reason was simple. Since Raven had been living alone in the office all this time, everything there was for single-person use. At least there were spare blankets and pillows, so I didn't have to buy those. But personal items like dishes, toothbrushes, and towels, I couldn't bring myself to use someone else's. Since I was already shopping for daily necessities, I also stocked up on some extra pajamas and underwear. The only concern was that I wasn't particularly skilled at picking out good products. Sorry for dragging you out after hours like this. It's fine. It's for Yuria, after all. I haven't strolled through the shopping district of Nighthaven in a long time, so this was actually refreshing for me. With Alice and David helping me out even after work hours, I managed to pick up high-quality items at reasonable prices. Why worry about cost-effectiveness? Because I was paying out of pocket? Sure, I was buying these for myself, but I couldn't justify spending someone else's money. Unlike Raven, who didn't care much about what was good, or me, who didn't fully grasp the value of credits, Alice and David were much more attuned to trends, likely because they were young and fashion-conscious. Although I didn't need much since I'd only be staying for about 2 weeks, their help saved me both time and money. I was truly grateful for that. Oh my, yes, thank you for your help. Out of gratitude, I gave Alice a heartfelt hug and offered David a casual fist bump. Huh? Am I playing favorites between Alice and David? Well, David has a sweet, loving childhood friend, doesn't he? Lucky bastard. I envy him so much. I'll head out now. Jin, take care of Yuria. What's going to happen? Don't overthink it. Sure. Yuria, see you tomorrow. Mwah. I'll get going as well. Yeah. See you both tomorrow. Watch your step on the icy ground. Don't slip. Alice left with a playful kiss on my head and a bright smile, while David quietly said goodbye and departed as well. That left just Raven and me in the office hallway. Whoa, that was such an affectionate gesture. It startled me. I rubbed the top of my head with both hands, still feeling the warmth of Alice's kiss lingering there. While I was doing that, Raven yawned, grabbed my pile of bags, and casually walked into the office. Well, let's unpack your stuff first and then grab some dinner. How about pizza? Great. Pizza it is. How do you feel about Hawaiian pizza? Ugh, don't tell me you like it. You've got some peculiar tastes. What was with his reaction? Why ask if you're going to judge my answer? And what's so bad about Hawaiian pizza? It's not like it's some cruel joke of a dish, it's perfectly fine to eat. When my unimpressed stare met his gaze, Raven, busy unpacking a few items, scratched his head awkwardly and said, maybe we'll just go with a combination pizza to keep it simple. That's more like it. I love combination pizza. Nodding enthusiastically, I dashed over and began taking my belongings from his arms to help sort them out. It was my stuff, after all. Maybe because we tackled it together like a competition, it only took us a few minutes to finish unpacking everything. Of course, that wasn't surprising. I wasn't planning to stay long, just a couple of weeks at most. If I was lucky, I might even find another place by the day after tomorrow. With a cute Nigerian Naira. With such a short stay, I had no reason to accumulate unnecessary belongings. Pizza's here. Finally. Go wait at the table, I'll grab the pizza. We sat across from each other and shared the large pizza the delivery person had brought. Dinner was handled. After demolishing the entire large pizza between the two of us, we brushed our teeth side by side at the sink and moved to the office's lounge area, where the sofa was. Alright, let me show you where you'll be staying. Follow me. I trailed behind Raven as he led me further into the office. According to him, the problem solver's office occupied the entire second floor of a 3-story building. The space was divided into an office area for work and a private living area tucked in the back. The private area included 2 rooms, one used as a bedroom and the other as a storage room. Naturally, the storage room was where I'd be staying. This was a relief. Sharing a room with Raven would have been too awkward for me, so I'd been a bit worried. Even if it was just a storage room, I was grateful to have a space to myself. Here, you can sleep here. It's pretty empty right now, but I'll add some furniture later. Sounds good. Oh, and don't open the window. It's right against the wall of the next building, and opening it lets in dust. If you need ventilation, just open the door. And don't stump around or break anything, the landlady will get mad. Try to walk quietly at night. Oh, and also, so much nagging. I endured Raven's endless list of instructions without complaint. It wasn't like I had any right to grumble he was letting a homeless person stay here for free. Plus, I understood where he was coming from. Even though I hadn't met her yet, I'd heard that the landlady was terrifying. If I accidentally broke something in the building, she'd probably wring me dry until I cried. Just the thought of it sent chills down my spine. Whew, I think that's everything. Got it. Good. Glad you're healthy enough to handle all this. The bathroom's next door, so use it whenever you need. I'm stepping out to take out the trash. Don't cause any trouble while I'm gone. Not that he expected me to, but still. With that, Raven left, apparently trusting me to behave myself. After taking out the trash and the pizza box, Raven stepped outside the office. It was truly touching to see someone trust me this much after knowing me for only 2 weeks. Not that it moved me to tears or anything. Alright then, maybe I should sneak around a bit while Raven's out. Peeking toward the office to ensure Raven had really left, I confirmed the coast was clear. Then, walking on tiptoes, I slipped into Raven's room like a shadow. Nothing unusual here. Contrary to my expectations, Raven's room was incredibly ordinary. Aside from a slightly messy bed and random magazines and books scattered about, there wasn't anything noteworthy. It seemed I'd have to check the drawers one by one. I perked up my ears, listening intently for the sound of the office door opening, and began inspecting each drawer in the room. Not this. Why is there a stick in here? Oh, wait, is this a gun part? Still, I couldn't find anything significant. Every drawer I opened contained mundane items like electronics or piles of clothes, nothing remotely connected to the invaders. Could this really just be a coincidence? The thought crossed my mind. But then my gaze landed on the large wardrobe in the corner of the room. Something about it gave me a hunch like there was definitely something inside. Carefully closing the drawers to erase any trace of my meddling, I tiptoed toward the wardrobe. Grasping the handle, I prepared to slide it open. That's when I heard the sound of the office door opening. Ugh, why now of all times? Did I have enough time to open the wardrobe, check inside, close it, and leave the room? No, it was impossible. If I wanted to avoid leaving any evidence, I had to leave immediately. Not that I was doing anything suspicious. Still, getting caught snooping would look bad. It was a matter of trust. I'll have plenty of chances later. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed my anxiety. I had all the time in the world. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the day after. Even if it took a week, there was no need to rush and risk botching things. Regaining my composure, I quietly exited Raven's room, feeling a bit like an undercover agent. Thus, my first attempt ended with no results. A disappointing outcome. Late that night, after Raven finished his shower, it was my turn. Once I was cleaned up and changed out of my maid uniform into pajamas, I slipped into my room and lay down on the bedding spread out on the floor. What about my usual routine of cleaning Greg's general store? Since the office opened at 9 a.m., I planned to wake up early and stop by before work. I didn't sleep much anyway, so as long as I went to bed early, I'd be fine. With my morning plans sorted, I took off my mask and placed it near my pillow, then wriggled contentedly under the cozy blanket. Ah, this was it. The sensation of rolling around in a warm, soft blanket after a hot shower. It felt so blissful I could almost cry. Ouch. Lost in my happiness, I suddenly felt a sharp sting near my chest. It seemed the tesseract hanging around my neck had jabbed me. How dare this sharp, unyielding object interrupt my moment of joy? Pouting, I pulled the tesseract out from under my pajamas and glared at it. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a thought struck me. Was the advancement of the invader-related events because of this thing? Wait, wasn't this supposed to be retrieved by the mastermind from Draco's corpse? If something went wrong on their end and they started scheming because of it, it made sense. Too much sense. The realization sent a cold sweat trickling down my back. But then again, what could I do? This thing had saved my life. Honestly, I'd figured it was better for the tesseract to stay with me than to fall back into invader hands. While I couldn't say for sure that it was the cause, I couldn't rule out the possibility that it was at least a factor. Ugh, whatever. If someone's to blame, it's the ones plotting evil schemes, not me. I'm keeping the tesseract. It's mine now. Pouting defiantly, I hugged the tesseract tightly to my chest. If refusing to hand over the tesseract had caused this, so be it. If the bad guys had a problem with that, they could come and take it themselves. As I burned with silent defiance toward invisible enemies, I suddenly felt the tesseract trembling faintly in my arms. It was like it was alive, wriggling slightly. Startled, I sat up and placed the tesseract in my palm, examining it closely. Is it waking up? I stared intently at the object, but aside from the faint tremor, its core remained still and lifeless. What was that? Why make me expect something? After waiting for a while and seeing no further changes, I let out a small sigh and lowered my head. Then an idea popped into my mind. What if I brought the metal shard I got from Raven into contact with the tesseract? They were both invader-related items, maybe they'd interact in some way. Acting on my hunch, I retrieved the shard hidden in a pile of clothes and pressed it against the tesseract. This is. The tesseract shimmered, and a purple glow from the shard was drawn into it as if absorbed. My heart raced. Then, I felt a distinct pulse from the tesseract before it gradually settled down. The tesseract returned to its usual still state, leaving me alone in the room, utterly bewildered. What had just happened? Did I accidentally trigger something to wake the tesseract? Dazed and confused, all I could do was blink at the strange object in my hand. Underscore 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 underscore. Clearing snow off the streets is backbreaking work. It's not just the effort of shoveling or sweeping, it's the fact that if snow is left unattended for too long, it hardens into ice. Once it freezes solid, no broom or plastic shovel will do. You'd need a sturdy pickaxe or metal shovel to even make a dent. That's why people rush out to clear snow as soon as it starts falling, no matter how inconvenient it may seem. Is this how I should do it? But that wasn't an issue for me now. Psychokinesis doesn't operate like ordinary physical forces. It feels more like having countless invisible hands that can grab and move objects. By applying this concept creatively, I found it surprisingly easy to separate frozen snow from the surface it clung to. Crunch. I stomped lightly, sending psychokinetic force shooting out like an arrow in the direction I was facing. The ice that had fused with the ground tore off in chunks, scattering through the air like sparkling jewels. When I stomped again, the shards of ice hovering midair split apart neatly, as if a giant hand had swept them to the sides. The scene was so dramatic it reminded me of Moses parting the Red Sea. Looking at the result, a job that would have taken a grown man half an hour was done in just 5 seconds. Yeah, it's clear. My output and precision have improved significantly since yesterday. This early morning spectacle in front of Greg's general store wasn't just to clear snow. After exposing the tesseract to that strange shard last night, I'd felt my psychokinesis grow noticeably stronger and wanted to test it firsthand. The results were undeniable. If my psychokinesis had been at a power level of 10 yesterday morning, today it felt closer to 12 or 13. This sudden boost in growth was comparable to the progress I'd made over several months of struggling in back alleys. It was enough to make me tilt my head in bewilderment. I don't really understand. Did the shard and the tesseract react somehow? And why was I affected just by being near them? Why would the tesseract's reaction with the shard enhance my psychokinesis? Feeling increasingly confused, I pulled the tesseract out from under my maid uniform. But the tesseract remained still, as if deeply asleep. If my eyes hadn't deceived me, I'd seen something flow from the shard into the tesseract. Was it still not enough to wake it? Still, I feel like I'm onto something. If I gather similar shards and keep feeding them to the tesseract, eventually, something will change. With that thought, I tucked the tesseract back into my uniform and started heading toward the office, my boots crunching through the now clear street. First, I needed to find out why Raven had that metal shard in the first place. If I could figure that out, I might discover how to wake the tesseract. Investigating the invader threat while solving this mystery, it was a two birds one stone situation. And if this process kept strengthening my psychokinesis, it would be a win-win-win scenario. In the frosty morning air, with visible puffs of breath, my path became clearer. Ah, part-timer. You're back. I've been waiting for you. When I returned to the office, huddled in my coat, Raven greeted me lazily from the sofa, where he was sprawled in his usual suit. Before I'd left, he'd been snoring away in his room. It seemed he'd woken up, showered, and changed clothes while I was out. But why had he been waiting for me? I tilted my head, unsure of his intentions, and Raven responded with his usual indifferent tone. You haven't eaten, have you? Let's eat together. Oh, right. I hadn't had breakfast yet. Since there was no reason to refuse, I nodded obediently to Raven's suggestion. Breakfast consisted of fried eggs and bacon, basic ingredients scavenged from the fridge. It wasn't exactly a gourmet meal, more like the simple fare a young office worker living alone might throw together. Still, I wasn't picky, and it was enough to fill my stomach. You're going to do the dishes? Sure, go ahead. The dishwasher's over there, just toss them in. Wait, he had a dishwasher? I'd planned to wash the dishes by hand as a gesture of thanks, so I felt slightly disappointed. Nonetheless, I wiped the grease off the frying pan and plates before loading them into the dishwasher and pressing the button. Come to think of it, this was much easier than scrubbing everything by hand. Acknowledging Raven's practical wisdom, I nodded and stretched before heading to the sink to brush my teeth. By the time I came back out, the office was abuzz with noise. Alice and David must have arrived. Uriah? Good morning. Good morning. I raised my hand to greet Alice, whose eyes sparkled with unusual intensity, and David, who gave a calm nod. Then, as usual, I sat quietly on the sofa, keeping a composed posture. Since greeting clients was my main duty, I didn't have much to do unless someone walked through the door. Normally, I'd sit like this, blinking idly and waiting for work. But Alice sidled up to me, pulled me onto her lap, and wrapped her arms around my shoulders, making escape impossible. The physical closeness was overwhelming, our bodies pressed tightly together. Still, maybe because I'd gotten used to it, I didn't react as dramatically as I had the first time. Back then, just being held like this had sent shivers up my spine and made me flail to escape. Now, I simply sat there calmly, munching on cookies from the table. Are a Nigerian Nairai. After all, Alice had been doing this every day for 2 weeks. Like it or not, I'd adapted. But as Alice sniffed the back of my head while holding me, her voice suddenly turned wistful. Uriah smells like Raven. That's because we use the same shampoo and body wash. My precious Uriah, what have you done to her? I didn't do anything, you idiot. Please, for the love of all that's good, don't say stuff like that in public. I don't want to end up explaining myself to the police. The future of the office depends on this. Raven sighed, scratching his head as if already drained. He slumped back into the sofa across from me, looking completely exhausted. Then, without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed a handful of the chocolate rings I'd been eating, popping them into his mouth and chewing loudly. Seriously? Why is he taking my food? I stared at him in disbelief, but Raven didn't even notice my irritation. Instead, he licked the chocolate off his fingers nonchalantly. Oh, Jin, your clothes look a bit different today. They're thicker than usual, aren't they? What? You're just noticing? I switched to this yesterday. It's my winter suit. Oh, I guess I was too distracted yesterday to notice. Twitch. My ears, still perched on Alice's lap, perked up at the mention of something suspicious. Now that I looked closely, there was indeed a difference. Yesterday, I'd barely glanced at him, so I hadn't noticed, but the material did seem a bit thicker. Apparently, the cold weather had prompted Raven to dig out his winter suit from a wardrobe. Wardrobe? Did he just say wardrobe? Something smells fishy. A shard from his wardrobe, paired with the mysterious wardrobe I hadn't gotten a chance to investigate yesterday? If I couldn't connect those dots, I'd be a fool. What was that wardrobe hiding? I couldn't recall if it had been mentioned in the original story or not. It might have been, or it might not have. Tonight, when Raven's in the shower, I'll check the wardrobe. There's bound to be something hidden inside. As I organized my thoughts, I quietly made plans. From what I'd observed, Raven took about 5 minutes to shower. The wardrobe was large enough to fit 2 big closets. 5 minutes should be enough to at least glance through its contents. While I mulled over my plan, time passed, and clients began to arrive, as usual. Raven wasn't particularly famous yet, so we didn't get any difficult requests. But thanks to his exceptional skills far beyond what the simpler requests warranted, most issues were resolved on the spot. Our success rate and client satisfaction were practically perfect. Maybe he'd been extra motivated because there were more people in the office now. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for him to rise as the dark horse of Nighthaven's fixer scene. By then, I'd probably be back working at Greg's shop. Thank you so much, young man. You'll be blessed for this, I'm sure. Not at all. Thank you for trusting me with your request. Get home safely. With that, the day's final job, finding someone named Mia, was completed, and it was finally time to call it a day. Alice, ready to leave with her belongings in hand, turned to me with a wistful expression. Goodbye, Uriah. I'll see you tomorrow. Honestly, I wish I could stay here overnight too. Then stay. I won't stop you. Haha, but my sister's coming home today, so I need to take care of her. Well, see you. Take care. Send my regards to Lily. I'll be heading out as well. Alright, see you tomorrow. Alice, who had grown much closer to me since her sleepover, left with a bright smile, and David followed suit with a light wave. The bustling office, which had been lively just moments ago, quickly fell silent. Though I usually preferred quiet over noise, the office somehow felt better when it was lively. Alright, let's head inside. Yawn. What should we eat for dinner? Raven, now alone with me, lazily shuffled toward his room. For him, the day's fixer work was done. But my work wasn't over yet. No, it was just beginning. Dinner was a simple bento box ordered from a nearby shop, a bowl of rice topped with perfectly grilled fish. Delicious. After eating, I let Raven take the first turn in the shower. The moment he disappeared into the bathroom, I slipped into his room and immediately opened the wardrobe. I had about 5 minutes. There was no time to hesitate. What I hadn't accounted for was Raven's complete lack of organization. The inside of the wardrobe was utter chaos. Boxes and items were piled together haphazardly, creating a chaotic jumble of disorder. How was I supposed to go through all this in 5 minutes? Feeling a wave of dizziness at the sight of the mess, I squeezed my eyes shut in frustration. Underscore. The scene was a complete mess, as if an earthquake had struck. I stared blankly into the closet for a moment, half dazed, before quickly snapping back to my senses. This moment, when Raven, whose senses were unnervingly sharp, was away for an extended period, was a rare and precious opportunity that only came a few times a day. If I wasted it, I'd have no choice but to wait for the next day, and with every day feeling precious to me, I had to stay sharp. Now that I think about it, Raven isn't the type to clean up since he finds it bothersome. I should have expected this. Well, let's get moving and start searching. To get a sense of the situation, I straightened my back and scanned the entire closet with a sweeping glance. The closet was so large that even if I stretched my arms out fully, I wouldn't be able to cover its entire width. It was a sliding door type, like the ones often seen in Japanese homes, and it was embedded into the wall. Still, perhaps because it was finished with high-end wood, it didn't feel as dark and dreary inside as I had initially expected. It's surprisingly deep. I think I could fit inside without any issues. The closet was deeper than it looked from the outside. It must have been part of the building's design from the start, as it felt quite natural without any awkwardness. But Raven, with all his carelessness, seemed to be using this fine closet as a makeshift storage space. The closet was divided into 3 shelves, each crammed with all sorts of items chaotically mixed together, with no signs of order or organization. It wouldn't be easy to pull all of this out. The sheer difficulty of the task weighed on me, especially considering how little time I had. Raven's pants, the ones with the shards inside. He said they were part of his newly unpacked winter clothes, right? Thankfully, I wasn't searching blind. I had a clue to go on. If Raven had taken out winter suit pants from this closet, then the object I was searching for was likely near the box containing his winter clothes. It's going to be a pain, but if I check out the boxes here, I should be able to find something. But the time. I glanced over at the wall-mounted electronic calendar, checking the clock. Should I give myself about 5 minutes of leeway? If I got caught, it would be a headache in more ways than one, so I had to make sure I didn't cross that deadline. After firmly imprinting the remaining time into my mind, I carefully moved aside the heavy clutter piled on top of the boxes. But as I was pushing aside the items, the precariously stacked pile lost its balance and came tumbling down toward the floor. I quickly used telekinesis to grab the falling clutter midair. Maybe my reflexes weren't too slow this time. The items stopped safely in midair before they could hit the floor and make a loud noise. It seems I'm going to have to make more active use of my telekinesis this time. Having made up my mind, I levitated the clutter to keep it attached to the upper area, then hurriedly began opening up the scattered boxes one by one. This one had tools like light bulbs and nails, and that one had books and ornaments. Whoa, wait a second. Is this an adult magazine? He actually hid this here? No, this isn't the time for this. Seriously, couldn't he have hidden it somewhere less obvious? I stared blankly at the cover featuring a woman with a dangerously alluring figure, and my face grew hot. Embarrassed, I hastily tossed the magazine onto the floor. Alpha S. I felt ashamed for letting myself get distracted in the middle of such a time-sensitive mission. But seriously, was this a closet or a junkyard? The messy state of everything, just crammed in without the slightest bit of organization, made me feel a bit irritated. If I had been okay with ransacking it all without regard for the mess I'd leave behind, I could have gone much faster. But since I was trying to leave no trace behind, it felt like the time required had doubled. Still, there's no helping it. What needs to be done, needs to be done. With a bit of resignation, I kept rummaging through the boxes, focused on the task at hand. Then, suddenly, an idea struck me. Wait, what if it's not down here, but up there? After returning the boxes and clutter to their original positions as inconspicuously as possible using telekinesis, I stood on tiptoes and peeked into the uppermost third shelf of the closet. To my surprise, there was a box with a lid on it, just like below. I hadn't noticed it earlier because from below, it looked like there were only thick blankets stacked up there. I never expected there would be a box hidden up here as well. I felt a small headache coming on from Raven's completely unpredictable storage habits. Resigned, I used telekinesis to spring upward like a cat, landing on the uppermost shelf of the closet. I crouched to avoid bumping my head against the ceiling and sat down on the thick blankets, then began checking the contents of the box. Found it. Summer clothes. Bingo. Nailed it. Inside the box were thin summer clothes completely unsuitable for wearing in the current weather. This was most likely where the winter clothes had originally been. If that was the case, then there was a good chance that something related to the invader might be around here, too. With renewed focus, I crawled around, carefully inspecting every nook and cranny. Hold on. Over here, where it connects with the ceiling, if I look closely, it's kind of. After thoroughly scouring the area with relentless focus, I finally noticed a faint sense of incongruity at the point where the closet connected with the ceiling. It wasn't something I could physically touch, but I instinctively felt that there was some kind of space there. Reaching out with my telekinesis, I extended my power beyond what I could see, projecting it deeper into the space. To my surprise, even though there was a wooden wall right in front of me, my telekinetic force moved forward as if there were no obstacles in its path. It reminded me of that bizarre train station from a certain wizarding movie. Recognizing this phenomenon, I couldn't help but widen my eyes in shock. It's a rift. Yes, it was none other than a dimensional rift, a concept that held enormous significance within the world of Fixer. A rift was a fissure where two dimensions overlapped within the same physical space, forming a crack in reality's fabric. It was a weak point in the world itself. And, at this point in the story, most people wouldn't recognize its true value, a treasure vault from another world. Huh? Why call it a treasure vault, you ask? Well, although it was extremely rare, items that drifted through other dimensions would sometimes fall into this world through these rifts. Artifacts like the tesseract were known to slip through on occasion. Later in the story, when dimensional rifts began popping up more frequently, people would go wild hunting for all the otherworldly items that fell through them. So calling it a treasure vault wasn't exactly wrong. Of course, it wasn't all good news. If a rift grew too large, it could become a gateway through which invaders could cross over into this world, an absolutely terrifying event. But with a rift only as big as my tiny fist, that wasn't a threat I had to worry about right now. Why is this here? Let's see. Did this ever happen in the original story? No, if I remembered correctly, the closet was never mentioned in the source material. More importantly, was this a good thing or a bad thing? At the moment, it seemed like one of the better possibilities out of the ones I had considered, but just as I was lost in thought, a faint noise reached my ears, squeak, the soft creak of a door hinge. I immediately felt a chill run down my spine. The reason was obvious. That sound had come from the bathroom door opening. Ah, crap. I'd been so focused on the rift that I'd completely lost track of time. This was bad. The bathroom was close enough to the room's entrance that you could see it as soon as you opened the door. In other words, if Raven opened the door now, I'd have no choice but to escape through the window. But going out the window? In this freezing winter weather? The sudden influx of cold air would be way too obvious, and I'd be found out immediately. What do I do? If I get caught like this, I'll definitely be suspected. Negative scenarios flooded my mind. He had taken me in, offering me a place to stay, only to find me rummaging through his personal space. Even the most generous saint wouldn't forgive that kind of betrayal. At the very least, he'd think I was trying to steal something. At worst, he might think I was a shady criminal with some malicious scheme. Of course, I wasn't doing this out of malice. I was just trying to prepare for any possible contingencies, but there was no guarantee Raven would understand that, especially since I couldn't even explain myself. Step. Raven's footsteps steadily approached the door. There was no time left to think. I had about 5 seconds, at most. Sweat beaded on my back, cold and damp from the sudden panic. I squeezed my eyes shut and quietly slid the closet door closed. If I was going down, I'd go down hiding in this closet, like covering a bug with a pot lid. Would I be discovered? No, I had a bad feeling about this. I was definitely going to be found. Click. The door to the room opened, and Raven's presence grew stronger. My heart felt like it was being squeezed by a cold, iron hand. My mouth went dry as I swallowed nervously. Please don't notice me. Please. I held my breath, my heart pounding loudly in my ears like a war drum. Thump thump. Thump thump. But as if to mock my desperate prayers, the sound of Raven's footsteps drew closer. Step. He was heading toward the closet. The moment I heard that dreaded sound, a horrible realization settled over me. He knows. He's coming for the closet. I didn't have time to think. My mind went blank, and all I could do was stiffen my body like a hunted animal, hoping to avoid detection. Screech. The sliding door of the closet opened smoothly, and bright light poured in, flooding the darkness I was hiding in. Raven was a man with an extraordinary sense of intuition. To be precise, thanks to the effects of enhancement procedures, his sensory perception such as sight and hearing was several times superior to that of an average person, giving him a unique cognitive edge. Therefore, the moment he returned to his room after taking a shower, he immediately sensed the presence of someone inside the closet. No matter how much one held their breath or stayed perfectly still, the faint sounds of breathing and the distinct, sweet body scent were too vivid for him to miss. Clatter. Without hesitation, Raven yanked open the closet door. And there she was, Yuria, still dressed in her usual maid outfit despite it being past work hours. Seated neatly on the thick bedding inside the closet, she flinched the moment the door opened. Her shoulders drooped with a hint of unease, and she lowered her head weakly, as if she had been caught red-handed doing something naughty in secret. Raven glanced around the area with subtle eye movements before slightly furrowing his brow. What the heck is she doing in the closet? From his perspective, it was a complete mystery. He had only gone to take a quick shower, and now there was an employee sitting in his closet. How was he supposed to process this? Pressing his fingers firmly against his temples, Raven finally spoke to Yuria, who remained quietly seated. Playing hide-and-seek. Or maybe you were planning some kind of prank. Whoa, careful there. Thud. Yuria, who had tried to stand up in a hurry, ended up slamming the back of her head hard against the ceiling of the closet. It must have been quite the hit, as she clutched her head and plopped back down onto the bedding. She crouched for a moment, groaning in pain, before finally coming to her senses. Then, she shook her head wildly at Raven. It was a fierce, exaggerated shake as if to declare that she absolutely, positively, did not do anything wrong. If that was the case, then there was only one possible reason for her being in the closet. Stroking his chin with a blank expression, Raven smirked slightly as if he found the whole situation amusing. The closet's design is pretty fascinating, huh? You could have just asked. I would have let you check it out. Yuria, who had been so tense, tilted her head at his unexpected remark. Is he serious? Or is he just trying to gauge my reaction? She stole a glance at Raven's expression and realized that he was being sincere. Wait, is he really letting this slide after catching me rummaging through his room? Yuria was flustered by his strangely nonchalant reaction. What if I were actually a bad person? But from Raven's perspective, that line of thought wasn't particularly unreasonable. To him, Yuria was, no matter how he looked at it, nothing more than a harmless herbivore. In his eyes, her personality was exceedingly easygoing and gentle. Considering she couldn't speak, it was rare to see her even get annoyed. In fact, she had such a mild temperament that even if someone playfully snatched away the snacks she was eating, she would simply stomp her feet in frustration before quickly forgetting all about it. Seeing that side of her, it wasn't hard to understand why Alice hovered protectively around her all the time. On top of that, Yuria was like a child seeing the world for the first time, marveling at even the most ordinary objects with intense curiosity. It was hard to stay suspicious of someone like that. Of course, from Yuria's point of view, it couldn't be helped. After all, in her previous life, she had never seen the dazzling wonders of scientific technology or the magic that filled this world. How could she not be curious? Maybe she's afraid of being seen as childish. Given the environment she grew up in, yeah, that would make sense. The fact that this was her first childish act since he'd met her 2 weeks ago only made it stand out even more. Normally, Yuria was the picture of a responsible adult carrying out her duties without complaint and never showing signs of dissatisfaction. While her reliability was praiseworthy, it also left room for quiet concern. But now, she had snuck into his closet and, when caught, displayed extreme anxiety. This gave context and coherence to her mature behavior, as if she believed she had to act like an adult. Adding to the situation, the fact that she had hidden inside this particular closet was notable. She hadn't been caught rifling through boxes or looking for anything specific. This closet wasn't a storage space for important items, it was just a chaotic pile of random junk crammed together. For Raven, it felt no different than if someone had decided to hide under a bed on impulse. In summary, here were the key points. 1. Her previously established soft, harmless image. 2. The completely inconsequential location she chose to hide. 3. Her first instance of rebellious behavior, paired with visible anxiety. 4. Her poor response after being caught, with no signs of any deeper intent. Given all these elements, it would be irrational paranoia to think Yuria was up to something suspicious. Of course, there was one thing that still bothered him, the possibility that Yuria might be a ghost. Could he really trust a psychic who might be linked to the Nexus project? Even if I can't trust a ghost, I can trust Yuria. Raven smiled faintly as he came to that conclusion. At the very least, there was no need to be suspicious of the person in front of him. He trusted his intuition. Besides, after sensing the genuine sincerity in her emotions when he asked if she was up to something, there was no need for him to push the matter any further. Yuria, who had been darting her eyes around nervously, finally realized that Raven wasn't suspicious of her. She wasn't sure how things had ended up this way, but it seemed he had conveniently misunderstood her actions as mere curiosity about the closet. Letting out a sigh of relief, she plopped down on the bedding. When the closet door had first opened, she'd thought the gates of hell were swinging wide. But in hindsight, she'd just been scaring herself for no reason. Her face began to flush with heat. Still, it feels like I managed to get through it somehow. And, he doesn't seem to have noticed the rift at all. Yuria suddenly recalled that, without a special tool or unique ability, one couldn't even recognize the presence of a rift. Right, if he could sense the disturbance, someone as sharp as Raven would have noticed it immediately. So, I guess this outcome makes sense. With that conclusion, she figured the ordeal had come to an end. Ready to leave the closet now that her business was done, Yuria began crawling out slowly, facing the room. Raven watched her squirm her way out before calmly asking, "Want some help?" "No, I'll do it myself." Not wanting help for something so trivial, Yuria shook her head firmly. She pressed down on the bedding with her hands and shifted her body forward, trying to climb out. But just as she was about to make her grand exit, the blanket she had been pressing on suddenly slipped backward, causing her body to pitch forward. Since her upper body was already halfway out of the closet, her head tipped forward toward the floor. It was a dangerous moment where she could have been seriously hurt. Yuria instinctively fought the urge to release her telekinetic power. Whoa, see? I told you I'd help. Though she fell headfirst, she didn't suffer any injuries. That was because Raven's arm shot out just in time to catch her midair, cradling her with surprising gentleness. Her ears, which poked out from the side of her mask, burned a fiery red. After all that bragging about being fine on my own, this happens? How embarrassing can one person be? What a rough day this is turning out to be. With Raven's support, she was slowly lowered to the floor. Once her feet were safely on solid ground, Yuria didn't even look back. She bolted out of the room, snatched up a set of clothes and a towel for her shower, and dashed into the bathroom with a loud clatter. Bang! The door closed behind her, leaving Raven to stand there, watching with an amused look on his face. After entering the shower room, Yuria removed her clothes and mask before stepping into the hot water. The stream of water poured down on her face as she squeezed her eyes shut. How many cringe-worthy moments did I create today? The more she thought about it, the more her head spun. After finishing her shower, Yuria returned to her room with a burst of energy, practically charging in. She dove headfirst into her bed and rolled into the blanket like a ball. Once she was fully cocooned, she tugged the blanket up to cover the top of her head. Her mask, which she had removed, was casually tossed out from under the blanket and onto the floor. Feeling a sense of freedom and relief, she quietly reflected to herself. But now that I think about it, I don't really have a reason to stay here anymore. If the naturally occurring rift was what produced the fragment, then it's not like this place is directly connected to the invaders. Who would have thought I'd finish my goal on just the second day? Even as she marveled at her own exceptional skills, there was a small part of her that felt just a little disappointed. After all, she'd gotten used to eating meals that were served to her and sleeping under a warm, cozy blanket. The idea of returning to her old lifestyle of roughing it in the cold outdoors made her feel lightheaded. Maybe I'll stay just a little longer. Peeking out from under the blanket, Yuria's eyes darted around as if she were searching for an excuse. I mean, I'll be leaving when my part-time job here is done anyway. Staying until then doesn't really change anything, right? Besides, saving up some money to get myself a proper home is the most logical and rational decision, isn't it? Muttering to herself internally, Yuria made excuses as if trying to justify her own decision to an invisible critic. And that's when a sudden thought flashed through her mind. Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, maybe I could use this to wake up Tesseract. Kill two birds with one stone. Catch a crayfish while digging out a ditch. A brilliant idea had struck Yuria, a way to solve two problems at once. Her eyes lit up with excitement as her mind raced with possibilities. Underscore 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 underscore. The day after the closet incident, an event so embarrassing that my face still burned just thinking about it. I woke up early, cleaned the general store, and returned to the office. The moment I opened the door, a rich, savory smell of oil wafted into my nose, making me gulp instinctively. Is someone cooking? Drawn by the smell, I walked in to find Raven grilling sausages until they were a perfect golden brown. His hair was still unkempt like a bird's nest, clearly not having been washed or combed. It was a comical sight, especially when paired with his cute pajamas. It seemed he hadn't been awake for long. I hurried over to Raven and tugged firmly on the hem of his clothes. Since I was freeloading here, I couldn't just sit around doing nothing. I had to help somehow. What, you wanna help? Then, set up the table with some forks and knives. I'm almost done cooking, so there's not much left to do. My gaze naturally followed his line of sight as he gestured with his chin. There, I spotted the toaster whirring away. Looks like today's breakfast would be sausages and toast. Guess I'm too late to be useful this time. I'll have to be quicker next time. Understanding the situation, I hurried to the table and set out forks and knives for the two of us. Once everything was ready, breakfast began in calm, peaceful silence. Raven was the type to focus solely on eating during meals, and since I couldn't speak anyway, it wasn't like we'd have much conversation. The only sounds in the room were the faint clinking of knives and forks tapping against plates. That quiet rhythm continued until, all of a sudden, Raven wiped his mouth with a tissue and spoke up. Yuria, about what happened yesterday. Guhak? Cough? Cough? I choked on my food at the unexpected mention of yesterday. Whoa, hey, drink some water. Are you good? I quickly accepted the glass of water Raven handed me, gulping it down to calm my coughing fit. Why is he bringing that up now? I thought we'd moved on. Did he reconsider and decide it wasn't something he could overlook after all? I sat there, still gripping my fork and knife, unable to bring myself to put them down. I anxiously waited for him to continue, my gaze trembling with unease. Anoi. Noticing my reaction, Raven gave me a wry smile and gently placed his hand on top of my head. I'm not trying to scold you, you dummy. I just wanted to tell you that if you ever want to come into my room, you can do it whenever you want. I mean, you seem so on edge, like you were trying not to be seen. Just thought I'd let you know. He said it so casually, and before I could react, he ruffled my hair so vigorously that my whole head swayed back and forth. Stop, I'm getting dizzy. I raised my hands, trying with all my might to push away Raven's hand. But there was too much of a difference in strength, and in the end, I could only sway helplessly like a pendulum. All right, that's enough. When you're done eating, put your plate, fork, and knife in the dishwasher. I'm heading out. After tormenting me to his heart's content, he finally seemed satisfied. He stood up, holding his empty plate and utensils, and walked off. Meanwhile, I, still dazed and dizzy, could do nothing but rest my head on the table, groaning softly to myself. How dare you treat me like this, Raven? One day, I'll pay you back for this humiliation? As I gnawed on my sausage with renewed determination, I realized something odd. The heavy anxiety that had been looming over me just a moment ago, now felt strangely insignificant. Later that day, Alice and David arrived for work, and the rest of the day passed without much incident. This city had no shortage of eccentric clients, but fortunately, there weren't any high-risk requests that could drag the whole city into chaos. Please, if something big is going to happen, let it be after I quit this part-time job. I thought to myself as I lay nestled in Alice's arms like a beloved stuffed animal. Ugh, I don't want to part with Uria. But I have to leave for the day. Jin, what should I do? Alice openly expressed her reluctance to leave, pouting like a child. Raven, who was sprawled on the couch, casually picking at his ear, responded bluntly. Then don't leave. That's a bit. Wait, are you saying you want me to stay? No way. We're family. You can't say things like that so casually. Pfft. Wha? Don't laugh at me. Now I feel like an idiot for joking around. Alice turned bright red as she shouted at Raven, who couldn't suppress his snickering. Their dynamic was a prime example of a relationship where neither side viewed the other as a romantic interest. Alice was an incredibly beautiful girl even by city standards. She stood out. And Raven, though he didn't take care of himself much, would probably be considered good-looking if someone took a closer look. But perhaps because there wasn't even a hint of romantic attraction between them, they had the air of squabbling siblings more than anything else. If they ever did start showing signs of affection toward one another, I might just wonder if someone had cast a hypnosis spell on them. Honestly, though, I think Alice and Raven suit each other pretty well. Well, they'll figure it out on their own, I'm sure. Watching them bicker, I found myself grinning in amusement. Then, I noticed David was watching them with the same look of mild interest. Our eyes met. Oh, you're enjoying the show too, huh? Same here. With just a glance, it was clear we were on the same wavelength. We exchanged quiet chuckles. All right, that's it. I'm going home. Ugh, seriously. Yeah, see ya. Take out the trash on your way out. Do it yourself, Jin. Anyway, Uria, I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. Chuyu. Alice hugged me tightly before leaving, planting a loud, deliberate kiss on the side of my fox mask. Unlike the light pecks she'd secretly given to the top of my head or my hair before, this kiss was undeniably more intense. Wait, what? I froze in shock. My guard had been completely down, so the sudden escalation caught me entirely off guard. Is it just me, or is Alice's skinship getting bolder by the day? At this rate, I have no idea what might happen in the future. Not that I dislike it. Honestly, it's kind of nice to be liked so openly, but accepting it so easily feels a bit overwhelming. It's hard to figure out how to respond or repay it. As I awkwardly rubbed the spot on my mask where Alice had kissed me, I returned her goodbye with a small wave. Alice just giggled and strolled out of the office. She's seriously such a troublesome person. All right, I'll be heading out too. Oh, Uria. David, who had been about to leave after Alice, suddenly stopped as if he'd just remembered something. He glanced at me, then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. I tilted my head, silently asking if it was okay to open it now. David nodded as if to say, go ahead. It's a note from Sabrina. She wants to meet you this Saturday at 10 a.m. in front of Central Plaza. Sounds fine? All right, got it. Saturday 10 a.m., Central Plaza, huh. I had no reason to refuse. I didn't have any plans, anyway. If I remember correctly, it was an apology meeting we had discussed before. Well, since I'm meeting her, I might as well get a nice meal out of it. Once David had delivered his sister's message, he seemed to have no further business. Without a word, he quietly left the office. With that, only Raven and I remained in the now spacious office. Wanna have burgers for dinner? A new place called Peanut Crunch Burger just opened nearby. How about a peanut burger? You're not allergic, right? I vigorously nodded at Raven's suggestion for burgers. When he told me to pick something from the menu, I pointed to the supersize option with my finger. It was advertised as large enough to fill up an adult, but with my growing appetite these days, I figured it would be just right. All right, let's get started. If I had learned anything about Raven's habits, it was that today was Dragon Racing Day, the day when small dragons known as Orang raced each other in fierce competition. He would probably crack open a can of beer, sit on the sofa in front of the big TV in the office, and not shower until late at night. The delivery time was estimated to be around 30 minutes. Seeing my chance, I grabbed a change of clothes and dashed into the shower. After taking a quick shower and changing into my cat-themed pajamas, I heard the sound of the doorbell. Right on time, the burgers had arrived. I collected the hamburger set left at the front door and brought it inside. Raven and I sat together and had our dinner. Shower? Check. Dinner? Check. Brushed my teeth? Check. Now, there was nothing left to stop me. With everything ready, I slipped past Raven, who was pulling a cold beer out of the fridge. I quickly grabbed a pillow from my room and made a beeline for Raven's room. Once inside, I opened the closet, tossed the pillow onto the bedding, and climbed up to the highest level. Alright, close the closet, and time to begin. From under my pajama top, I pulled out the tesseract I had been hiding. I lifted it toward the ceiling, as close to the rift as possible. The moment the tesseract neared the rift, a faint purple aura began to flow from the rift, gradually being absorbed into the tesseract. Just like when I had brought the fragment close to it, the dormant tesseract was now drawing in energy from the rift beyond. This is pretty slow. The rift was likely small, so the power being drawn into the tesseract was sluggish. It was so slow that my arms, which had been holding the tesseract up, began to tremble from the strain. This isn't gonna work. When I could no longer hold it up, I switched tactics, using telekinesis to lift the tesseract and keep it close to the rift. This is definitely easier, but what if Raven opens the closet door right now? It'd look pretty suspicious. If Raven saw a mysterious floating necklace just hovering in midair, it'd be impossible to explain. Ugh, that'd be bad. After a moment of thought, I decided to try something different. Using my telekinesis, I grabbed the rift itself while hugging the tesseract tightly against my chest. And to my surprise, the faint energy from the rift began to flow along my telekinetic line, funneling directly into the tesseract. It's like my telekinesis is acting as a power cable. This was it. No need to worry about Raven opening the closet door and seeing something weird. I could power up the tesseract in peace. All I had to do was stay like this, focusing on maintaining the telekinetic connection. I couldn't believe my plan from last night actually worked. I was so happy that I couldn't stop myself from rolling around on the blanket like a child. Clatter. You having fun in there? When did you get here? My whole body froze. Peeking into the closet, Raven was looking at me like I was an adorable, mischievous child. His gaze was gentle but clearly amused. Don't look at me like that. The warm, doting look in his eyes made me want to disappear. My face burned with embarrassment as I slowly wiggled my way under the blanket, covering myself completely. From under the covers, I could hear Raven chuckling to himself. Ugh, I really want to punch him. Underscore 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 underscore. They say humans are creatures of adaptation. Maybe that's why, after about 3 days, the once claustrophobic closet had started to feel familiar, even comfortable. In fact, it was just the right size for my smaller than average frame, giving me a unique sense of security. So this is why cats are obsessed with boxes, huh? During these 3 days, I'd made some decent progress. Oh, you're wondering if I'm talking about the tesseract? Unfortunately, no. The tesseract remained stubbornly silent, sleeping away as if it hadn't a care in the world. I had tried everything to wake it, but it wouldn't budge. Talk about being obstinate. No, my true gain during this time was something else entirely. My telekinesis had grown noticeably stronger. I didn't really want to admit it, but it seemed like my powers were somehow connected to the invaders. I mean, how else could I explain how my telekinesis had grown just from being linked to this tiny rift? Thinking back, the last time my powers surged was also during the process of the fragment's energy being absorbed into the tesseract. It wasn't too far-fetched to believe that a bit of that power had bled into me. At this rate, by the time Greg returned, I figured my output would be about 1.5 times stronger than it had been before I started this part-time job. Considering how much I struggled with output issues when I fought Draco, this was nothing short of a rare level-up opportunity. It was a stroke of luck that couldn't be overlooked. Not that I'll be able to stand tall in front of Lexi or Raven just yet, but maybe I'll be on par with Alice or David. If I had to rank the power balance of this world, the Dragon Mayor would be on par with a single number fixer, the pinnacle of strength. Raven would rank among the higher tier double number fixers. Lexi and Greg would be in the lower tier double number fixers. Of course, Raven wasn't officially ranked as a fixer since he didn't have any official track record, and Greg and the Dragon Mayor weren't actually fixers at all. But if you thought of it as a global top 100 strongest ranking, that's the general sense of where they'd be. On that same scale, Alice was at the lower end of a triple number fixer. What? You think triple number fixers are weak? Huh? That just shows you don't know how this world works. This is a world full of powerful monsters and beings from all sorts of races and dimensions. Being a triple number fixer means you're one of the top 1,000 strongest people in the world. And Alice, despite being a newbie who hasn't fully unlocked her potential, was already in that category. That was no small feat. She was even recognized as one of the story's super rookies. If I were to objectively evaluate my own strength, I'd probably fall somewhere around the lower ranks of the triple numbers as well. Draco, who maintained his youth with the tesseract, would be in the lower tier of the double numbers. If I had been instantly defeated by him, I'd have to admit I was weak. But since I managed to hold my own for a bit, it was clear I wasn't entirely helpless. My problem is that I'm just surrounded by way too many strong people. All in all, this chance to grow stronger was like a life-saving rain after a long drought. In this dangerous world where the only one you can rely on is yourself, growing stronger was far more valuable than making money or building connections. With diuresis B. The only problem is that it's kinda embarrassing. Raven's gaze was killing me. His eyes always seemed to say, look at this little weirdo playing in the closet. Hugging my pillow tightly, I rolled around inside the cramped space. Then, feeling a sudden impulse, I slid the closet door open just a bit. Through the crack, I could see Raven lying on his bed, flipping through a manga magazine. In this high-tech future city, he's reading a paper magazine? I let out a quiet snort. It was such a niche, analog hobby that I couldn't help but find it amusing. But it seemed Raven noticed me watching. Without turning his head, he spoke calmly as he flipped to the next page. What? You need something? No, not really. I wasn't here for any particular reason. I was just bored from lying around doing nothing, so I figured I'd watch him. As if he'd read my mind, Raven sat up and shook the manga magazine in his hand. Bored? Huh? Want one to read? What the heck? Is he a mind reader? He had me completely figured out. My pride took a hit, but I quietly slid the closet door open, nodded, and sat up. Seeing my response, Raven chuckled like he'd been expecting it. He stood up, rummaged around somewhere, and came back with a fresh stack of manga magazines. He placed them neatly in front of the closet. Whoa, it's one of those anthology magazines that has several different manga chapters in one issue. I sat at the edge of the closet, swinging my legs back and forth as I read. Raven lay back down on the bed, flipping through his magazine alongside me. Not bad. This isn't so bad. On that peaceful night, as the moon slowly dipped lower in the sky, I felt a rare sense of tranquility. With just 2 weeks left until my part-time job ended, half of my time here had already passed. A girl with neatly braided deep green hair stood in front of a mirror. Her face, as always, was expressionless. Her short-sleeve, short pants outfit gave her a boyish vibe, and her calm, dry demeanor often led people to mistake her for a pretty boy. Her name was Sabrina. Of course, part of the reason people mistook her for a boy was that she was still young and hadn't gone through puberty yet. But it was also because she had a no-nonsense personality that preferred training with her martial arts master over taking care of her appearance. That mindset contributed greatly to her tomboyish image. This really doesn't suit me, huh? But today, something surprising was happening. Sabrina stood in front of a mirror, holding up a light, fluttery dress against her body. Her face remained as stoic as ever, but the sight was enough to make anyone do a double take. The past Sabrina, who once declared, "Dresses like this don't suit me," would have been baffled by the current scene. But right now, Sabrina was more serious than anyone else in the world. That's because tomorrow was her date with Uriah. When you're about to meet someone you want to get closer to, it's only natural to want to show your best side regardless of age or gender. Oh my, Sabrina. Isn't that one of my old dresses? Hiya, Rain? Since when were you there? I just got here. You must have been so focused that you didn't even hear me open the door. Jump! Sabrina leapt straight up like a startled cat, turning to see Rain standing behind her. Her face flushed a bright red as she met Rain's gaze. Of all times for her to walk in, it had to be now. Sabrina had been secretly looking at one of Rain's old dresses, and now she'd been caught red-handed by the owner herself. Her lips moved wordlessly like a fish gasping for air. But to Rain, Sabrina's flustered reaction only made her seem that much more adorable. If a little sister she adored had her eye on someone, there was no more entertaining topic in the world. So, who's the Prince Charming that caught our Sabrina's heart? Is it someone I know? That's why you might know her. It's Uriah, the one who helped you escape last time. Oh, Uriah. Rain's lips curled into a sly smile as she quietly pondered to herself. Uriah again, huh? Just who is this girl, really? Rain's mind flashed back to the Nemesis incident, when she first heard the name. After everything had been resolved, Sabrina explained the whole situation, and that's when Rain learned about Uriah. The most shocking part was when Sabrina claimed that Uriah was someone she knew. But here's the thing, Rain had never seen Uriah's face before in her life. Even after they met in person, Uriah didn't spark any memories. No matter how hard she thought about it, she was sure it was their first meeting. At the time, the atmosphere didn't feel right for her to question it, so she let it slide, but it still bothered her. I should have a proper conversation with that girl later. Well, since it's come to this, I'll help you bring out your full charm so you can capture Uriah's heart. What? See, capture her heart. But we're both girls. Oh, come on. These days, who cares about gender? If you like someone, that's all that matters. Besides, capturing someone's heart isn't just about romance. It's important for friendship, too. Rain grabbed Sabrina's shoulders, her eyes shining with mischievous excitement. Tomorrow, I'll make you the most adorable girl in the world. Whether it worked out or not didn't matter. For Rain, it was a win-win. With a beautiful smile, she hid her secret agenda behind her playful words. Late at night, in a quiet park, silence blanketed the area so heavily that it went beyond peaceful and felt downright chilling. On a lone park bench sat a woman, her figure slouched in dejection. Another rejection. That makes 21 failed job applications in a row. I'm so hungry. She was a member of a species known as demons. Her distinct features, blue skin and reversed pupils, made it immediately clear to anyone what she was. Along with vampires, demons were one of the most feared and ostracized races in society. The reason was simple. Just as vampires relied on blood to sustain their powers, demons carried with them the concept of dark contracts. Through a simple contract, they could bind a person's soul and ruin their entire life. By feeding on the resulting chaos, they could grow stronger. Some would argue that, in a way, demons were even more dangerous than vampires. That's why, in this world, demons were treated as bottom-of-the-barrel outcasts. Unlike vampires, whose appearance was often indistinguishable from that of humans, demons had physical traits that made them instantly recognizable. No one would hire a demon. Not for a stable job. Not even for part-time work. Most demons responded to this discrimination by giving into their demonic nature and fully embracing villainy. After all, if society was going to treat them like monsters, they might as well be monsters. But among them, there were always exceptions. There were always outliers. This demon was one of them. A timid demon, unwilling to give up on society's small comforts. The notion of binding a person's soul through a contract to steal their power? What's the point of that? If the cops chase me, I won't even be able to buy a burger. Stuck in indecision, she was trapped in a spiral of doubt and misery. All she could do was slump on the bench, haunted by a world that didn't want her. Would you like to change your appearance? Who are you? A sudden voice echoed from behind her. Her body stiffened, and she twisted around, eyes wide with fear. There, in the suffocating darkness, stood a figure cloaked in shadow. Their voice was calm, unnervingly so. Their words, however, were like poisoned honey. Would you like to change your appearance? A dangerous offer had been made. One that could ruin her life. Or, perhaps, save it.